I just wanted a quiet life. A house, a garden, no trouble. I found out what I was willing to become.
I woke up standing in a forest I had never seen before. That was the first problem. The second was that I had no memory of how I got there. The third was that the trees were wrong. Conifers, straight as telephone poles, thick as cars, stretching up into a canopy so dense that only one shaft of light made it through, where a giant had toppled and torn a hole in the green ceiling. My name was Adrian, 38 years old, freelance illustrator. I had been living alone in a rural apartment, growing vegetables and reading homesteading guides. I checked my pockets, empty. I checked my body, no injuries. I checked my surroundings, no roads, no trails, no sound of anything human. So, lost. I started walking because staying put was not a plan. The forest floor was flat, no undergrowth, which meant I could see a fair distance in every direction. No bears, no people, no explanation. 20 minutes in, something caught the light ahead. I changed course toward it. It was a dead knight. Full plate armor, rusted silver, slumped against the base of an oak. The skull had separated from the neck. Animals had scattered the pieces. The sword lay 3 paces away, a proper two-handed blade, chipped and corroded past any practical use. I crouched beside the body and felt nothing heroic. I felt like a man cataloging a problem. The armor was real. The bones were real. The sword was steel, not a replica. Wherever I was, this was not my neighborhood. I took the knife from the belt and strapped it to my own. Then I said the words that had been rattling around my skull since the moment I saw the armor. Status open. A white panel materialized in the air in front of me. My name, my age. 3 options. Shangri-La, item box, trash can. No health points, no mana, no skills. Just a shopping app, a pocket dimension, and a garbage disposal. I tapped Shangri-La. The screen that loaded was identical to the online shopping site I had used every week for the past 10 years. Same layout, same search bar, same everything. I searched for bread. Bread appeared. I put it in the cart. I hit purchase. Insufficient balance. Of course, I found the charge button. On instinct, I shoved the rusted sword into the window. It appraised at 100,000 yen. Most of that was a small gemstone embedded somewhere under the corrosion that I had not even noticed. I sold it. The balance updated. I bought a set of bread rolls and 3 cartons of milk and a case of 12 curry cup noodles. The items fell out of thin air and landed in the dirt. I set up the portable gas stove I had just purchased for 2,000 yen. Boiled water in a small pot I had just purchased for 1,000 yen. Poured it into the cup noodle and waited 3 minutes. Then I sat on the forest floor next to a dead knight's empty armor and ate curry ramen in the silence of an alien world. It was good. I ate all of it. Before I left, I buried the knight. The soil was soft, mostly leaf mold, and the shovel I ordered for 2,000 yen cut through it easily enough. I dug about half a meter down, laid the bones in, and covered them back up. I did not know who he was. I did not know what killed him, but he had been a person, and leaving him scattered felt wrong. That was all the reason I needed. The armor I sold through Shangri-La, 50,000 yen. I watched the balance tick up and felt a small, unfamiliar thrill that I immediately distrusted. I spent the next hour testing the item box. Anything dead or inert went in. Living insects did not. A cup of hot water went in hot and came out hot an hour later. Food did not spoil. The storage seemed to have no weight limit I could find. I stored the stove, the pot, the leftover noodles, the shovel, a spare water bottle, and all of it weighed nothing on my back. I bought a compass for 1,500 yen. The needle pointed steadily, which meant this world had a magnetic field. I bought a mountain bike for 20,000 yen because I was not walking out of an infinite forest on foot. Then I started riding. 2 days of riding, dozens of kilometers. The forest did not end. I had settled into a rhythm. Ride during the day, camp at night, eat from Shangri-La's catalog, test the item box when I got bored. The weather was mild. The bugs were manageable with spray I had ordered. The silence was enormous. On the second evening, I made a mistake. I set up camp, lit a fire, and decided to treat myself. Pork belly, grilling sauce, rice. I bought a wire rack, set it over the gas stove, and cooked the meat over open flame. Smoke poured upward. Fat sizzled. The smell traveled. I was halfway through my second helping when I noticed the eyes, 10 of them. Black shapes, low to the ground, ringing my campsite in a loose circle, wolf-like, but wrong, too large, too still. They had been drawn by the smell of cooking meat, and they were not leaving. My throat went dry. I grabbed a burning branch from the fire and threw it at the nearest shape. It flinched. The circle tightened. I pulled up the Shangri-La screen with shaking hands and searched for weapons. A bow was useless. I had never drawn one. A crossbow cost 60,000 yen, and I would not know which end to load. But on the same page, underneath the crossbows, I found a slingshot, 6,000 yen. I had owned the exact same model back home for scaring crows off my garden. I knew how it worked. I knew I could hit something at 20 meters. I bought it. I bought 80 steel bearing balls. I bought a box of fountain fireworks. The items crashed into the dirt beside me. I grabbed a firework, touched the fuse to the campfire, and hurled it into the pack. White sparks erupted in a fountain 3 meters tall. Smoke billowed. The wolves scrambled backward, ears flat, snarling. I loaded the slingshot. The first shot missed. The second missed. The third missed. The fourth hit one square in the ribs, and it yelped like a kicked dog. I threw 2 more fireworks. I fired 5 more shots. A second wolf took a ball to the face and bolted, shrieking. The big one, the leader, turned and ran. The rest followed. I stood in a ring of dying sparks with a slingshot in my hand and my heart trying to punch through my sternum. Then I packed everything into the item box. In under a minute, climbed on the bike, turned on the headlamp I had bought for 3,000 yen, and rode into the dark as fast as my legs would push. I rode through the night. I did not stop. I could not stop. Somewhere around dawn, I found a sheltered spot between 2 root systems and collapsed into the sleeping bag. I slept for 3 hours with the slingshot in my hand and woke up with every muscle aching and the taste of panic still in my mouth. Then I rode for 5 more hours, eating bread from the item box while pedaling until the trees began to thin and sunlight hit my face and I realized the forest was ending. The canopy gave way to tall grass, taller than my head, a green wall blocking whatever lay beyond. I bought an aluminum extension ladder for 9,000 yen, leaned it against the last big tree, and climbed. From 5 meters up, with a cheap monocular pressed to my eye, I saw it. A walled city on a plain, stone ramparts, rooftops, movement, people. I climbed down. I sat in the grass. I put my hands on my knees and breathed. I had spent roughly 76,000 yen in 4 days. I had eaten cup noodles for most of my meals. I had been chased by wolves and defended myself with consumer fireworks and a crow-scaring slingshot. And I was alive. And there was a city. And I was going to walk to it and figure out what came next. I stored the ladder, got back on the bike, and rode toward the road I had spotted from above. The road was packed dirt, no pavement, no gravel. Horse-drawn carts rattled past in both directions. I had stashed the bike and was walking along the shoulder, trying to look like I belonged, when a one-horse cart pulled up beside me. The driver was a young man in a plain coat. He had reddish-brown hair and the easy confidence of someone who talked to strangers for a living. He asked if I was headed to Daria. I said I was. He offered me a ride. I told him I had no money. He said Daria was close enough that it did not matter. His name was not important yet, but his information was. During the ride, he told me more about this world in 20 minutes than I had learned in 4 days. The city had a commerce guild. Registration cost 1 silver coin. The local currency ran copper, silver, gold. He was a merchant, and he could tell I was new because nobody walked this road hand-free unless they had an item box, and item box holders were rare. I told him I was from a distant village. I kept vegetables in my item box to stop them from spoiling. It was not even a lie if you squinted. When we reached his destination inside the walls, I helped him unload his cargo. It took 10 minutes and cost me nothing. In exchange, he told me where the Commerce Guild was and which inn would not rob me. I offered him the bag of pepper I had prepared. Leather pouch, 100 grams. He opened it, smelled it, and his eyes changed. He told me he could not take it for free. He said merchants do not accept gifts because free things always cost more than paid ones. He gave me 2 silver coins and 6 copper for the pepper and the pouch. Then he warned me. The spice trade in this region was controlled. A group called the Bacopa had a lock on it. If I tried to undercut them, I would have problems. I thanked him. He laughed and said I was a strange man. I did not argue. The inn was 2 stories of stone and whitewash, with a faded sign showing a plate of food. Inside, it smelled like old wood and lamp oil. 8 tables, a counter in the back. No customers at this hour. I paid 3 copper for a bed without meals. The room upstairs was bare, plank floor, a bed with linen sheets, no ceiling panels, just exposed rafters. Clean though, that was enough. I fell onto the mattress and stared at the timber above me. 4 days ago, I had been in my apartment, probably drawing something for a client I would never meet. Now I was in a medieval city with a shopping app, a pocket dimension, 2 silver coins, 3 copper left, and a vague plan that started with registering at the Commerce Guild and ended with a question mark. The spice idea was dead on arrival. Fine, I would walk the market tomorrow, find the gap between what this world had and what Shangri-La could provide. Clothespins, soap, needles, the boring things that nobody in a medieval economy produced cheaply. That was where the money was. I needed to learn to read the local script. I needed to not draw attention to myself, which was going to be the hardest part, because everything I owned came from a world these people did not know existed. Rule 1, do not reveal the ability. Rule 2, earn enough to buy land and build a house. Rule 3, grow my own food, install a bath, live quietly. Rule 4, do not get involved in anyone else's problems. I meant every one of them. I believed every one of them. The bed was soft. The city was noisy and alive outside the window. I had survived a forest and a wolf pack and my own stupidity. And tomorrow, I would start building something. I closed my eyes. I slept for 14 hours straight. I woke up at noon with stiff legs and a clarity I had not had since arriving. The 14 hours of sleep had done something, reset my brain. I could think past the next meal now. The Commerce Guild was a squat stone building on the east side of the market square, 2 doors down from a blacksmith whose hammer rang out like a clock I could set my morning by. Inside, it smelled like wax and parchment. A woman in a pale uniform stood behind a counter, and I told her I wanted to register. 1 silver coin, a form, and a math test. 3 addition problems with 3-digit numbers, and 2 multiplication problems with double digits. I finished in about 90 seconds, which was apparently fast enough that the receptionist paused and recounted my answers before stamping the form. She handed me my guild certificate, a thin metal rod with a hole punched through the top, meant to be worn around the neck on a cord. I bought string for 100 yen and looped it through. That was it. I was a licensed merchant in a world that did not have ballpoint pens. I spent the rest of the day walking the market, not buying, not selling, just watching. I noted prices. I noted gaps. Paper cost a copper coin per sheet, which was absurd. Knives started at 1 silver. Lamp oil came from sea beast fat and smelled like a dock at low tide. Plates were expensive. Bread was cheap. And nobody had a single product that solved the most basic domestic problem I could think of: clothespins. I had been watching people hang laundry on lines since I arrived. They draped fabric over the rope and hoped the wind did not carry it off. Some used split sticks tied with twine, but those fell apart in a week. Nobody in this entire city had a spring-loaded clothespin. I knew this because I had spent 3 days watching and I had not seen one. 200 clothespins on Shangri-La cost 1,000 yen. I could sell them too for a copper coin. The markup was obscene, and the product was useful, and I could restock in 30 seconds from my room. I went back to the inn, gave the innkeeper a piece of fruit, and started building. The booth took all night. I bought beams, brackets, screws, a battery-powered screwdriver, plywood, a hemp mat, and a folding stool from Shangri-La, and I built the whole thing in my room with the door locked. The innkeeper knocked 3 times. I told her it was a project and gave her 6 clothespins to stop asking questions. She tested one on the hem of her apron and her eyes went wide. By morning, I had a collapsible wooden stall that fit inside the item box when folded. I packed my inventory: plates, paper, embroidered handkerchiefs, a couple of knives, and 200 clothespins. I wheeled the stool out the front door and headed for the market edge. I set up at the far end, past the established vendors, in a spot where foot traffic thinned. A neighboring stall woman, weathered and sharp-eyed, looked over my display. "New?" she said. "Just opened." She picked up a clothespin and turned it in her fingers. "What does it do?" I clipped one to her sleeve. She pulled it. It held. She unclipped it and clipped it again. "I will take 7, she said. That was my first sale. I sold out of clothespins before the afternoon shadows touched my stall. 30 gone at full price, 4 given as freebies. And by the end, the woman next to me, Amana, was telling passersby to go look at my booth before they disappeared. A knight bought a blade I sourced from Shangri-La for 1 gold coin, which was more money than I had seen since arriving. A beastman with tiger stripe fur bought 3 woven mats, once and paid honestly after the night corrected the change for him. I closed early, went back to the inn, ordered the stew, ate all of it. The next few days followed the same rhythm: clothespins in the morning, paper to a copyist who ordered 100 sheets and insisted on paying for the 10 I threw in free, plates and small goods through the afternoon, evenings spent restocking from Shangri-La and sketching ideas for what to sell next. The money was not life-changing yet, but it was moving in the right direction. The maid changed everything. She appeared at my stall on the 4th day. Navy dress, white apron, black hair pinned up. She bought 100 clothespins without blinking and asked me to hold a silver necklace with a glass stone that looked, to anyone in this world, exactly like a diamond. The next afternoon, she came back with her mistress. Primula was not what I expected. She was about 20, golden-haired, wearing a white blouse and a navy skirt that looked tailored rather than bought. She examined the necklace with the quiet focus of someone who had grown up evaluating merchandise. Her fingers tested the clasp. She held it to the light. Then she looked at me. "Where do you source these?" A craftsman, I know. The lie came easily because it was almost true. "I am Primula," she said, "of the Marlowe Trading Company. My father would like to meet you." I asked Amana about the Marlowe Company before I agreed to anything. She told me they were one of the largest in the city and that they did honest business. That was enough. The carriage ride to the Marlowe mansion took 20 minutes. The house was stone, 3 stories, with iron lanterns flanking the front door. Inside, the hallway smelled like polished wood and money. Marlowe himself was a broad man in a green coat with a gold-threaded red vest. He shook my hand, sat me in a chair that was nicer than anything I had owned in my previous life, and got straight to the point. He wanted to distribute my silver accessories and cameo brooches through his network, 50-50 split on wholesale. He would handle the customers, the logistics, and the noble ladies who would pay extraordinary sums for items that did not exist anywhere else in this country. I looked at Primula, who stood by the window with her arms folded. She had arranged this. She had seen the product, understood the gap, and brought me directly to the man who could fill it. She was not just a merchant's daughter. She was a merchant. "Deal," I said. Marlowe grinned. Then he spent the next 40 minutes telling me about Primula's childhood accomplishments. I nodded at the appropriate intervals and drank the tea they offered and thought about the fact that a cameo brooch I sourced for 3,000 yen was about to sell for 10 gold coins. The margins were not real. They were a glitch in the universe, and I was going to ride them all the way to a house in the forest. The beastman found me by smell. I had cooked curry at my stall one evening, a pack of instant stuff from Shangri-La that I heated on a portable burner because I missed the taste. A cat beast woman with tiger stripe fur appeared at my booth the next morning, pressed her nose toward my shirt, and announced that I smelled like spices. She wanted to buy them. I told her I could not sell spices. Amana had warned me about the black pepper syndicate on my second day, and I had no interest in learning what happened to people who undercut them. The catwoman's tail drooped. She looked so dejected that I felt something shift in my chest, which was inconvenient because I had 4 rules, and Rule 4 was specifically about this. She came back that evening with 3 others, 4 beastmen total, standing around my booth in the fading light, fur puffed and tails twitching. The leader, a big male with tawny spots, asked me directly for spices. His voice was polite, but his posture said he was not leaving empty-handed. I did the math. Selling spices meant the syndicate. Turning them away meant a scene. Cooking for them cost me a bag of curry powder and some pork. "I cannot sell you spices," I said, "but I can cook you a meal." They carried me to the river, literally. The big one scooped me up and ran, and Amana too, who had invited herself along. The beastman could move faster than anything I had encountered in this world, and within minutes, we were on a sandy bank with the city walls small behind us and a fire already crackling. I set up the gas stove and went to work. Pork stir-fry with curry powder and instant soup for the sauce. A kilogram of sausages I pulled from Shangri-La when the first batch disappeared in seconds. Then I opened a 4-liter bottle of cheap sake and poured for everyone. The Catwoman sat closest to the fire and ate with a focus that bordered on reverence. The leader drank until he could not stand, then tried to swim in the river and nearly drowned before another beast woman hauled him out by the scruff. Amana sat on a plywood board I had produced from the item box and scolded me for being too generous, which she said between mouthfuls. They shared their names. I learned them and forgot them within the hour because beastmen names were long and I was busy not burning the sausages. sausages. But I remembered the Catwoman, the way she filed my location away with a look that said she was not done with me. She had a hunter's memory, I could tell. We sat by the fire after the food was gone. The Beastman talked about the bandit group camped in ruined castles in the mountains, about 60 kilometers out. They talked about hunting and guild work and which parts of the forest were safe. The Catwoman curled into a blanket I gave her and fell asleep by the coals. I read an e-book on the Shangri-La interface until my eyes blurred. The river made sounds that were almost like a highway at night, if I did not think about it too hard. I had broken Rule 4. I had fed strangers who approached me with hostility out of something I could not name and did not want to examine. It was not generosity. I was not generous. I was a man who had been eating alone for a very long time, and the fire had been warm, and the food had tasted better when someone else was eating it too. The silver trade with Marlowe changed the math overnight. Cameo brooches moved through the noble market like a fever. Primula bought the first one herself for 10 gold coins. 3 more followed at the same price, and I heard the retail hit 50 gold before I stopped asking. My Shangri-La balance climbed past figures I had only seen in bank statements in my previous life. I stopped worrying about clothespins. I stopped worrying about margins. I started thinking about the thing I had come here to think about since the first night in the forest: land. The forest began 200 meters past the city wall. Nobody lived there. The trees were tall conifers, the soil was dark, and when I walked through it, the only sounds were wind and birds, and the occasional crack of something moving that I chose not to investigate. I bought a plot at the edge, where the tree line met the tall grass, for a price that told me nobody else wanted it. I started with the path, an engine grass cutter from Shangri-La, 30,000 yen, roaring through waist-high growth in a straight line from the riverbank to the forest. Guards on the city wall watched me from above. I could see them pointing. I did not care. I laid gravel behind me as I went, 20-kilogram bags for 400 yen each, and by dusk, I had a walkable path from civilization to my land. The trees were next, 2 massive conifers, 30 meters each, blocking the space where the house would sit. I felled them with a chainsaw, cut them into 10-meter logs for the item box, and spent 2 days on the stumps before I admitted that a shovel and an axe were not going to cut it. I summoned a backhoe, 1.2 million yen, used, green paint peeling, diesel engine that ran on lamp oil mixed with additives at a cost that made me wince. But it ripped stumps out of the ground like pulling weeds from a flower bed. I cleared a rectangle of earth 20 meters by 10, stacked the roots to dry for firewood, and sat on the backhoe's seat, drinking warm cola from a can while the dust settled around me. If anyone from the city asked, the machine was a summoned golem. Plausible enough in a world with magic stones and item boxes. Nobody asked. Nobody came out here. I bought a bug-repelling magic stone from the old man who ran the tool shop near the market. 2 silver coins, which hurt, but the alternative was sleeping in a cloud of insects for the rest of my life. I paid him in granola and milk, and he knocked a discount off the price and told me to come back with more. The log house kit arrived as a pile of lumber, 1.7 million yen. I had expected walls and a roof. I got numbered planks, grooved beams, a bag of brackets, and an instruction sheet that assumed the buyer owned tools I had never heard of. I sat on the pile and stared at it for a long time. Then I started building. The foundation went down first, concrete blocks, leveled with a spirit level, 10 per side. The walls were interlocking grooved planks that stacked without nails, which was the only part of the process that felt like it had been designed for a human being. Everything else was a fight. The floor was double layered with insulation, and I bought a nail gun and an air compressor for 100,000 yen because I was not going to hammer 10,000 nails by hand. The roof took a week of rafters and plywood and waterproof sheeting and a battery-powered stapler that I fell in love with on the first trigger pull. I worked on the house every morning and ran my market stall in the afternoons. Some days I made it back before dark. Some days I did not. The innkeeper stopped asking where I went. Amana at the market saved my spot without being asked. Marlowe's orders kept coming, and I filled them between sawing and drilling and standing on the roof, wondering whether the slope was steep enough to shed rain. The first month month gave me walls, a floor, a roof, windows, and a door. The second month gave me everything else. I painted the exterior dark brown with white trim. I built a fence from trees I cut along the river, treated with preservative, and planted marigolds along the inside for insect control. The outdoor bath was a drum can on a platform with a pump and a fire pit underneath. And the first time I sat in hot water under the open sky, I closed my eyes and did not move for 40 minutes. Solar panels went up on the south-facing slope, 20 of them, 50 watts each, feeding 3 mobile batteries that powered a small refrigerator and enough light to read by after dark. The kitchen had a real sink. The toilet was a composting setup in a separate shed that looked alarming but worked. 2 months, alone, every plank, every screw, every coat of paint. I stood on the porch on the last evening and looked at what I had built. The house was not large. 12 tatami mats of interior space, which was smaller than my apartment in my old life. But it had a bath and a cold drink and a bed with clean sheets and a fence and a garden and a view of trees that went on until the horizon swallowed them. I made coffee on the camp stove. I sat on the steps. The sun went down behind the conifers and the solar lights came on one by one along the path. And for the first time since I had woken up in a forest that was not mine, I was not planning anything. I was not calculating margins or scouting gaps or running numbers in my head. I was sitting on the porch of a house I had built with my own hands, drinking coffee, watching the dark come in. This was the thing. This was what I had spent my whole previous life getting ready for and never starting. I drank the coffee slowly. I did not waste a single second of it. Primula came to see the house 3 days after it was finished. She arrived in the late afternoon, riding in a modest carriage that stopped where the gravel path met the tree line. She walked the rest of the way in shoes that were not made for forest paths, and when she stepped through the front door, she stopped and looked around with an expression I could not read. "You built this yourself?" "Every plank." She ran her hand along the wall, touched the window frame, opened a cabinet. Then she saw the kitchen sink with running water from a hand pump, and she went quiet in a way that meant she was recalculating something. "The bath is outside," I said. I heated water and showed her the drum can setup. Steam rose into the evening air. She touched the surface with 2 fingers, pulled them back, and looked at me like I had just invented fire. "This is hot water." Her voice was flat with disbelief. "On demand. It takes about 20 minutes to heat." She stood there for a moment, looking at the bath, and then at the house, and then at the forest, and then at me. I could see her running the same equation I had run 100 times. Where does he get these things? How does he know how to build them? Who is this man, and what exactly is his plan? I offered her dinner, rice from Shangri-La, grilled fish I had caught in the river that morning, and miso soup that tasted close enough to home that it made my chest tight for a second before I swallowed and moved on. She ate carefully, the way someone eats when they are paying attention to every flavor. "My father thinks you are the most interesting man in Daria," she said. "Your father thinks anyone with a reliable supply chain is interesting." Her mouth twitched, almost a smile. He is not wrong. She left before dark, walking back to the carriage with her shoes muddied and her expression somewhere between admiration and a question she had not yet decided to ask. I watched the carriage lantern disappear between the trees. The house was quiet after she left. The kind of quiet that settles in when something has shifted and you are not sure yet what it means. I washed the dishes. I checked the solar battery levels. I locked the door, which was a habit from a world that no longer existed, and lay down on a bed. I had assembled myself in a house I had built myself on land I had bought with money I had earned selling clothespins and cameo brooches to a civilization that did not know what a spring-loaded hinge was. Rule 4 was broken. It had been broken since the river, since the curry, since the beastmen carried me through the tall grass laughing. But looking at the ceiling beams I had cut and notched and fitted into place, I could not bring myself to care. The slow life was here. It was real. It was mine. I closed my eyes and slept like a man who had finally, after 38 years, come home. A month into the forest house, and I had developed a system. Mornings started with coffee from Shangri-La, 1 cup, black, standing on the porch while the mist burned off the tree line. Then I would walk, not for any particular reason. I had nowhere to be, and the forest rewarded people who paid attention to it. I had taken to marking the trees with pink spray paint so I would not get turned around. The canopy was thick enough that the sun was useless for navigation after 200 meters in any direction, and every mossy trunk looked like every other mossy trunk until you had sprayed a small arrow on 5 of them, and suddenly you owned a trail system. That morning, I found her about 300 meters east in a depression between 2 root clusters. A black forest cat, big as a large dog, lying on her side with an arrow shaft buried in her left hind leg. The fur around the wound was matted and dark. She had been there a while. She saw me and tried to hiss. The sound came out thin, like something leaking from a pipe. Then her head dropped back against the dirt, and she stopped trying. I did not think about it very long. I opened Shangri-La, bought a padded carrier, saline solution, antiseptic, antibiotic ointment, gauze, and a syringe without a needle for administering dissolved painkillers. I put on the thick gloves I used for handling firewood and knelt down next to her. The arrow came out cleaner than I expected. I flushed the wound with saline, disinfected it, packed it with ointment, and wrapped it tight. She did not fight me. She did not have the energy. I dissolved a painkiller and an antibiotic tablet in water and fed it to her through the syringe, a few drops at a time, tipping her jaw open with 2 fingers. Her eyes watched me the entire time, yellow-green and enormous, and there was something in them that was not quite animal bewilderment. I loaded her into the carrier and walked home. I gave her my bed. I set up food and water within reach and fitted an Elizabethan collar around her neck so she would not chew the bandages. Then I went outside and slept in the tent I had used during construction because a 30-kilogram wild animal recovering from a puncture wound did not need a stranger breathing next to her in the dark. She did not eat that first day. She did not drink. I checked on her every few hours and changed the dressing once when it bled through. The second morning was the same. By the afternoon, I was worried enough to go into town and ask about veterinarians. There were none. The old man at the tool shop told me healing magic existed for people, rarely, at great expense, but nobody wasted it on animals. He also mentioned, almost casually, that forest cat fur was a luxury material and that I could sell the pelt for a good price if the animal died. I did not dignify that with a response. At the market, I ran into Amana, who asked what I was brooding about. When I told her I had an injured forest cat at home, she laughed and called me an eccentric. Then a voice cut in from behind a stall, sharp and direct. "You have a forest cat?" The woman who stepped around the stall was not entirely human. She had short dark hair, golden amber eyes with vertical pupils, and a pair of triangular pointed ears rising from her head that tracked sound the way a satellite dish tracks signal. A long dark tail swayed behind her, independent of her body language, counterbalancing like a gymnast's. She was lean and athletic, mid-20s, wearing a fitted leather vest over a simple linen shirt, trousers cut short at the calf, and no shoes. I recognized her. She had been at the curry cookout by the river weeks ago. One of the beastmen who had eaten my food laughed at my cooking and carried me through the tall grass. She had been watching me then. I just had not registered how carefully. "I smell the forest cat on you." She closed the distance between us in 2 strides. Her nose twitched once. "You touched it today." "I treated its wounds. It is at my house." Her eyes went wide, not surprise, something closer to reverence. She explained it quickly and without sentimentality. Cat beastmen considered forest cats sacred messengers of the cat god. Dog beastmen hunted them. The arrow in the cat's leg was almost certainly from a dog hunter. She wanted to see the animal. Now, I did not get a chance to agree or refuse. She hoisted me onto her back like I weighed nothing, and we covered the distance to my house in a fraction of the time it would have taken me on foot. Myra entered my house the way a cat enters a room it has already decided belongs to it. She went straight to the bed, crouched beside the forest cat, and made a low sound in her throat that was not quite speech. The cat's ears rotated toward her. Something passed between them that I was not part of. "She will live," Myra said, standing. "You cleaned it properly, better than any healer I have seen. I made dinner." This was not hospitality, so much as the fact that I was going to eat anyway, and it felt strange to eat in front of someone. I heated canned fish, added salt and pepper, and set out 2 portions with bread. Myra ate with her hands and declared it the best thing she had ever tasted. which I suspected said more about her usual diet than my cooking. We talked. She told me about the guild, about spice prices being kept artificially high for beastmen, about the centuries-old conflict between the cat and dog tribes. I told her very little about myself, which she did not seem to mind. She was not a person who required reciprocal disclosure. "I will stay tonight," she announced after dinner. It was not a question. The messenger needs watching. I set up the outdoor bath. The drum can setup was simple. Fill it, light the fire underneath, wait 20 minutes. When I offered it to her, she looked at the rising steam like someone seeing the ocean for the first time. She came out of that bath a different texture. Her fur, which covered her arms and the back of her neck in a fine layer, was soft and standing up in all directions. I used a kerosene heater on a low setting to dry her, and she made a sound halfway between a purr and a hum that vibrated through her whole body. I gave her fruit milk afterward because I had it in the refrigerator, and she drank it in one long swallow and then stared at the empty bottle like it owed her something. That night, she slept next to me on the floor without asking. Her body heat was like a furnace. Her fur was impossibly soft against my arm. I lay there in the dark, listening to the forest cat breathing on the bed and Myra breathing next to me, and thought about how this household had grown from 1 to 3 in a single day without anyone consulting me. I did not mind. Myra left before dawn the next morning. I woke to an empty floor and assumed she had gone home. Then she came back at midday carrying a blue-feathered bird she had shot with a bow I did not know she owned. She taught me how to prepare it. Remove the innards, pluck the feathers, singe the rest over heat. I used a gas burner. She recoiled from the smell, her nose wrinkling so hard her ears folded flat. "That smells like rotting vegetables." I bought a charcoal grill. We made yakitori over binchotan charcoal, and it was good, properly good, the kind of food that makes you eat standing up because sitting down would waste time. Myra tried one skewer, acknowledged it was acceptable, and then ate 3 cans of premium cat food instead. I decided not to take it personally. The days folded into each other after that. I cleared a plot 10 meters square and tilled it with a small electric tiller that Myra watched with the same expression she had given the bath. I planted tomato seeds and asparagus seedlings and laid down mulch. The asparagus would take time, but the tomatoes would be ready in weeks if the soil cooperated. I spent 2 full days digging the well. The drill bit through topsoil and clay and hit a wet sand layer at 4 meters, exactly where the book said it would be. I fabricated a sand baler from a section of pipe, fitted a one-way valve at the bottom, and cycled it 15 times until the casing sat clean. The next morning, I installed a proper pump and ran a pipe to the bath. When the water came up clear and cold on the first real test, I stood there with my hands on the pump handle and felt something I had not felt in either life. Not pride exactly, completion. The well, the garden, the house, the solar panels humming on the roof, the bath I could fill with a switch. Everything I had spent 38 years reading about and planning for and never starting was here now. Built with my own hands in a world that did not even have plumbing. I was lighting the fire under the bath when I heard footsteps on the trail that were too measured to be Myra's. Primula stepped out of the tree line in her white blouse and navy skirt, slightly out of breath, and looked at me like she had been rehearsing what to say for the entire walk and had now forgotten all of it. "The city gate closes at dark," I said. "I know." She straightened her blouse. "I was worried. You have not been at the shop." Myra had guided her to the river entrance and disappeared. I made a note to have a conversation with Myra about announcing visitors, then immediately accepted that such a conversation would accomplish nothing. Primula noticed the well pump first, then the vegetable rows, then the pipe running to the bath. She walked through the clearing the way Marlowe walked through a warehouse, cataloging everything and assigning it a value she kept to herself. Inside, the forest cat was back. She had left on her own days ago, fully recovered, and then returned that same evening carrying a horned rabbit in her mouth, like a rent payment. She was lying on the bed now, watching Primula with those yellow-green eyes that always seemed to be measuring something. "She is beautiful," Primula said, and reached out carefully. The cat allowed it, which was unusual because Belle, as I had started calling her after the small collar bell she wore when she recovered, did not allow most things from most people. I cooked dinner. Fried rabbit in the style of Karaj, seasoned with salt and garlic, served with asparagus from my own garden, and a clam chowder that came out better than it had any right to. Primula ate with the focused attention she gave everything, and when she finished the asparagus, she set down her fork and looked at me. "You grew this. The soil here is good. You grew this," she repeated, as if I had missed the point. After dinner, I set up something I had been saving: a small projector, a portable screen, and a film I had bought secondhand from Shangri-La. The images moved across the fabric in the dark room, and Primula sat motionless for 2 hours, with her knees drawn up and her eyes reflecting the light. Belle settled on her lap halfway through and did not move. When the film ended and the screen went white, Primula did not speak for a long time. Then she said, very quietly, that she found herself coming here more than the business required, that she had started looking for reasons to visit that had nothing to do with inventory or margins or her father's trade routes, that she was not sure what that meant, but she did not want to pretend it was something else. I understood. I understood completely, and I did not say anything that resolved it because I was not sure I had the right to. She was young. I was a man from another world with secrets that could get us both killed. The distance between who I was and who she thought I was could fill this house twice over, but I did not create distance either. I did not send her to the spare bed. When she asked if she could stay, I said yes, and I meant it. We lay in the dark with a careful space between us that neither of us maintained. Belle was curled at the foot of the bed. The forest was quiet in the way it gets when the insects have all agreed on the same rhythm. Primula's breathing slowed and steadied, and I could feel the warmth of her through the blanket without touching her. I thought about Rule 4. I thought about the life I had built here, the house and the garden, and the bath, and the well, and how none of it had changed since she arrived, but all of it felt different, fuller, like a room that had always had enough furniture, but had been missing the sound of someone else moving through it. I did not say any of this. I did not need to. The quiet said it well enough. Outside, something small rustled in the undergrowth, and Belle's ears rotated once toward the sound, and then everything was still. The tomatoes were dead, every one of them. Some kind of root-eating larvae had worked through the soil overnight and severed the stems at the base, and I spent the first hour of that morning on my knees in the dirt, pulling up the carcasses of plants I had nursed for 6 weeks. I was annoyed, but not devastated. Crops fail. I would buy insect-repelling stones at the tool shop and start again. That was how mornings worked in this life. Small problems with small solutions. Then Marlowe arrived. I heard him before I saw him. Heavy footsteps on the forest trail, too fast and too loud for a man his size. And when he came through the clearing, his face was a color I had never seen on it before. Gray. Not the gray of exhaustion. The gray of a man whose body has decided that the information his brain is carrying might actually stop his heart. He stood in my doorway and his mouth opened and nothing came out. Then it came out all at once. Primula's caravan had been hit. The bandit group that operated out of the ruined castle in the western forest. The ones the beastmen had mentioned at the cookout months ago. 50 men, armed. The caravan guards were dead. Marlowe and 2 others had escaped because they were riding ahead. Primula was not riding ahead. His hands were shaking, not the tremor of an old man, the shaking of someone trying to hold something together that is already broken. The City Watch says they need authorization. His voice cracked on the word. They say there is a process, that it could take weeks. I looked at him. He was asking me something he could not bring himself to say directly, because saying it would mean admitting that the system his entire career was built on had failed his daughter. Go home, I said. Wait there. I will handle this. He started to speak again, maybe to thank me, maybe to argue, maybe to offer money. I did not let him finish. I walked him to the trail and watched him go. And then I went back inside and closed the door and stood in my kitchen with my hands flat on the table. I was not angry yet. Anger came later. What I felt in that moment was something colder and more useful: clarity. Primula was alive because dead hostages have no value, and Marlowe's business was valuable. She would stay alive for exactly as long as the bandits believed she was worth more breathing than not. That window had a size. I could not calculate it, but I could feel it closing. I opened Shangri-La. The truck appeared in the town square at noon, and every conversation within 200 meters stopped. It was a 4-ton flatbed, dark green, with 170,000 kilometers on the odometer, and a diesel engine that sounded like a sleeping dragon clearing its throat. I had bought it on Shangri-La for the equivalent of a modest apartment, and when it materialized from the item box, the displacement of air was enough to blow a fruit vendor's awning sideways. I did not explain it. I told the gathering crowd crowd it was a summoned construct, the same cover story I used for the excavator, and then I started unpacking. Compound bows, polycarbonate shields, long and round, crossbows with broadhead bolts, throwing knives, a laser pointer with a rail mount, fireworks, enough rations for 15 people for 3 days. I laid everything out on the flatbed like a hardware store that had declared war on the Middle Ages. Myra was the first to arrive. She picked up the compound bow I had bought specifically for her, 75 pounds of draw weight, and pulled it back with one hand like she was stretching before a run. Her ears rotated forward. Her pupils went to slits. "This is not a bow," she said. "This is a siege weapon someone convinced to be portable." The beastmen from the cookout came next, 3 of them, led by the one I had been calling the loud one in my head since the night we ate curry by the river. He tested a crossbow against a wooden post from 50 meters, and the bolt went through it and buried itself in the wall behind. "Where do I sign?" he said. It was not a question. By the time I finished, I had 15. The beastman, a knight who owed Marlowe a favor and showed up carrying a sword he had forged from the steel I sold him, which he had named Wolf Fang, with the enthusiasm of a man who had been waiting his entire career for a weapon worthy of a name. A retired mage from the tool shop who said he wanted to bloom one last time and proved it by lighting a fire pillar in the square that was taller than the guild building. Amana, the market vendor, who announced she was coming as the cook and would run if things went badly, which I respected. A handful of adventurers who saw the equipment and calculated that the risk was worth the gear. Marlowe gave me 50 gold coins for expenses. I spent most of it at the weapon shop on armor and basic supplies for the ones who had none. The rest went into Shangri-La for diesel. We left from the west gate at noon, 15 adventurers in the back of a 4-ton truck being driven through a medieval countryside by a man who had been a freelance illustrator 6 months ago. Nobody in the truck bed spoke. The engine noise filled the silence. The beastmen sat with their new crossbows across their knees and watched the landscape pass at 30 kilometers an hour, which was faster than any of them had ever traveled without running. I kept my eyes on the road and my mind on the list. Diesel, route, timing, approach angle, number of bandits, layout of the fortress, wind direction for the approach. None of this was training. None of this was instinct. It was the same part of my brain that planned a vegetable garden or calculated how much lumber I needed for a porch railing. I was a man with a spreadsheet and a truck full of strangers driving toward 50 armed men because a woman I cared about was behind their walls. I did not think about what would happen when we got there. I thought about logistics. Logistics I could handle. What came after logistics was something I would deal with when it arrived. We stopped 10 kilometers out. I parked the truck under a canopy of branches that hid it from above, and I cooked. This was not bravery or calm. This was the only thing I knew how to do with my hands that did not involve thinking about what was coming. I set up the pressure cooker, bought curry powder and bread and 12 bottles of red wine from Shangri-La, and made soup for 16 people while Myra disappeared into the forest with the walkie-talkie to scout the fortress. The knight sat on a log and praised the wine. The old mage heated the pot when the fire ran low and then asked to examine one of the crossbow bolts. He held the aluminum shaft between his fingers, muttered something under his breath, and a flash of light erupted from his palm that turned the clearing white for half a second. He stared at the bolt, then at me, then at the bolt again. This metal, his voice was different now. "Where did you get this metal?" "Shangri-La," I said, which was technically true and completely useless as an answer. He asked for a plate of it. I bought one from the app, 10 millimeters thick, 10 centimeters square. He held it like a man holding a newborn, and his eyes were wet. "In 60 years of practice," he said, "I have never held a catalyst this responsive. One plate of this, and my limit doubles, maybe triples." He would cast the gate spell. That was the deal. One shot, everything he had, powered by a square of aluminum that cost me less than a restaurant meal. The beastmen tested the shields. The loud one swung a machete at one full force, and the blade bounced off the polycarbonate without leaving a mark. He looked at me with an expression I could not read. The sun was going down. Myra's voice came through the walkie-talkie, thin and crackled. Stone walls, wooden gate, 2 guards on the wall, relaxed. She could hear drinking inside, lots of it. The loud one grinned. Those kinds of men love drink more than food. We hit them while they are stupid. I distributed the last of the equipment. Compound bows with broadhead arrows for the ones who could shoot. Shields for the ones who could not. Throwing knives for everyone. Then the loud one handed me a leaf. dark green, tough, the size of a playing card. Chew this. He mimed the motion. It opens your eyes, steadies your hands. You will see in the dark like one of us. I put it in my mouth. It tasted like wet metal and pine needles, and something that was probably not legal in any jurisdiction I had ever lived in. Within 5 minutes, the world sharpened. The edges of the trees became surgical. My heartbeat slowed until I could feel it as a separate thing, like a clock in a room I was standing outside of. There was a rational part of me that noted, calmly, from very far away, that I had just taken an unregulated combat stimulant in a forest I could not find on a map. That part filed its objection and was overruled by the part of me that could suddenly see every vein in every leaf, on every branch, for 50 meters in every direction. I got in the truck. I did not turn on the headlights. The fortress was 5 kilometers through the forest on a road that was barely a road. I drove by the light of the dashboard and the shape of the trees, and the voice in the walkie-talkie that said, left, right, straight, stop. Myra killed the wall guards in silence. 2 arrows. 2 sounds like someone dropping a bag of wet grain. I stopped the truck 100 meters from the gate. The old mage climbed down from the bed. He was a different man now. The shopkeeper was gone. What stood there was something older and larger and very, very focused. He held the aluminum plate in both hands, and I watched the metal begin to glow. He said one word. The gate exploded. It was not a clean explosion. It was a wall of concussive force that took the gate, 10 meters of stone on either side, and every assumption those men had about what was going to happen tonight. The fireworks went off at the same time, red and white and screaming, and the combination turned the night into something that looked like the end of the world if the end of the world came with a soundtrack of whistling rockets. I drove the truck through the gap. The courtyard was chaos. Men stumbling out of buildings half-dressed, drunk, reaching for weapons they could not find because the light was wrong and the noise was wrong, and nothing in their experience had prepared them for a 4-ton vehicle driving through their front wall. The beastmen poured off the truck bed before I had fully stopped, shields up, crossbows firing. The knight went in with Wolf Fang, and I heard him laughing, actually laughing, the sound of a man who had been polite his entire life and had just been given permission to stop. I pulled the excavator from the item box. The arm had a reach of 4 meters. The bucket at the end weighed enough to demolish a concrete foundation. At full rotation, the tip of the arm moved at 90 kilometers an hour. I brought it down on the main building where the bandit leader was making his stand, and the wall came apart like wet cardboard. Everything after that is fragments. The leaf made the details too sharp and too fast. A man running toward me with a sword, the excavator arm sweeping him sideways, a crossbow bolt passing close enough to my ear that I felt the air move, the beastman howling, the old mage sitting on the ground behind the truck, spent, watching the sky with the expression of someone who had just remembered what it felt like to be young. The fighting lasted less than 20 minutes. When it was over, I could not hear anything except a ringing in my ears and the sound of someone screaming in the building behind me. The central building was still standing, barely. The wall I had hit with the excavator had collapsed inward, and the roof sagged like a broken spine. I went in with the laser sight mounted on the crossbow and the leaf still singing in my blood. The hallway was narrow and dark, and I could hear voices ahead, too. One deep and ragged, the voice of a man who knew his fortress was gone and his men were dead, and the only card he had left was the woman he was holding by the hair. The bandit leader was larger than I expected. Scarred face, long hair, arms thick enough to snap a person in half. He had Primula in front of him with a knife at her throat, and he was shouting, not at me, at the situation, at the universe, at the fact that his unassailable position had just been destroyed by a truck and a retired mage and a man in a work shirt. He told me to drop my weapon. He told me he would kill her. He said things about what he should have done to her, while he had the chance that I am not going to repeat because they do not deserve the air. I raised the crossbow. The laser sight put a red dot directly in his left eye. He screamed. His hands went to his face. Primula dropped. Through the doorway behind me, Myra's arrow covered the distance in less time than it takes to describe. The bandit leader fell. He did not get up. Primula was on the floor. She was alive. Her clothes were torn. There was dust in her hair and bruises on her arms, and her face was the face of someone who had been held in a dark room by a man with a knife for 2 days and had decided she would survive it by not giving him the satisfaction of breaking. She saw me. She did not cry. She reached out and grabbed my arm with both hands and held on with a grip that was going to leave marks. Primula, she nodded. That was enough. I walked her out of that building and into the courtyard where the fires were dying and the beastmen were checking bodies, and the night was wiping Wolf Fang on the grass like a man cleaning a garden tool. She did not let go of my arm. I did not ask her to. The leaf wore off around 3 in the morning. When it did, the world went from surgical clarity to something that felt like looking through dirty glass, and the things I had done in the dark came back to me in a different resolution, sharper in some ways, worse. Dawn came cold and gray and smelled like ash. The old mage was burning the bodies. He did it methodically, without ceremony, the way he had probably done it in whatever war he had served in decades ago. He told me it was necessary. Disease. I nodded and did not watch. The women came out of the basement building in the first light, 19 of them, some walking, some carried. They were wrapped in blankets I had bought from Shangri-La because their own clothes were gone, and I did not have time to think about why their clothes were gone before I needed to not think about it anymore. A woman was dragged out separately. She had been a captive too, once, but she had made a deal with the bandit leader for better treatment and spent her time making the others miserable. I knew this because the other women told me in flat voices that sounded like they were reading a list. While I was sorting supplies, one of them picked up a knife from the ground and ended it. I watched. I did not move. The rational part of me, the part that had been filing objections all night, said I should have intervened. The rest of me looked at the faces of the women standing around and saw something that was not rage and was not justice and was not anything I had a word for. It was just done. I told the knight it happened during the fighting. He looked at me. He knew. He wrote it down anyway. The adventurers stripped the bandits of everything useful: weapons, armor, coins, furniture. The beastmen were efficient and unsentimental about it. The loud one told me it was standard procedure after a subjugation, and I believed him because I had no framework for knowing otherwise. I used the excavator to move what needed moving. The machine did not know the difference between soil and what I was moving, and I was grateful for that. The old mage burned what was left, and the smoke went straight up in the windless morning air like a column holding up nothing. The knight came to me with a piece of paper, red wax seal, a noble's personal stamp on a letter that authorized the kidnapping of a merchant's daughter as leverage in a trade dispute. Someone with money and a grudge had hired 50 men to take Primula, and the evidence was sitting in my hand. I folded it and put it in my pocket and did not say anything for a long time. I cooked breakfast. This was what I did. When the world made no sense, I made food, and the food made sense because ingredients behaved predictably, and heat did what heat was supposed to do, and at the end of the process, people ate and were less hungry than before. I bought pork and stock from Shangri-La and filled the pressure cooker and let it work while I sat on the running board of the truck and looked at my hands. They were steady. I needed them not to be. I needed them to shake so I could point at the shaking and say, "See, this is affecting me. I am processing this like a normal person." But they were steady, and the soup was cooking and the sun was coming up. And I was a man sitting on a truck in a destroyed fortress full of ashes, and I did not know what I was supposed to feel, so I felt nothing, which was its own kind of feeling. I remembered to get Amana. She had been at the camp 10 kilometers back all night, alone, and when I pulled up in the truck, she burst into tears and hit me on the arm and said she thought we were all dead. She calmed down by the time we got back. Then she saw the women, and she stopped talking entirely for about 5 minutes, which was the longest I had ever known Amana to be silent. The knight showed me what else they had found. The bandit leader had kept records: names, dates, payments. The noble's seal appeared on 3 separate documents. This was not a single transaction. This was a business relationship. "You should be careful," the knight said. He was cleaning his sword again, the way someone cleans a thing when they want to be doing something with their hands. A noble who hires bandits will not be pleased to learn his operation was destroyed by a shopkeeper. I did not correct him. I was a shopkeeper. I was also, apparently, the kind of man who drove a truck through a wall and swung a construction vehicle at people, and then cooked breakfast in the wreckage. I had not known that about myself before last night. I was not sure I wanted to know it now. The feast was better than it had any right to be. Soup and bread and wine, served in a courtyard that still smelled like smoke, to a group of people who had no business being alive together. The rescued women ate carefully at first, and then less carefully. One of them, a tall woman with red hair and the build of a draft horse, ate more than any two beastmen combined, and then asked if there were vegetables in the bandits' garden, and went to dig them up without waiting for an answer. I liked her immediately. Someone who could eat like that after what she had been through was someone who was going to be fine. The wagon held the women who could not ride in the truck bed. We had hitched it to the back with rope, and it moved slowly, which was fine because nothing about this ride needed to be fast. I noticed her about an hour in, a girl, younger than the others, sitting in the corner of the wagon with her knees drawn up and her arms wrapped around them. She was thin in a way that was not natural, the kind of thin that comes from months of not enough food and not enough of anything else either. Her hair had been cut short recently by Primula because of lice. Her eyes were large and dark, and they were watching me with an intensity that had no aggression in it, just attention, the pure, focused attention of someone who has learned to read adults the way other children learn to read books. Amana had tried to comfort her earlier. She had told me the girl's name was Anemone, that she was from a village far to the south, that she had no family to go back to. Amana had started crying when she said it, and then stopped herself and said crying did not help, and went to hand out bread. Anemone did not eat her rations. I watched her hold the bread in her lap for 20 minutes without taking a bite. Then I took half of mine and set it next to her without saying anything and went back to where I had been sitting. She ate it, not immediately, 10 minutes later, but she ate it. We did not speak. There was nothing to say that would not have been a lie or an imposition. She did not need my words. She needed to sit in a moving wagon next to someone who was not going to hurt her and to eat bread at her own pace and to watch and decide on her own terms whether the world contained anyone worth trusting. Primula was asleep against my shoulder. Myra was somewhere on the roof of the truck cab, riding the wind, doing whatever cat beastmen did when a fight was over and the adrenaline had nowhere to go. The beastmen were singing something in the truck bed, a low rhythmic chant that vibrated through the frame and into the wagon. The knight was driving because I had taught him the basics in 10 minutes, and he had taken to it with the enthusiasm of a child on a carnival ride. I looked at Anemone. She was still watching me. I did not look away. I did not smile. I did not perform reassurance. I just looked back and let her see whatever she needed to see. The wagon rocked. The forest moved past. The road home was long and the morning was heavy, and the man sitting in that wagon was not the same man who had left his forest house 2 days ago to grow tomatoes. I did not know who he was yet, but I knew what he would do. He would go home. He would plant new tomatoes. He would sit on his porch with coffee in the morning and listen to the mist burn off the trees. He would do all of that, and he would carry the weight of this night inside the quiet, and he would not put it down, because putting it down meant pretending it had not happened, and it had happened, and he had made it happen, and that was the shape of the man he turned out to be. The wagon rolled on. Anemone ate the rest of the bread. I closed my eyes and listened to the beastmen sing and held very still, because if I held still enough, I could almost convince myself that the ringing in my ears was the forest, and not the memory of a gate exploding, and a man screaming, and the sound of something inside me rearranging itself into a shape I had not chosen and could not undo. Someone in the party had sent a runner ahead. By the time we rolled through the south gate, the square was packed 3 deep, and the guildmaster was standing on the steps with his arms crossed and an expression that said he had been there an hour longer than he wanted to be. The beastman pulled the bandit leader's head off the cargo bed and held it up by the hair. The square went loud, then quiet, then very loud again. Someone threw a cabbage at it. What followed was 2 hours of structured chaos. Heads matched to bounty posters, witness statements, inventory of recovered goods. I stood in a corner and let the knight handle most of it, because he was better at official language and because corners were where I wanted to be. The reward was substantial. I took my share in gold and put it in the item box and tried not to think about what the gold represented. The loot share was more useful: weapons, tools, preserved food, and 3 crates of trade goods the bandits had stockpiled from raided caravans. I stored all of it. Primula had gone home with Marlowe before the processing started. She kissed me on the cheek in the wagon, said nothing, squeezed my arm once, and walked to her father's carriage without looking back. The squeeze said everything the words did not. That night, I went home and found 10 women in my house. The guild had offered temporary lodging. Several refused. The guild rooms were small and dark, they said. They had been in small, dark rooms for months. My house had a bath, a kitchen, clean bedding, and a porch that looked out onto the forest. It had these things because I had spent months making it livable for one person. Now it was housing 11. I did not throw them out. The math was simple. They had nowhere safe tonight, and I had a floor they could sleep on, and the cost to me was inconvenience. Anemone was in the corner between the wall and the bookshelf. She had not moved since arriving. I brought her a bowl of rice, set it down without commentary. She looked at the bowl, then at me, then picked it up and ate with the mechanical precision of someone who has learned not to waste anything. The month that followed was loud and busy, and the most domestic thing I had experienced since arriving in this world. I established a routine because routines work on chaos, the way levees work on rivers. Mornings were breakfast and chores. Afternoons were reading lessons, because most of the women could not read. Evenings were cooking, bathing in shifts, and sitting on the porch while the forest cooled down. One by one, they found their way out. Marlowe placed Alyssa at his trading company. She left on a Thursday, bowed until her forehead nearly touched her knees, and said nothing, because saying something would have broken her. The carpenter's daughter went to the woodworking guild. 2 sisters left together for a village 3 days south. A woman named Rosa found work at an inn and sent me a jar of pickled turnips as thanks, which I appreciated more than I expected. The house got quieter. The bath schedule simplified. Then Amana came to see me. She stood in my kitchen and smoothed her apron the way she always did before saying something difficult. She wanted to take Anemone. She could raise her properly. A woman's touch. She had lost her own child years ago, and her voice cracked on the word child in a way that told me the rehearsal had not included that part. I looked at Anemone. She was sitting in her corner. Her eyes moved from Amana to me, and the movement was the only part of her that was not perfectly still. "Do you want to go with Amana?" The silence lasted 3 seconds. I watched something happen behind her eyes that I could not name. Not fear, not gratitude. Something closer to certainty, the kind that arrives through the body rather than through logic. No, one word, no explanation, no tears. Just the word, smaller than a whisper and harder than stone. Amana opened her mouth and closed it. She nodded once, touched Anemone's head, and left. I stood in the kitchen and looked at the girl who had just chosen me over a kind woman with open arms, and I understood that something had been decided that I had not decided and could not reverse. I did not say yes. I did not make a speech about responsibility. I made dinner, set 2 places. She came to the table without being called and sat down and ate. That was how it happened. Not with words, with rice. The night came 3 days later. He stood in my doorway with his hand on his sword belt and told me what he had been putting together since the raid. The noble's seal on the bandit papers belonged to a baronet west of Daria, a man who had been funding the bandits for years. He did not yet know who had destroyed his operation, but the truck had been seen. The excavator had been talked about. Daria was not large enough to hide a man with an item box the size of a warehouse. "If he connects you to the raid," the knight said, "he will not send bandits. He will send lawyers, and then guards, and then something worse." I thanked him. He left. I sat at the table and ran the calculation. A noble with money and connections and a grudge versus my desire to be left alone. The probability of getting what I wanted while living 10 kilometers from his territory was dropping by the day. I made the decision in 15 minutes. Most of that was accepting what I already knew. The house I had built with my own hands was no longer safe and had not been since the moment I drove a truck through a gate. I packed the house in 1 hour. The item box took everything: shelves, table, stove, bath fittings, solar panels, seeds. By the time the sun cleared the trees, the house was a shell, and I left it standing because someone might use it someday. Myra watched without asking where we were going. She was a cat beast woman. Cat beast women did not ask why. They asked which direction. "South," I said. She picked up Belle and stood by the motorcycle. Anemone came out last, carrying a single book from the reading lessons. She looked at the empty house, then at me. Her expression did not change, because it never changed, and I was beginning to understand that the absence of expression was itself an expression. I will go where you go. I left Marlowe a letter with a merchant I trusted. General direction: bicycle designs for anyone who could manufacture them. Primula knew where to find me when she was ready. The motorcycle started on the first kick. Anemone behind me, Myra and Belle on the cargo rack. We left at dawn and the forest swallowed the trail behind us. We drove south most of the day. By noon, my wrists ached, and Anemone's grip around my waist had settled into the specific tightness of someone who had decided this was just how sitting worked now. We stopped at a river, fished, 6 trout between my rod and Myra's hands. I made fishball soup on a portable stove, while Belle ate the heads raw and washed her face with one paw, like an old woman dabbing her mouth with a napkin. While they ate, I sent the drone up. It was a small consumer unit, 40-minute flight time, and it showed me everything within 5 kilometers on my phone screen. Forest, hillside, more forest. And then, at the edge of the range, something that made me sit very still. A lake, wide and deep, fed by a waterfall that dropped at least 10 meters from a cliff into clear water. Flat, grassy shore, no settlements, no roads, no signs of anyone within the drone's entire range. The waterfall caught the late afternoon sun and threw light across the surface in a way that looked deliberate, as if the place had been designed specifically to make a tired man believe starting over was possible. We reached the lake before sunset. I stood at the edge with my boots sinking into soft grass and the waterfall filling the air, and I felt something I had not felt since before the raid: the absence of a problem. The lake was clear and deep. The ground was solid. The waterfall threw a fine mist that smelled like clean stone and cold water. The prefab house kit came out of the item box in sections. Walls in a day, roof in 2 more, floor by the 4th evening, solar panels on day 5. Stove reconnected, bath plumbed with filtered lake water, shelves remounted with the same screws I had pulled from the old house. I started the garden before I finished the porch railing. Priorities. By the end of the week, the house was standing and warm and mine, and the lake spread out below it in the dusk like something from a photograph. 2 weeks after we arrived, Anemone spoke. Not the single-word switches she had used before, a sentence. We were sitting on the porch watching the lake change color in the late light. "What is the lake called?" I looked at her. She was not looking at me. Her knees were drawn up, arms resting on them instead of gripping them, shoulders down instead of up. "I do not know," I said. "I have not named it." She considered this, nodded once, as if confirming something to herself, and went back to watching the water. The next morning, she was in the garden. I found her kneeling with the tomato seedlings from the item box. She had planted 6 in a row, 2 close together, with the bean starts mixed in. I knelt beside her. I did not say the row was wrong. I pulled the seedlings up gently, replanted them at the correct spacing, and moved the beans to the adjacent row. She watched my hands the way she had watched my face in the wagon. That same total attention. We finished the row together. She planted the last 3 at the correct spacing without being told. I did not praise her, because praise was not what this moment needed. What it needed was to be ordinary. A Tuesday afternoon. 2 people. One knows how to grow tomatoes. The other is learning. We went inside. She set the table. 2 places, the way she had every night since the night she said no. The lake caught the last of the light and held it, turning the surface to hammered copper. The waterfall kept falling. Somewhere in the forest, Myra was hunting with Belle at her side. The house smelled like rice and ginger, and the particular warmth of a place where someone has been cooking for the same people long enough that the walls absorb it. I did not think of it as a milestone. We planted tomatoes. She spoke a sentence. The beans were in the wrong row, and I fixed them. But it was the day the house stopped being a structure and became a home. And the girl who refused to leave became something I did not have a word for. Not a daughter, not a charge. Something that did not need a name the way the lake did not need a name. Because some things are real without being labeled. They just need someone to plant tomatoes next to them on a quiet afternoon and not make a fuss about it. The sun went down. Myra came back with 2 rabbits and a satisfied expression. Belle jumped onto the porch railing and fell asleep immediately. I washed the dirt from my hands in the lake and stood there with cold water over my fingers, listening to the waterfall and the faint sound of anemone turning pages inside the house. This was the version that worked. Not because it was safe, not because it would last, because right now, tonight, it was enough. Myra had been telling me about the cave for 3 days. She described it the way she described everything. Short words, absolute confidence, zero context. Crystals, she said. Big ones. In the cliff. So we went. Nina came because Nina came to everything now, and because she had been living in the shed for a week and had decided that participating in household activities was the rent. Anemone came because she had not missed an expedition since the day she stopped flinching at loud noises. The cave was real. The crystals were real. They caught the morning light from the entrance and threw it across the walls in pale orange fragments. And for about 40 seconds, it was beautiful. Then I got close enough to see what they actually were. The crystals were not crystals. They were egg sacs, hundreds of them, each the size of my fist, each containing something with too many legs curled up in translucent amber. And somewhere in the dark behind them, something large shifted on a web I could not see, but could feel vibrating through the floor. Out, I said. Now. We made it to daylight in 9 seconds. I spent the next hour sitting on the scaffolding platform, drinking coffee from a thermos and staring at my phone screen, scrolling through Shangri-La's pest control section with the focused intensity of a man who has just discovered that his mountain contains a 5-meter spider. I ordered 20 insecticide bazookas, industrial grade, the kind designed for warehouse infestations, except scaled up. Each one fired a compressed stream of concentrated pyrethrin compound that could drop an arthropod the size of a dog at 15 meters. I did not know if it would work on an arthropod the size of a van, but the alternative was fire in an enclosed space, and the cave was directly above the house. The next morning, we went back in. Nina and Myra held bazookas. I held 2. Anemone stood behind me with a golem core she had been practicing with since the autumn, a fist-sized stone that could wrap anything in a shell of hardened earth when she pushed magic into it. She had used it on rocks, on tree stumps, on a watermelon once by accident, never on something alive. The male spider came at us from the left tunnel, 2 meters long, fast, clicking. All 4 bazookas hit it at once, and the sound it made was somewhere between a kettle whistle and a scream. It staggered, curled, and dragged itself deeper into the dark. Nina chased it with a second blast, and it stopped moving. We were celebrating too early. The female came from behind, 5 meters. Her legs touched both walls. She blocked the exit, and I could feel the displacement of air before I saw her. And what I saw was a body the size of my excavator's cab, suspended on legs that moved with the mechanical precision of construction equipment. I had exactly one thought, and it was not heroic. It was logistical. Anemone. The legs. She did not hesitate. The golem core lit up in her hands, and the earth beneath the spider surged upward and wrapped around 4 of its 8 legs, locking them to the floor like concrete boots. The spider shrieked and thrashed, and the earth cracked but held. I was already running for the entrance. 30 seconds later, I was in the excavator seat. 60 seconds after that, I drove the bucket arm through the cave mouth, and the sound of steel meeting chitin was the ugliest noise I have ever heard, and I have heard a lot of ugly noises. The crystal we found behind the nest appraised for more than everything I had earned in a year of street stalls. Myra looked at it and said nothing, which from Myra meant she was impressed. Nina picked up a spider egg, sniffed it, and asked if it was edible. I told her I would figure that out later. I did. They made excellent mayonnaise. Primula arrived on a Tuesday. She had been in Ostrantia for a month running a food stall with recipes I had given her and supplies I had sourced, and the stall was doing well enough that she needed to restock twice a week. She stood on my porch with her hair tied back and her ledger under her arm and said the words she had clearly rehearsed. It makes more sense for me to be closer to the supply source. Her eyes did not match the business language. I noticed because I always noticed the distance between what Primula said and what Primula meant. She was not good at closing it. Neither was I. I will set up the spare room, I said. That is practical. It is. She walked past me into the house and stopped in the kitchen doorway and looked at the table where I had set 2 places for months, and I saw her count the chairs. There were 5 now because the household kept growing, but the 2 on the left side still sat slightly closer together than the rest. Anemone watched from the garden for 2 days. She did not speak to Primula directly. She did not avoid her. She observed the way she observed everything, with the patience of someone who had learned that watching was safer than asking. On the 3rd morning, Anemone set a 3rd plate at breakfast without being told. She placed it next to mine, not across from it. The geometry was deliberate. She looked at Primula, then at me, and went back to stirring the soup. That was the approval. It came the way everything came in this household, without ceremony, without discussion, through the placement of objects and the silence around them. Nina was supposed to be temporary. She was a tiger beast woman with arms thicker than my thighs, ears that swiveled independently toward any sound involving cooking, and a voice that carried through walls. Primula had hired her as a guard for the stall in Astrantia. She came to the lake house to pick up a crate of supplies, stayed for dinner, ate 3 servings of stew, complimented the seasoning with her mouth full, fell asleep on the porch, and was still there at breakfast. I will build you a shed, I said on the 3rd morning, because by then it was obvious. Much obliged, she said, already eating. The household was 6 now. Me, Primula, Anemone, Myra, Nina, and Belle, who supervised everything from the porch railing with the ancient patience of something that had been watching households form and dissolve for longer than anyone knew. The kitchen got louder. The bath schedule became a negotiation. Myra and Nina circled each other for the first week with the careful territorial assessment of predators who have not yet decided if they are allies or competition. And then Nina brought back a deer from a hunt, and Myra acknowledged this with a single approving nod, and the matter was settled forever. I stood at the counter one evening making rice and listened to the noise of all of them behind me, and the noise was a texture I had not planned for and could not have purchased from any catalog. Primula arguing with Nina about portion control. Anemone reading aloud from a book of fairy tales, her pronunciation getting better every week. Myra sharpening a knife on the porch with Belle curled at her feet. The waterfall in the distance under everything, like a bass note that held the rest of the sound together. The ring from the Croton family had been sitting in my item box for weeks. I had loaned them money when they needed it, and the ring was collateral, and I had not thought about it until Anemone was reading one evening and tilted the ring toward the lantern and said there was writing inside. There was. A cipher scratched into the inner band in letters so small I needed a magnifying glass. Anemone read it in 4 minutes. She had been studying with every book I could find her since the autumn, and her capacity for languages bordered on unsettling. The cipher pointed to a stone owl statue on the cliff plateau above Astrantia, so we climbed. The owl was there, weathered gray stone, half covered in moss, about knee height. The ring fit into a socket where the left eye should have been. I turned it, and the base of the statue slid open on a mechanism that had been waiting for someone to come back for a very long time. Inside, a leather bag, heavy with gold and silver coins, a fist-sized magic stone, and a book. The book was a tome of explosion magic. The binding was old. The pages smelled like dust and authority. 3 skeletons rose from the ground around the statue. I stored them in the item box before the first one finished standing up. They were objects, technically. The system agreed. Anemone was still holding the book. She looked at me over the top of it, and in the sunlight on that cliff, with the wind in her hair and the whole valley below, she asked a question she had never asked before. Can I have this? She had never asked me for anything. Not once. Not food, not clothes, not books, not permission. She had received what was given and made do and said nothing. This was the first time she had wanted something enough to say so. It is yours, I said. She held it against her chest with both arms and did not say thank you. She did not need to. Her face said something I had not seen on it before, and I did not look away because it deserved to be witnessed. Months passed. I counted them by what grew. The tomatoes came in. The corn was a revelation because this world had never seen seen corn before, and the first time Anemone ate it off the cob, she held the empty core like a treasure. Primula's business expanded. She hired an apprentice named Iris. The rhodonite from the cliff mine sold for more than I had made in any single quarter. I was building a life that worked. Not grand, not heroic, just operational, the way I had always wanted. Then Anemone came down from the cliff one afternoon crying. She was holding her stomach, and there was blood on her legs, and she looked at me with the terrified conviction of a child who has decided she is dying. "There is blood," she said. "Am I going to die?" The panic hit me somewhere between my throat and my hands, and I stood there for about 3 seconds, being completely useless. Then I heard Nina's voice from the tree line, and behind her, Primula. I waved them over. Primula understood in one look. She knelt down, put her hands on Anemone's shoulders, and said, very clearly, very gently, that this was not a sickness, and that they were going to go inside and talk. I watched them walk into the house. The door closed. I sat down by the creek and drank a can of coffee, and did not know what to do with my hands, which is a rare condition for me. When Anemone came back outside, she was calm. She ran to me and put her arms around my waist, and announced that Primula had explained everything, and she did not look like she was dying anymore. She looked like she was growing up, which was harder to watch and more important. I went to the kitchen that evening and made red rice. It is a tradition from my homeland, cooked when a girl reaches this particular milestone, and I had not thought about it in years. The red beans were from Shangri-La. The rice was from the morning batch. The meaning was from a place that no longer existed, but the tradition still worked because traditions do not require a country. They require someone who remembers. Anemone ate 2 bowls. She asked what the red rice meant, and I told her it meant congratulations. And she smiled with her mouth full, and Primula tried it too, and said the texture was interesting. And Nina asked for more stew instead, and Myra declined politely. And Belle sat on the table and stole a piece of fish from the side plate while everyone was distracted. I gave Anemone a can of peaches for dessert. She ate them with a spoon, slowly, the way she ate anything sweet, making each one last. Anemone tested the explosion magic at the lake. She stood at the water's edge with the tome open in her left hand and her right hand extended, and she said the words the book had taught her, and the surface of the lake erupted. The concussion wave hit the water like a depth charge. A column of white spray shot 30 meters into the air and came down as rain across 100 meters of shoreline. The sound rolled across the valley and came back as an echo that was still impressive the second time. When the spray cleared, the surface of the lake was silver with stunned fish, hundreds of them, floating belly up in a circle the size of a small field. Nobody spoke for about 5 seconds. Then, Nina said something that was mostly a sound of pure, uncomplicated joy, and sprinted for the rubber boat. What followed was the best afternoon I had experienced since arriving in this world, and I am including the first bath. We spent 3 hours in the rubber boat with nets, scooping fish out of the water, while Primula kept count on a slate, and Myra leaned over the side and picked them up by hand because she was faster than any net. Anemone sat in the bow with the book in her lap and her feet in the water, watching the chaos she had created with an expression somewhere between pride and disbelief. Belle reached the shore before the first boatload. She had crossed the shallows in a flat sprint that sent water in every direction, snatched a fish that was twice the size of her head, and dragged it up the bank and behind a rock where she could eat it without judgment. Myra pointed at the cat and started to explain territorial rights. Belle ignored her completely. Nina was eating fish raw off the side of the boat. Primula was laughing, actually laughing, with her hair wet and her ledger forgotten on the bank. I sat in the back of the boat with my hands on the oars and watched all of them, and I realized that I was smiling. Not the careful, measured expression I used when things went well, an actual smile, the kind that uses muscles you forget you have. This was it. This was the thing I had crossed worlds to build, and I had not built it at all. It had assembled itself around me while I was busy buying clothespins and mining rocks and fighting spiders. A household, a family, a life that was loud and chaotic and exactly right. I did not say any of this. I rowed the boat to shore and we started processing the fish. Primula turned the fish into a business within a week. She negotiated with the village of Santanka. They would smoke the salmon for commercial sale, in exchange for me stopping the explosions in the lake. The request was reasonable. The fish runs were their livelihood, and having a child detonate the water twice a week was, they pointed out with strained politeness, not ideal. I agreed. Anemone was disappointed for exactly one afternoon, then found a new use for the magic: blasting rock. I had been mining the rhodonite vein in the cliff with a hydraulic breaker attached to the excavator, and the work was effective but slow. The stone was hard. The breaker chewed through fuel. Anemone suggested punching holes in the cliff face with a hammer drill and then using a controlled explosion to fracture the seam, and the suggestion was so perfectly logical that I wondered how long she had been thinking about it. We tested it. She drilled the holes. I mixed a basic blasting compound from fertilizer and fuel oil. She detonated it with a touch of fire magic, standing 50 meters back with her hand extended and her face set in the careful concentration of someone who has learned that her power is real and must be aimed. The cliff face cracked open along the seam like a book, and 200 kilograms of rhodonite tumbled onto the ledge. The stone sold for more than everything else combined. The smoked salmon sold out on the first delivery. The cliff mine produced more every week. Primula reinvested. I built a greenhouse, better fencing, a new storage shed. The economic engine of the lake house was running on all cylinders, and for the first time since arriving in this world, I had more income than I needed, and no crisis on the horizon. This was the slow life, not a retirement, not a withdrawal, a functioning household with a working economy and a family that filled every room with noise and purpose, and a black cat on the porch railing who watched it all with the patience of something very old and very wise. I sat on the porch that evening and listened to the waterfall and the clatter of dishes inside and the sound of Anemone reading aloud to Nina, who could not read but liked the stories. And I thought, this is the version that lasts. This is the one I get to keep. Then a Viscountess arrived in a boat and asked me to dig a canal, but that is the next part of the story. The treehouse was finished, 5 meters up, tucked into the crown of 3 good pines, with a hatch and a ladder and a railing I had bolted in myself. Anemone had dried the logs with her magic. Myra had done a backflip off the platform to test the railing. Belle had climbed up, sniffed every corner, and decided the view was acceptable. I stood on the porch of the main house that morning, watching the waterfall catch the light, and thought about how many things I owned now that I had not owned 6 months ago. A home, a mine, a fish smoking operation, a girl who set a 3rd plate at breakfast without being asked, a cat who weighed 30 kilograms and stole fish. It was the life I had spent 38 years planning and never started. I had it now, every piece of it. Primula came out with 2 cups of tea and stood beside me. She had her business face on, which meant something was about to cost me my afternoon. A Viscountess arrived by boat last night, she said. She heard about the machinery. I took the tea. From who? Primula looked at the waterfall. From me. I may have mentioned it to the wrong person. I drank the tea. It was good. How wrong? She has a canal that is 5 kilometers behind schedule and a 1-month deadline. She offered gold. I have gold. She also offered a magic tome, Supreme Barrier. Myra says it can stop dragonfire. I set the cup down. Anemone could use that. Anemone could use that very much. What does she want in return? You, the excavator. 1 month of work. I looked at the treehouse I had just finished. I looked at the garden I had just planted. I looked at the waterfall I had just started to enjoy. Fine, I said, but I am not taking gold. I want the antique furniture from her estate. Primula blinked. Furniture? The old stuff she thinks is junk. Hardwood chairs, carved tables, anything with age. It appraises well in my system. She stared at me for a long moment. Then the corner of her mouth moved. You would rather have chairs than coins. Chairs are useful. Gold just sits there. She laughed. It was a small laugh, but it was real. I will draw up the contract. The Viscountess was tall, golden-haired, early 30s, and looked like she had been beautiful in a room full of mirrors for long enough that she had started to believe it was a negotiating tool. She offered her body twice during the first meeting. I declined both times. She looked more confused than offended, as if she had handed someone a winning card and they had put it back in the deck. Her name was Kara. Her husband was away at the capital on a summons that smelled political. Her domain needed the canal finished, or the penalties would eat them alive. She was desperate, and desperate nobles were either useful or dangerous, and I had not yet decided which she was. The warehouse held 3 generations of furniture: oak tables with carved legs, chairs with inlaid mother of pearl, a writing desk that had to be 200 years old. I appraised everything through the system interface, and the numbers came back high, very high. You truly want this instead of gold? Kara crossed her arms. Her knight stood behind her, rigid and suspicious. I want this instead of gold. Primula drew up the contract. The Viscountess signed. Her knight started reaching for his sword when I insisted on witnesses. I pulled the crossbow from my item box and set it on the table, loaded, and asked if we could proceed in a businesslike fashion. We proceeded. Afterward, I served them custard pudding. The knight tasted it for poison first, then ate 3 servings. The Viscountess's mage stared at Anemone the entire time and whispered something about explosion magic. I pretended not to hear. We packed the household into the car the next morning and drove 100 kilometers to the construction site. Kara sat in the back seat and asked me 4 times if I truly did not want her body. I truly did not. She seemed to file this information away as a problem to solve later. The canal was 5 kilometers of trench through forest and rock. I summoned the excavator, set the bucket into the earth, and pulled out a ton of dirt in the first scoop. 100 workers stopped what they were doing and stared. The foreman, a nervous man in green, asked if the yellow machine was a summoned beast. I told him yes. Nobody asked further questions. I ran the excavator for 10 hours a day, 200 meters of trench per day, which put us ahead of the month deadline. The fuel cost was absurd, but the furniture would cover it. Primula took over the site accounting inside 3 days because the officials the Viscountess had hired could not add. Anemone baked bread. She heated the soup pots. She dried the bathhouse floor. She grew vegetables in the field next to the camp using her growth magic, and the workers ate better in 2 weeks than they had in 2 months. Kara, to everyone's surprise, helped Primula make bird soup one morning and served it to the workers herself. The foreman nearly fell over. She told him she was doing it because she liked it, and the look on her face said she meant it. She was lonely. I recognized the look. I had worn it for 38 years. The days settled into a rhythm. Dig, eat, bathe, sleep. I ran the machine and the household ran the camp, and the canal crept forward through the forest like a river deciding where to go. 2 weeks in, the rhythm broke. I woke to shouting. Not the tired shouting of workers arguing over bedrolls. The other kind. The kind that makes the back of your neck go cold before you are fully awake. Black wolves. I was out of the tent in 4 seconds. The firelight caught eyes in the tree line, dozens of them, low and yellow and moving in pairs. 20, 30, maybe more in the dark where the light did not reach. The workers were scrambling. The 2 knights had already drawn swords and charged into the pack, which was exactly the wrong thing to do. I pulled weapons from the item box and started handing them out. Cutlasses, hand axes, tower shields for the ones who could hold them. Myra already had her bow up and was putting arrows into the darkness with a calm that made the workers stop panicking and start watching her instead. Nina stood at the perimeter with an axe in each hand and a grin that said she had been waiting for this. I summoned the excavator, fired a string of fireworks into the sky. The flash blinded half the pack and scattered the front line. I swung the rotating bucket across the ground, and the wolves that did not move in time learned something about modern engineering. Belle killed one with a single bite to the throat. The cat beastmen among the workers dropped to their knees. Forest cats were sacred to them. Belle did not notice. She was already moving to the next one. And then Anemone stepped out of the tent. She was barefoot. She was wearing the oversized pullover she slept in. Her hair was messy from the pillow. She looked like a child who had been woken up from a nap and was not happy about it. She raised both hands. She held them steady for 2 full seconds. The explosion tore across the wolf line like a wall of compressed air. Trees cracked. The ground shook. 40 wolves that had been circling and snarling and testing the perimeter were suddenly running, scattering, breaking formation, and disappearing into the forest as fast as their legs could carry them. Nobody moved. Nobody spoke. 30 seconds of absolute silence in a camp of over 100 people. Anemone lowered her hands. She walked back into the tent. She came out with a cup of water, drank it, and sat down on the supply crate next to the fire. They were loud, she said. I looked at the field where the wolves had been. I looked at the trees she had cracked. I looked at the workers who were staring at a 13-year-old girl in an oversized shirt like she was the most terrifying thing they had ever seen. I thought about the girl who had not spoken for weeks after we pulled her out of that bandit camp. The girl who would not let go of my sleeve. The girl whose first request ever was a magic book. This is what that book became. This is what she became. I was proud. I was so proud it sat in my chest like a stone I could not swallow. I treated the wounded knight's arm, gave him alcohol for disinfection and a clean bandage, and told him next time to wait for the fireworks before charging. He did not argue. Nobody argued argued with anything for the rest of the night. The canal was finished a week ahead of schedule. The trench linked with the neighboring Viscounts section, and water from the lake would reach the farmland before the autumn planting. The ceremony was brief. The neighboring Viscount was a short, heavy man who looked disappointed that the project had succeeded. He had expected it to fail. He had expected to absorb the domain. Kara stood next to me during the ceremony and beamed. Afterward, she pulled me aside. "I told Viscount Thornley your name," she said. I stared at her. "You told him my name." "I told him a man named Adrian with extraordinary machinery completed the canal in 3 weeks. He was very impressed. I did not want him to be impressed. I wanted him to not know I exist." She tilted her head. "If I have a wonderful friend, is it not natural to speak well of him?" "It is natural. It is also inconvenient." She smiled. It was not the flirtatious smile she had been using for a month. It was the other kind, the one that meant she knew exactly what she had done and considered it a gift, whether I wanted it or not. I collected the furniture into my item box. I loaded the household. We drove back toward the lake, and I did not speak for the first hour because I was calculating how long it would take for my name to reach the capital. Not long at all. Primula had not told me about the merchant. 2 months. For 2 months, while I was building and mining and digging canals, a man named Gareth had been squeezing her business in Estrantia. Price manipulation, supplier intimidation, guild pressure, the kind of slow, systematic harassment that does not leave bruises but grinds a shop down to nothing. She had handled it herself. She had not asked for help. She had not mentioned it once. I found out from Myra, who found out from the beastmen in the market, who found out because Gareth's hired muscle had pushed a cat beast woman away from Primula's stall, and the entire cat beastmen community had taken it personally. I did not yell. I did not lecture. I kissed Primula on the forehead, told her I understood why she had not said anything, and then I drove the excavator to the warehouse district. I parked it outside Gareth's building. The yellow machine sat on the cobblestones like a creature from another world, which it was. Workers stopped. Merchants stopped. A crowd formed at a safe distance. Then I opened my item box and pulled out the cave spider, 5 meters long, legs still curled, fangs the size of my forearm, red fluid still leaking from the joints because the item box had kept it fresh. I set it on the street in front of the warehouse door like a man delivering a package. I walked inside. I asked to speak with the business manager. I was very polite. I said I was a merchant who dealt in unusual goods. I said I was available for unusual problems. I said nothing threatening. I did not raise my voice. I did not mention Primula's name. Behind me, through the open door, the crowd was staring at the spider corpse. Gareth's people were staring at the excavator. Myra was sitting on the excavator's track housing, cleaning her nails with a hunting knife. Nina stood next to the spider with her arms crossed and her tiger tail swishing slowly back and forth. Belle sat on top of the spider's thorax. She was grooming herself. Gareth came out, red-haired, slick, the kind of face that has been lying so long it forgot what the truth looked like. He looked at the spider. He looked at the excavator. He looked at me. He started to say something about not knowing my wife. I told him I was not here about my wife. I was here about his business practices. I told him the Viscount supported the restructuring of the local merchant guild. I told him the furniture I had just sold was worth more than his entire warehouse. I told him I sold unusual things and solved unusual problems, and I wondered if he had any unusual problems he needed solved. He looked at the spider again. He looked at Myra on the excavator. He looked at Nina and the axe resting on her shoulder. Gareth was exiled from Estrantia within the week. He left with what he could carry. Marlowe's company took over the building and the supply lines. Primula's shop costs dropped by a third overnight. She cried that evening, not because she was relieved, because she had wanted to handle it alone, and she could not, and admitting that felt like losing something. I held her and said nothing, because some things do not need words. They need someone to be there when the weight finally comes down. That night, I sat on the porch with a cup of tea and listened to the waterfall. Inside, Anemone was reading to Nina from the magic primer, sounding out the words slowly, while Nina pretended to follow along and mostly just enjoyed the sound of her voice. Primula was going over the new supply ledger at the table. Belle was asleep on the railing with one ear turned toward the forest. The canal was done. The furniture was sold. The merchant was gone. The household was home. And somewhere in the neighboring territory, a Viscount named Thornley knew my name and knew what my machinery could do. Somewhere between here and the capital, that information was traveling in the way information always travels among nobles, which is to say quickly and in the worst possible direction. I drank my tea. The waterfall caught the last of the light and turned the spray to gold. I had wanted a quiet life. I had built one, and now the quiet was getting smaller, one name at a time, and I could not stop it because the people I helped could not stop talking about it. Primula came out and sat beside me. She did not say anything. She just leaned her shoulder against mine and watched the water. Some things do not need words. They just need someone to be there. The morning the messenger arrived, I was on the porch sanding a chair leg and thinking about nothing in particular. Primula heard the hooves first. A carriage was coming up the eastern trail, the kind with a crest on the door and springs that cost more than most houses. The Viscount and his wife climbed out together. He looked tired. She looked like she had been arguing with him the entire ride. The Viscount held out a rolled parchment sealed with red wax. A long-tailed bird with spread wings pressed into the seal, the royal crest. I broke it open and read. "The king wants to see me," I said. Primula took the parchment from my hand and read it herself. Her expression did not change, which meant she was already calculating the implications. The Viscount started apologizing. His wife started explaining. I let them both finish because it seemed important to them. Then I told them I would go. They bowed so low I thought the Viscount might tip over. That night, I called a meeting on the porch. Primula, Anemone, Myra, Nina, Belle, everyone. "We are all going," Primula said, before I could ask. "Obviously," Myra added. Nina cracked her knuckles. Anemone nodded once, firmly. Belle yawned from her spot on the railing, which I took as agreement. I spent the next morning storing everything. The house went into the item box, the treehouse, the solar panels, the vegetable beds. By noon, the lakeshore looked like we had never been there at all, just grass and water and the sound of the falls. I bought the SUV from Shangri-La that afternoon. White, four-wheel drive, big enough for everyone. I spent an hour explaining the seatbelts. The first rain hit 20 minutes into the drive. Myra discovered the heated seats and did not move for the next 3 hours. Nina kept turning the music up. Anemone pressed her face to the window and silently read every road marker we passed, mouthing the words. Primula sat in the front with the parchment in her lap, already planning. Belle sat on my lap and stared at the windshield wipers like they had personally offended her. We passed through 2 cities in 2 days. At the second one, a place called Ashford with high walls and slums spilling past the gates, I parked in a side street and went to the Adventurers Guild to ask about lodgings that would accept beastmen. The guildmaster met us in the back room. He was polite in the way people are when they need something badly. He explained that 50 goblins had been raiding farms south of the city. The local adventurers would not take the job. The regional lord had not responded. Farmers were losing crops and livestock, and, in some cases, people. I told him no. The pay was low and we had somewhere to be. Then the farmers came in. A dozen men in patched clothes with dirt under their nails, holding their hats. Behind them, children. 3 or 4 of them, the oldest maybe 8, pushing forward through the adults. One of them held out a handful of copper coins and looked at me without blinking. "All my savings," the boy said. Anemone looked at me. She did not say anything. She did not need to. "Fine," I said. I sent the drone up first. It mapped 3 exits from the ruins in under 10 minutes. The goblins had sentries at 2 of them and a cooking fire at the 3rd. Roughly 50 inside, maybe more, uncoordinated, loud, and they had not posted a watch on the roof. I positioned Nina and Myra at the 2 flanking exits with crossbows. Anemone and I took the front. I gave the farmers who had followed us tower shields and told them to stay behind the barricade line and shoot at anything short and green that ran toward them. The fight lasted 40 minutes. Myra dropped the sentries before they could shout. Nina blocked the south exit and put bolts through anything that tried to squeeze past. At the main entrance, I tossed 2 improvised grenades into the doorway, and the blast collapsed half the front wall inward. The goblins that survived the collapse came stumbling out into the light, and Anemone hit them with a contained fireball that scattered them across the clearing. After that, it was cleanup. The farmers did better than I expected. Most of them hit what they aimed at. A few of them threw up afterward, which I considered a reasonable reaction. We found 3 women alive in a back chamber. They were in poor condition. Anemone used the recovery spellbook we had been given as payment and stabilized them enough to move. In the forest behind the ruins, I found shallow graves, farmers who had gone missing over the past months. I used the excavator to dig proper ones and buried them without telling anyone. We submitted 53 sets of ears at the guild. I gave the farmers new tools from Shangri-La instead of gold, because a man with a broken hoe does not need coins, he needs a hoe. The children ran to their fathers when they came back. The boy with the copper coins was crying. His father picked him up and held him against his chest and did not put him down for a long time. I watched that from the SUV, then I started the engine and we left. 2 hours past Ashford, a storm turned the road to soup. When it cleared, we found the bridge gone. Just pilings and an 8-meter gap of brown churning water. Merchants and their wagons stretched back half a kilometer on both sides, stuck in mud to their axles. Nobody was going anywhere. I pulled out a rubber boat. Myra rowed the first crossing. Nina waited alongside it for the return trip because the current was not strong enough to bother her, and she said she wanted the exercise. Primula, who had been sitting quietly for exactly 4 minutes, opened the back of the SUV, set up a folding table, and began selling soup and bread to the stranded merchants. She hired a local woman within the hour. By evening, she had added fried chicken and wine to the menu. She sold 10 empty wine barrels for 30 gold coins to a merchant in a green coat who kept saying he could not believe his luck. She was doing mental arithmetic the entire time and smiling the kind of smile that meant the numbers were very good. We crossed the river ourselves the next morning and drove the last 100 kilometers to the capital. The royal capital had a population of over 1 million, 3 concentric rings of stone wall, each higher than the last, with the castle on the hill at the center like a crown. The gate guards had no idea what to do with us. They had protocols for horses, carts, carriages, and visiting dignitaries in palanquins. They did not have a protocol for a white metal box that moved by itself and contained a man with a royal summons, 2 cat-eared women, a child, a well-dressed blonde, and a very large black cat. I showed them the parchment. They passed it between 6 people. I gave the 7th person 2 silver coins, and he let us through. The streets inside the walls were designed as a maze. We got lost twice. We found the castle's rear gate by asking an old man selling fruit from a cart, and he gave directions that involved 3 turns, a dead end, and a correction that I suspect he made up on the spot. The audience with the king, we were told, was delayed. Political complications. We were welcome to wait. I asked if we could camp in the rear courtyard. The guard at the back gate looked at me like I had asked to sleep in the throne room. I was about to repeat the question when a voice behind him said yes. The princess was about my height, blonde, blue-eyed, and wearing a white dress with too many frills for someone who moved that fast. She had a silver tiara that sat slightly crooked and an expression that suggested she had been bored for approximately her entire life and had just spotted something that might fix that. Her name was Lily. She looked at the SUV the way Anemone looked at magic books. "What is it?" she said. It was not a question. It was a demand. A vehicle. It moves without horses. She walked around it twice. She opened the door before I could stop her. She sat in the driver's seat and touched every button on the dashboard. Her knight, a man in black armor with a gold-hilted sword, rushed forward shouting about protocol and safety. Lily told him to be quiet without looking at him. He was quiet. I set up the camp while she explored. House from the item box. Portable toilet installed with the excavator, which she also tried to climb into. Myra and Nina built a fire ring. Anemone started on dinner. By the time the rice was cooked, Lily was sitting at our table as though she had always been there. "What is that light?" she said, pointing at the electric lantern. I explained. "And that cold box," I explained. "And that sound coming from the small box," I explained. She ate 3 bowls of curry. She bought the tea set for 30 gold coins. She declared she was staying the night. Her guards protested. Her maids protested. Lily ate a 4th bowl of curry and told them all where they could sleep, which was not inside our house. Primula caught my eye across the table. She raised one eyebrow, which in Primula's vocabulary meant something between "this is going to be a problem" and "this is going to be expensive." She was right on both counts. The king's audience stayed delayed. Lily kept us busy. First was the rat problem. The castle basement was infested. Not a few rats in the corners. Thousands of them, wall to wall. A living carpet of fur and teeth that retreated from the light and surged back when you turned away. There were giant ones too. The first one I saw was over 2 meters long, red-eyed, and fast enough that it nearly took my shield arm off before Nina put a bolt through its skull. I handled it the way I handle most problems. I bought the solution: 30 cans of rodenticide from Shangri-La, 6 bottles of ethylene glycol, 100 disposable plastic trays, and 4 sets of protective coveralls. We spread poison along every corridor and sealed the exits. It took 3 days of work, 4 hours at a time, coming back each morning to bag the dead and spread fresh poison. 14 bags the first day, 7 more, plus 2 giant rats the second. The guild would not have touched the job. Lily knew that when she asked. I charged her 2 copper per rat and a gold coin per giant. The total came to 17 gold and 2 silver. I split it 4 ways with Myra, Nina, and Anemone, and considered the money secondary to the fact that the princess now owed me a favor. The ghosts were next. The maids had been complaining for months. Cold spots in the older corridors, doors closing on their own, a presence in the queen's bedroom that gave her nightmares. I did not know whether I believed in ghosts. Belle did. The beastmen did. Their fur stood on end in certain hallways, and Belle stared at corners with the kind of focused attention she usually reserved for birds she was about to kill. I bought a 4-liter garden sprayer from Shangri-La, filled it with sake, salt, and a bottle labeled holy water that I chose not to examine too carefully. I walked the corridors spraying walls and door frames while muttering an exorcism chant I half remembered from a temple visit in another life. It worked. Or something worked. Belle stopped staring. The maids stopped screaming. In the queen's bedroom, we found a blue-glazed vase with gold trim that Belle would not stop growling at. I told Lily it should be removed. She agreed. The queen slept through the night for the first time in weeks. Whether I had actually exercised anything or simply given the castle staff a reason to stop being afraid, I did not particularly care. The job was done. In payment for the rats and the ghosts, Lily gave us access to the royal library. The librarian, a woman who clearly considered each book a personal friend, let us in and told us we had a few hours. The room smelled like old leather and dust and possibility. Floor-to-ceiling shelves, hundreds of volumes, spell construction, golem theory, defensive magic, summoning techniques, continental magical history, the accumulated knowledge of the kingdom's best minds across generations, sitting in a room that most people would never be allowed to enter. I had brought a document scanner and a laptop in my bag. Anemone stood watch near the door while I worked, page by page, book by book, as fast as the scanner could process. 35 volumes in 4 hours. Golem construction, basics and applications. The continental magic system. Spell construction in 3 volumes. Defensive magic. Summoning techniques. Everything. This is bad, right? Anemone whispered at one point. Probably. Are we going to stop? No, she grinned. It was the kind of grin that reminded me she was my daughter in every way that mattered. When we left, the librarian noticed some books were not quite in their original positions. She said she would fix it later. She did not ask what we had been doing for 4 hours. We walked back to the courtyard in the dark. I made dinner. Rice, miso soup, grilled fish from the lake stock in the item box. The household ate together under the electric lantern, while the castle rose around us like a stone sky. Lily had tried to give me one of her maids as a reward earlier that evening. I had declined. She had seemed genuinely confused by the refusal. The audience with the king was scheduled for the following afternoon. We had been in the capital for a week. In that time, I had cleared a goblin nest, crossed a flooded river, driven a car through a medieval city gate, killed several thousand rats, exorcised a castle, and stolen the entire royal library without anyone noticing. I ate my fish. It was good. I made a note to catch more before we left. The throne room smelled like old stone and candle wax, and too many people pretending they belonged there. We walked the red carpet in single file. Belle padded behind me, her fur catching the light from the high windows, and I heard the whispers start before we were halfway across. The nobles had opinions. A man in gold-threaded blue muttered that I did not look like a mage. A woman in pearls whispered that bringing beastmen and a cat into the audience chamber was an insult to the crown. I let them talk. I had given Anemone a strip of aluminum on a rubber cord, looped around her wrist like a bracelet. If this went wrong, she would need the catalyst. The king sat on a tall golden chair at the far end. Red mantle, jeweled scepter, the kind of beard that said he took the role seriously. Beside him, on an equally tall chair, sat a woman in a white dress with her golden hair pinned up in silver and gold clasps, mid-30s, beautiful in a way that made the air around her heavier, a beauty mark beneath her left eye, shoulders broader than they should have been under all that silk. That was the queen, Amara, the one Lily had warned me about. We knelt. The room went quiet. An official in a black uniform stepped forward and raised both hands. Then everything went sideways. The official announced that I was to fight. Right here, right now, in front of every noble in the capital. My opponent stepped forward from the crowd. A young woman in a black dress split to the hip, brown curls falling to her waist. Melissa. She was maybe 18 and furious with confidence. She called me old. She called me reckless for bringing my family into danger. Then she stopped talking and started chanting. A magic circle bloomed in the air between us. Something enormous pushed through it. 4 legs, a tail like a battering ram, scales the color of wet coal, red eyes that locked onto me the instant they opened. A lesser dragon. In the throne room, the guards did not move. They had no protocol for this. Nobody had ever summoned a dragon during an audience before. 3 seconds. That was what I had. I pulled bear spray from the item box and tossed it to Myra. I pulled the stun baton. I pulled the timer bomb I had kept pre-assembled since the canal job, because after the wolves, I never left home without one. The dragon opened its mouth. Fire gathered behind its teeth. Anemone! Supreme barrier! The wall of shimmering light snapped into place a heartbeat before the flames hit. Fire billowed around us, rolling across the marble, and I heard screaming from the nobles who had not hired mages of their own. The upper-class ones laughed. They actually laughed. Myra circled left. Nina circled right. I pointed at the dragon's open mouth, and Myra understood. She put a crossbow bolt through its eye. The dragon reared back, howling, and Nina threw the timer bomb straight into the gap between its jaws. Anemone! Detonate! Explosion magic! The pressure cooker shattered inside the dragon's throat. The sound was enormous. Shrapnel ripped outward through the scales. Knights who had been moving in to restrain us caught the blast instead. The dragon crashed to the floor with half its face gone. I climbed into the excavator. One overhead swing. The bucket hit the skull and the marble beneath it cracked. A second swing. The dragon stopped moving. Belle trotted over and sniffed the carcass. I stored the body in the item box and drove the excavator forward, treads chewing up the red carpet until the bucket was raised over the nearest pillar. Then I pulled out a megaphone. Your Majesty, thank you for the lovely welcome. Since you have endangered my family, I will now demolish this room and leave. And when I am gone, I will use everything I know to bring this kingdom to its knees. I was bluffing, mostly, but the nobles went white, and I could see the calculation moving behind the king's eyes. That was when Lily stepped in. Wait! Lily planted herself between the excavator and the throne. Bare hands, no weapon, just the force of someone who had decided what was going to happen next. She told me my anger was justified. She told me the crown had no right to use people as entertainment. She also told me, very calmly, that if I ran, my family would be hunted. Primula's father's trade network would be destroyed. Anemone would never be safe in this kingdom again. I hated that she was right. Her offer was simple, a birthday gift. If what I gave her impressed her, she would convince the king to issue a royal pardon. Full immunity for me and my family. No noble could touch us. The pearl necklace cost 350,000 yen. Black tinged, perfectly matched. The kind of thing that did not exist in a world without aquaculture. Lily's eyes went wide the moment she saw it. She ran to her father, climbed onto his lap, and whispered in his ear. The king signed the pardon. I should have felt relief. Instead, I felt the queen's gaze on the back of my neck, like a blade held steady. She had appeared beside me without making a sound. Up close, she was taller than I expected. Athlete's build beneath the ceremony. The beauty mark under her left eye caught the torchlight. She wanted a necklace, too. Of course she did. I bought one with more pearls for 550,000 yen, fastened it around her neck, and tried not to think about the fact that I was touching royalty while the kingdom's most dangerous woman stood perfectly still beneath my hands. She gave me a gold key to her bedroom. The princess intervened before I could respond. I chose to interpret the offer as a joke and changed the subject to the ghost exorcism. Then a messenger burst through the doors, armor clattering, sweat running down his face. Veronica Gorge had collapsed. 100 meters of the main highway buried. The road to the border town of Sabana was gone. The room erupted. Nobles scrambled. Supply lines, salt trade, military access. If the gorge stayed closed and the Empire noticed, the border was indefensible. I tried to leave. Lily grabbed my arm. The king came down from his throne and bowed his head to me. A king, bowing to a commoner in front of every noble in the capital. I said yes. What else was I going to do? Amara led me to the storeroom herself. Lily followed, watching her mother the way a handler watches a wild animal that has been trained but never tamed. We walked through half-lit corridors that smelled like damp stone and forgotten decades. The queen moved without sound. I cataloged exits out of habit. In the storeroom, she showed me antique furniture that would fund the entire operation. A child's desk with her name scratched into the wood. A bookcase worth more than most estates. A canopy bed from the previous queen, unused because no one wanted to sleep where a woman had died. I sold them through the system. Enough capital to run heavy machinery for weeks. Then she tested me. She offered to sell me poison. The same bluntness she had shown in the throne room, but quieter now, more precise. A simple transaction. Name your price. No, I said. Why not? I will pay whatever you ask. Because the poison I sell you will kill someone I have never met. And eventually, it circles back. In my country, we say that a curse needs 2 graves. She studied my face. Then something in her expression shifted. Not warmth, exactly. Recognition. If you had agreed, she said, I would have had to reconsider our acquaintance. She had been testing me. If I had said yes, I would have proven myself corruptible. Someone worth watching. Possibly someone worth removing. Lily, who had been silent through all of this, exhaled. On the way out, Amara stopped at the door and looked back at me. The library was put to good use, I trust. My blood went cold. She knew about the copying. She had known the entire time. Then she smiled and disappeared into the dark corridor. Breathe, Lily said, from somewhere beside me. She decided you were useful. That is as close to safe as anyone gets with her. I breathed. The Hell Highway earned its name in the first 10 minutes. I drove the minibus up a road that had been carved into a cliff face by people who considered guardrails an optional luxury. The turns were blind. The drops were vertical. Lily sat in the passenger seat and pointed out features of the landscape with the enthusiasm of someone who had never personally operated a vehicle on the edge of a canyon. Melissa came with us. The queen had assigned her to assist and to be humbled. Her golem could move earth. She sat in the back and did not speak for 3 hours. The collapse was worse than the report suggested. 100 meters of road buried under a mountain's worth of debris. Boulders the size of houses. The drone footage showed no gaps. The excavator broke the rock face. The wheel loader, a new purchase, orange and enormous, pushed the debris over the cliff edge. Anemone and Melissa traded off with golems. I ran machinery 14 hours a day. The days blurred. Wake, eat, drive, dig, eat, sleep. The road opened meter by meter. Primula sold soup to the stranded merchants. Nina and Myra ran fuel production in the tent, filtering cooking oil through the alchemy tool until it became diesel. On the 4th day, we hit a boulder that would not move, 15 meters tall, buried so deep the excavator could not dig around it. Melissa's golem strained against it and accomplished nothing. I drilled blast holes and packed them with homemade explosive. The detonations cracked the surface, but the boulder held. That night, I cut a tree trunk into a golem core twice the size of anything anyone had ever built. Chainsaw, belt sander, 4 bolts. Melissa said it was impossible. Anemone said she would try. She activated it the next morning. 20 meters of earth and stone rose from the debris field and took shape. The ground shook. The merchant screamed. The golem set its hands against the boulder and pushed. The boulder moved, inch by inch, then faster. It toppled over the cliff edge and crashed into the gorge below with a sound like thunder. Anemone collapsed. Nosebleed. The feedback from controlling something that massive had hit her like a wall. I caught her before she hit the ground and held her, and apologized, and she told me she was fine in a voice that meant she was not fine, but also meant she was not going to stop. After that, she invented the slime golem. No legs, no arms, just a mass of controlled earth that flowed like water and pushed like a river. Less strain, more efficient. The remaining debris disappeared in days. On the last afternoon, somewhere in the middle of hauling a load of rubble to the cliff edge, I found a body in the debris. A young merchant I had given a ride to weeks earlier, back when the bridge washed out. He had been trying to cross the blockage on foot. He had not made it. I buried him in the gorge without telling anyone. I did not put his name in the report. The wyvern came on the day we could see the other side. Nina spotted it first. A black shape circling high above the gorge, wings spread wider than any bird, long tail, no feathers, scales catching the sunlight like wet obsidian. It dropped. The attack run came from the valley side, below the cliff edge, where no wall could block it. Talons the size of my forearm, wings that threw shadows across the entire road. Everyone against the wall. Melissa threw up her golem as a shield. The wyvern hit it like a battering ram, tearing at the head, convinced it was alive. That bought us time, not much. I pulled 3 timer bombs from the item box and coated them in bird lime, sticky, red, industrial strength. I set the first timer for 30 seconds and handed it to Nina. Throw it, hard. Do not touch the red part. She did not ask questions. She threw. The bomb stuck to the wyvern's wing joint. Myra threw the second one. It stuck to the belly. Everyone down! The first explosion tore the wing membrane. The wyvern screamed and hit the road. The second explosion flipped it onto its back, still alive, still thrashing. Then Anemone stepped forward. She activated the giant core. The debris around us rose and formed the massive shape again. 20 meters of stone and earth, looming over the downed wyvern. Rocket punch! The golem's arm spun once and detached. It crossed the distance at a speed that blurred the air and struck the wyvern in the center of its body. The impact launched the creature off the cliff edge and into the gorge. I rappelled down to finish it. The excavator's bucket came down twice. The wyvern stopped moving. I stored the body and climbed back up. When I climbed back over the cliff edge, Lily was standing there, not sitting, not leaning against the rock wall, standing, straight-backed, hands at her sides. The tiara was gone. Her hair was loose and tangled from the wind and the dust, and her dress was dirty at the hem, and she was looking at me with an expression I had never seen on her face before. Certain, completely certain. The way someone looks when they have already made the decision, and everything after is formality. "Sit down," she said. "What?" "In front of me. Sit down." I sat, because the voice that came out of her was not the voice of the girl who ate 4 bowls of curry. It was the voice of a princess who had decided something about the world and intended to change it. She raised her hands. Light gathered, golden, warm, nothing like the cold shimmer of Anemone's barriers. This was different. This was old. She began to chant, words I did not recognize, in a cadence that felt like it came from somewhere deeper than language. Her body glowed. The merchants who had been watching from a distance fell to their knees. She stepped toward me, knelt, put her hands around the back of my neck. Her fingers were trembling. She kissed me. Something poured into my body. Not heat, exactly. Not pain. Something between the two, like being filled with a substance that was too large for the vessel, pressing against every wall from the inside. When she pulled back, her eyes were half closed and she was swaying. I caught her shoulders before she could fall. "What?" I said. My voice did not sound like my voice. "What did you just do?" "You are a holy knight now," she said. "I am a what?" "A holy knight." Her voice was fading. She leaned into me, not because she chose to, but because her legs were giving out. "The sacred right, bound to the protection of the kingdom. I have been planning this since you killed the rats. Since the rats. Since the basement. Since the 3 days I spent pouring rodenticide into holes beneath her bedroom, weeks ago, in another life. I did not consent to this," I said. "It does not require consent." A whisper now. "It requires someone worth binding." I held her. I did not know what else to do. The merchants were watching. The beastmen were watching. Anemone was watching, and I could not read her face. Myra was watching, and her tail was rigid. Nina had stopped moving entirely. Primula was not watching. She was already calculating. Lily's maids rushed forward and took her from my arms and carried her into the house. I stayed on the ground for a long time after that, sitting in the dust with wyvern blood still on my boots, and something new moving through my body that I did not understand and could not name. I was, apparently, a holy knight, whatever that meant. I discovered what it meant 2 days later when I touched Anemone's forehead and she went red and could not stand, and when Primula held my hand and her eyes rolled back, and when every woman in the camp who brushed against me had the same reaction. A healing ability that operated through touch continuously, and on healthy people, it produced something like an overdose. A a permanent, passive restoration that I could not turn off and did not know how to control. Lily explained it from her bed, still recovering. The kingdom's blessing, she said, resistance to blades and magic, internal healing, and outward restoration through contact, one holy night in 60 years. And you gave this to the man who clears your drains. I gave it to the man who saved my kingdom. She closed her eyes, twice. The road opened the next morning. Merchants flooded through in both directions, shouting at their horses, racing to be first to market. Lily stood at the cleared road with a megaphone and declared the highway open in the name of the crown, and named me as the holy knight who had done it. Nobody knew what a holy knight was. Nobody had heard the term in their lifetime. It did not matter. What mattered was the road. What mattered was that 30 wagons could move again, and the salt would reach the capital, and the border could be reinforced, and the kingdom would not starve. I packed up the house and loaded everyone into the minibus. We drove toward the border town, toward a rumor of another man from my world, on the other side of the Empire's line. Lily sat in the passenger seat with her eyes closed and her tiara back in place, and a small, satisfied smile I chose not to examine too closely. Anemone sat directly behind me, as always. Her hand rested on the back of my seat. She had not said a word about the right, or the kiss, or the title. Belle was on my lap, purring louder than usual. The road was clear, the sky was wide, and somewhere ahead, there was a man who might know what I knew, and remember what I remembered, and understand the weight of being from a world that no longer existed. I drove toward him. Lily handed me the border pass like it was a birthday present. One sheet of heavy paper stamped with the Duke's personal seal, authorizing a single person to cross into the Empire and return. She had arranged it the night before without telling me. That was how Lily operated. She solved your problem before you finished describing it, and then watched your face while you figured out what she had done. One person, she said. The Duke would not approve more. Primula had already packed a bag for me. Dried food, gold coins converted to imperial currency, a change of clothes that did not look like anything from the kingdom. She had thought of everything I had thought of, and 2 things I had missed. You are going alone. It was not a question. I am going alone. Anemone stood behind her with her hands clasped and her chin down. She did not ask to come. She had learned, somewhere between the gorge and the road, that there were things I had to do by myself. I could see it cost her something to stand there without arguing. I knelt and put my hand on her head. 3 days, 4 at most. She nodded once. I left Belle with the household because a 30-kilogram forest cat would attract every beastman in the Empire. I left Myra and Nina because 2 beastwoman fighters in a foreign city would start conversations I could not afford. I left Primula because if anything went wrong, she was the one who could keep everything organized. The border wall was 5 meters of stacked stone cutting the city in half. I crossed on foot with the pass, and a story about buying magic supplies. The guard checked the seal, checked my face, checked the seal again, and let me through without smiling. The Empire side smelled different, cleaner, more regimented. Cobblestone instead of packed dirt, uniform red tile rooftops, every building facing the road at the same angle as if someone had drawn them with a ruler. The kind of order that made you wonder who was paying for it. I had changed into a plain brown tunic and trousers from the market. Nothing that said kingdom, nothing that said holy knight. I looked like every other middle-aged man walking through the district with a bag and a purpose. The plan was simple. The Dragon Slayer was Japanese. I was Japanese. In a world where nobody spoke Japanese, the language itself was the signal. I wrote a notice in kanji and kana on a sheet of paper offering 10 imperial yen for information about a Japanese-speaking man and posted it at the labor guild. The clerk processed the request without reading it. She could not read it. Nobody in the Empire could read it. That was the entire point. The first day produced nothing. I walked the market, bought a skewer from a stall, asked vendors if they had heard of the Dragon Slayer. The answers were vague. Famous, yes. Somewhere in this city, maybe. Nobody knew where he lived. Nobody wanted to say, even if they did. That night, I checked into a small inn near the guild. The serving girl showed me to a room on the 3rd floor and smiled too long when I paid in silver. I set up a motion sensor from the item box beside the door, placed a crossbow within arm's reach, and slept on an air mattress on the floor because the bed smelled like something had had died in it. The sensor went off at midnight. 2 men came through the door with short swords drawn. I hit the first one with bear spray and put a crossbow bolt through the second before he cleared the doorframe. The first stumbled blind into the wall, and I finished him with the cutlass I had bought in the kingdom for exactly this kind of night. From the stairwell, a bald man with a thick mustache shouted upward. He was their leader. The serving girl stood behind him. They had murdered every other guest in the building while I slept. I could see the innkeeper's body on the ground floor, face down. I shot the bald man from the top of the stairs. The serving girl tried to run. She did not make it to the door. 4 bodies. I stored all of them in the item box, changed into a black robe, and walked out into the empty street. I found a corner of the market, spread a blanket on the ground behind a closed stall, and lay there until the sky turned gray. The Empire was unfriendly. I had suspected this. Now I knew it. I ate breakfast at a different stall the next morning and went back to the guild. The notice was still pinned to the board. Nobody had responded. I was standing outside the guild, deciding whether to repost or give up, when a woman with black fur covering her arms and triangular cat ears walked past the board, stopped, and walked back. She stared at the notice. She tilted her head. She stared at it again. She could not read it, but she recognized something about the writing. I followed her gaze and waited. She turned and found me watching. Her nose twitched. "You smell like beastkin," she said. "And something else, something old." She leaned closer and sniffed again. "A forest cat. You have a forest cat." I told her I did. I told her I had a household with 2 cat beastkin, a tiger beastkin, and a forest cat the size of a large dog. Her ears went straight up. "I know someone who writes like that," she said, pointing at my notice. "Mark's like those. He makes the same shapes." My chest did something I had not expected, something between relief and fear. "Can you deliver a letter to him?" She studied me. Her tail flicked twice. "If you have a forest cat and beastkin family, you are probably not a bad person." She paused. "I will deliver it. Tomorrow morning, same place." I wrote the letter on the spot. 3 lines in Japanese. My name, the fact that I was Japanese, and the fact that I wanted to talk. I sealed it and gave it to her with 2 silver coins. She tucked the letter into her jacket and disappeared into the crowd. I went to a cheaper inn, one with no serving girl and a door that actually locked, and I sat on the floor and waited for morning. The beastkin woman came back the next morning and told me to follow her. She moved fast, through alleys I had not mapped, past market stalls I had not visited, along the base of the southern border wall where the buildings thinned out and the streets turned to packed earth. She stopped in front of a small wooden house with a thatched roof and a front door that did not quite close all the way. "In there," she said. I knocked. The door swung open on its own. Inside, a man was sitting at a rough wooden table with a mug in one hand and a piece of bread in the other. He was early 40s, slightly stocky, with short, messy dark hair and a broad face that looked like it had been built for laughing. He was wearing a loose linen shirt with the sleeves pushed up and trousers that had seen better years. He looked up at me. I looked at him. I said hello in Japanese. He put down the bread. He put down the mug. He stood up so fast the chair fell over behind him. "You are kidding me," he said, in Japanese, in the rapid-fire cadence of someone from Osaka. "You are absolutely kidding me right now. I am not kidding you." He stared at me for 3 full seconds. Then he grabbed my hand with both of his and shook it like he was trying to pull my arm off. His eyes were wet. He was grinning so hard it looked painful. "I have been here for 2 years, he said. 2 years. Not one person, not one single person who knew what I was talking about when I said anything. Do you know what that is like? Do you know what it is like to make a joke and have nobody laugh because nobody has ever seen the thing you are referencing?" "I do," I said. He pulled me inside and shut the door. He poured me something that might have been tea and started talking. He did not stop for what felt like 40 minutes. His name was Aaron, salaryman from Osaka, transported 2 years ago, same as the rest of us apparently. No warning, no explanation, just woke up in the middle of a field with nothing but the clothes on his back and a system window that told him his cheat ability was the production of mayonnaise. "Mayonnaise," I said. "Mayonnaise," he confirmed. He held out his hand and a thick rope of white condiment spiraled out of his palm into a bowl on the table. Unlimited, any amount, anytime. The one thing I can do in this world that nobody else can do is produce an infinite supply of egg-based sauce. I looked at the mayonnaise. I looked at him. He started laughing. It was the laugh of a man who had made peace with the absurdity of his situation a long time ago. I know, but here is the thing." He leaned forward, Mayonnaise is acidic. It breaks down certain organic compounds in magic-based creatures. I filled a red dragon's lungs with it, and the thing suffocated in 45 seconds. That is how I got the name, the Dragon Slayer of the Empire, because of condiments. I sat there in his small house and listened to the rest of it. The Emperor had found him, recognized the value of his oil production capability, and put him to work. For 2 years, he had been the Empire's utility, producing oil for lamps, cooking fat for the army, solvents for alchemists. The Emperor took credit for the dragon kill. The court smiled at Aaron and worked him like a machine. He described the Emperor's cruelty with the flat calm of someone who had processed it a long time ago and filed it under things he could not change. He did not raise his voice. He just told me what it was like, and I understood because I had met people like that before. People who used you up and discarded what was left. I have been looking for a way out for 2 years, he said. I have money. I have people who will come with me. I just had no place to go. I told him about the kingdom, about the Duke in Sobana, about the household I had built by the lake, the house with the bath, the garden, the people who lived there. I told him about Primula and Anemone and the beastkin who had become family. Something changed in his face. Not hope, exactly. Something quieter. The expression of a man hearing that the thing he thought was impossible might actually exist. I have a household too, he said. A cat beast woman who followed me from the start. An archmage they call the Night Crow, who chose me over the Empire. A knight who ended up with us under circumstances I will explain when we are both very drunk. He paused. And one more. A woman who showed up yesterday because she had nowhere else to go. He looked at me, and the question was in his eyes before he asked it. Can you get us all out? That is why I came, I said. I scouted the wall with a drone the day before. 5 meters of stone, patrolled twice a day at dawn and dusk, with a gap in coverage at the southern end where the wall met a stretch of overgrown scrubland. The shift change happened just before dawn. That was our window. I bought scaffolding poles from Shangri-La, industrial construction scaffolding, the kind that clicks together in sections and can hold 800 kilograms. I assembled them in the dark at the base of the wall while Aaron kept watch. You just bought scaffolding, he whispered, from an online store, in another dimension, in the middle of the night, next to a border wall. Yes, I love this world. His household came in the dark. The cat beast woman carried one of the women across a log bridge over a drainage ditch. The archmage had changed into plain clothes I had bought for her, though the sweater was stretched to its structural limit. The knight walked in silence with her hand on her sword. One by one, they went up the scaffolding, Aaron last. I disassembled the poles, stored them in the item box, and we were on the kingdom side before the sky began to lighten. The slum district near the wall was not a good place to linger. Ramshackle buildings with no glass in the windows, fire pits in the alleys, and men who watched us pass with the careful attention of people deciding whether we were worth the trouble. Aaron's knight drew her sword halfway, and that settled the question. We reached the street where the dwarf blacksmith kept his shop. I had arranged it the day before. The dwarf master opened the back door without a word, handed me the adamantite sword I had commissioned, and accepted a platinum coin without asking where we had come from or why we were arriving before sunrise. I pulled the minibus out of the item box. Aaron stared at it. That is a minibus, he said. Get in. He got in. His household got in. I drove through the waking streets of Sobana as the sun came up over the rooftops and the red tiles on the Empire side turned gold in the morning light. Aaron sat in the passenger seat with his window down and his arm hanging out, and he did not say anything for the first time since I had met him. He just watched the city go past. Lily met Aaron at the gate and asked him, within 30 seconds, whether all people from his world were like him. No, he said. Most of them are worse. She considered this for a moment, and then nodded, as though it confirmed something she had suspected. Primula organized the introductions with the efficiency of a woman who had been managing arrivals since the lake house. She seated Aaron's household, arranged food, produced clean cups, and somehow made a group of exhausted refugees look like invited guests within 10 minutes. Anemone handed the archmage a cup of tea and stared at her for a long time. The archmage stared back. Neither spoke. I was reasonably certain they were evaluating each other's magical capability through some mechanism I could not see. Nina asked Aaron if he was hungry. He said he could eat a horse. She said horses were tough and chewy, and she could recommend the dragon instead. I cooked dragon curry that night. Lesser dragon meat from the item box, sliced thin, browned in oil, simmered with curry roux I had bought from Shangri-La months ago and never opened. Rice from the portable cooker. The smell filled the courtyard and reached the Duke's windows. I did not care. This was the meal that mattered. Aaron took his first bite and stopped chewing. He closed his eyes. He held the spoon in front of his face and did not move for 5 seconds. "That is curry," he said quietly. "That is Japanese curry." "It is. I have not eaten this in 2 years." He finished the plate. He finished a second plate. He finished a third and then sat back in his chair and pressed the heels of his hands against his eyes and laughed in a way that was not entirely laughter. After dinner, the household scattered. Primula took Aaron's women to the guest rooms in the Duke's residence. Myra and Nina went on patrol because that was what they did after every meal in a new place. Anemone fell asleep on a cushion next to Belle, who had claimed the warmest spot near the fire and was not sharing it. Aaron and I sat at the table with the lantern burning low between us. He talked about Japan, specific things, the train from Namba to Umeda, the convenience store on the corner near his apartment that sold onigiri with tuna mayo, the sound the ticket gates made, the way the platform announcements echoed in the mornings when nobody was around, small things, the things you remember when you have given up remembering the big ones. "Do you think it is still there?" he asked. The question landed differently than I expected. A year ago, I would have said yes without thinking. 6 months ago, I would have said probably. Now I sat with the question and felt the shape of the answer I had been avoiding. I thought about the lake house, the garden I had planted in spring, the bath I had built with pipes from an online store in another dimension, the sound of Anemone reading aloud in the next room and Belle purring on the windowsill and Primula's footsteps on the wooden floor in the morning. I thought about how long it had been since I had pictured my apartment in Japan and realized I could not remember which side the kitchen was on. "I think about it less than I used to," I said. Aaron nodded slowly. He did not push. He did not ask what I meant. He was from the same generation. We did not talk about the thing directly. We talked about the curry. "This curry is better than anything I made in Osaka," he said. "You ran a restaurant? I ran an okonomiyaki stall for 6 months before I got transferred. Worst location in the district. I was losing money every week," he grinned. "And now I am the dragon slayer of an empire because I can make unlimited mayonnaise. Life does not have a plan. Life has a sense of humor." The lantern flickered. Belle stretched by the fire and yawned without opening her eyes. "Thank you," Aaron said. He was looking at the empty curry plate. "For coming to find me. For all of this." I did not know what to say to that. So I did what any Japanese man of my generation would do when the moment got too sincere. "Do you want more curry?" I asked. He laughed. "A real one this time." Yeah, I do." I went to the pot and served him another plate, and we sat there in the courtyard of a duke's residence in a border town in a world that was not ours, eating dragon curry under a sky full of stars that did not match any constellation either of us had learned. And for the first time since I had arrived in this place, I did not feel like the only person who understood what had been lost. The pass had not gotten any easier. We pulled a merchant out of a wrecked carriage with climbing gear and a mini excavator, patched him up, charged him a gold coin, and kept driving. At the post town, Aaron and I grilled dragon intestines over a portable stove while Lily ate 3 helpings and declared it the finest meal she had consumed outside the palace. "Your standards," I said, "are moving in the right direction." She looked at me sideways. "If I step outside the castle, it is a world where you eat when you can. I have made my peace with this." That night, Aaron and I played mahjong with cartoon cat tiles from Shangri-La. He laughed so hard he spilled his beer. We played until 2 in the morning and neither of us could win because the blessings made our draws unreasonably good. Belle sat between us on the table, paws tucked, watching the tiles as if she understood the game. The next morning, on the road down to the capital, Lily told me the first king had been a slave. He had received the blessing from a woman and built everything the royal family now sat on. The founding myth was a lie by omission. I did not say anything for a long time. A political storm was waiting for her at the capital because she had given me the Holy Night ceremony without authorization. I told Aaron quietly that if things went badly, we would put Lily in the vehicle and leave at speed. The audience went the way audiences with kings go. He thanked me for clearing the highway and killing the throne room dragon. Ministers debated harboring Aaron. Lily argued with them until the veins in her neck were visible. Amara sat beside the king in a white gown that looked carved from marble, golden hair pinned with silver clasps, a small beauty mark beneath her left eye. She looked at me, and something in her expression shifted, something between amusement and a dare. The ministers asked what reward I wished. "I would like the princess," I said. The room went silent. Then it went loud. Lily walked into the center of the hall and stood beside me without being asked. Amara's lips moved. One word: unfair. Then she drew a long sword from her item box and came at me. The Holy Night blessing caught the blade but drained me to the floor. Aaron had spread oil across the marble using a golem technique. I threw a banana peel under her feet. She went down hard. Bear spray, stun gun. She lay on the polished floor, coughing and furious. The king ordered everyone to stop. Aaron stood with his arms out, warning the knights that one fire spell would turn the oil into an inferno. The queen of the kingdom was on the ground because of a banana peel. "I told you," I said. "If I got annoyed, I would fight back." She looked up at me through bear spray tears. Then she smiled. The chaos did not end. It shifted shape. That evening, Amara appeared behind me and wrapped her arms around my chest without a word. The woman who had tried to cut my head off 6 hours earlier was hugging me like I was the last solid thing in the world. The next morning, she attacked again. I survived it. She survived me surviving it. Then, on the third morning, she presented a contract, a slave contract, ancient protocol allowing a noble to bind themselves to a holy knight. She had written it, signed it, filed it with the court clerk before dawn. "This is already binding," she said. Her voice was formal. The muscles in her jaw were clenched tight enough to see. I looked at the black ring, the chain mark forming on her neck. The woman who had been queen for 20 years offering to become property. "No," I said. "Absolutely not." She put the ring on anyway. The contract did not require my consent. It required hers, and she had already given it. I tried everything. Ordered her to stay with the king. She collapsed in pain, but did not comply. Put adamantine handcuffs on her. She broke free by morning. The council threatened to strip her of royal status. She said she would welcome it. Here is what I understood underneath the comedy. Amara had been caged in ceremony for 20 years. A swordmaster pretending to be a figurehead, married to a man she never chose, performing a version of herself that had nothing to do with who she actually was. The contract was not romance. It was an exit. She had watched me fight a dragon, clear a highway, rescue Aaron from an empire, and refused to bow to anyone who did not earn it. She decided I was the door. She walked through it. I sat in the garden and put my face in my hands. Anemone brought me chocolate. She did not say anything. She put it in my hand and leaned her head against my arm. Belle climbed into my lap. "This is fine," I said to nobody. The negotiation took 3 hours. Lily sat beside me. The council sat across, and none of them looked happy. I accepted the Margrave title. The territory around my lake would be formally mine. The highlands, the forest, the river access, 25,000 gold coins. But when they offered to end the discussion, I asked for one more thing: access to the royal archives, full copying rights. The king said yes, to the title, the land, the gold, and the library. "You could have asked for more gold," Lily said afterward. "Books are worth more than gold." She considered this. "I suppose that is why I chose you." Lily had not been negotiated. She had informed her father she was leaving. Amara was not negotiated either. The council stripped her of royal status. She accepted it as though they were confirming something she already knew. Over 5 days, I copied every book in the royal library, 1,000 volumes. Anemone heated the paper, while a librarian maid joined my household. A chef named Sebastian asked to come along. A court mage named Carlton begged to become my apprentice. On the 6th day, the investiture took place. The king sat on his throne and did not speak. I wore a white robe from Shangri-La, designed for something else entirely. Nobody asked questions. I was a frontier earl. The man who had eaten ramen in the dark now owned a province. We left the capital in a microbus, 29 seats. We needed almost all of them. Me, Lily, Amara in practical traveling clothes with her hair loose for the first time, looking 5 years younger without the crown. Anemone reading an electronic book. Belle on a platform between the front seats, paws tucked, staring ahead like she was navigating. Aaron in a second vehicle with his household. 11 volunteer maids from the castle. a herald named Julius, who looked genuinely excited about building a town from nothing. Lily asked every question she had saved for 3 weeks. What was the lake like? How big was the house? What was mayonnaise? Why did Aaron produce unlimited mayonnaise? Was that genuinely useful? I answered them all, some twice. Aaron's voice came through the radio. He had put on songs from back home. Nobody understood the words except the two of us, and the beast women in the back were howling along anyway. Amara sat behind me and looked out the window. Fields and forests and small towns at a speed no carriage could match. The formal mask was gone. Underneath it was a woman who had not been outside the capital in 20 years and was watching the world move past her like someone who had just remembered it existed. At a river crossing, we ferried everyone over in a rubber boat. The beast women rowed. Aaron's female knight screamed the entire time. Nina caught a load of supplies one-handed without looking up from her jerky. We camped the first night. Aaron made takoyaki on a portable grill with the expertise of a man who had once worked a part-time job in Osaka. A bard we had picked up along the way burst into song about a hero who fed strangers, and I realized the hero was me. The song is inaccurate, I told her. She grinned. All the best ones are. On the second day, a traffic jam blocked a city road. Amara stepped out and walked ahead through the crowd. She did not say a word. The black aura she carried cleared a path 30 paces wide. People pressed against walls. Merchants pulled carts aside. We followed in the most surreal convoy I had experienced since arriving in this world. 3 days out, we pulled into Astrantia. Aaron's household stayed in town. I stopped at the Marlowe trading branch because Primula had been managing everything alone for months, and I owed her the stop before I owed anyone the lake. She came out the front door with her hair pulled back and ink on her fingers, and the expression of a woman who had been running a commercial operation by herself for 3 months. I got out of the microbus. She looked at me. She looked at the bus full of maids and beast women, and a former queen, and a former princess, and a herald, and a cat. Her chin trembled once. "You are back," she said. "I am back." She walked toward me, then she was running, and then her arms were around me, and her face was buried in my chest, and she was crying, quietly, the way someone cries when they have been holding it for weeks. She pulled back and wiped her eyes. I was not crying. You were not crying. Good. She straightened her collar. There is a great deal to discuss. 7 proposals for territory supply chains, a preliminary agreement with a dwarf enclave, and your father-in-law expects a visit. Primula, she stopped. I missed you. The composure cracked for 1 second. Of course you did. I am irreplaceable. We arrived the next day. The microbus came over the last rise, and there it was. The water so far the other shore was invisible. The house I had built, still standing, still solid. The garden, the treehouse, the waterfall catching the late light. Lily leaned forward. This is it? This is it. It is beautiful. Amara stepped out first. She stood at the edge of the clearing and took a breath so deep I could see her shoulders rise from 20 paces. She had not breathed like that in 20 years. The maids asked where the barracks were. I told them there were no barracks. Their head maid adjusted her glasses and said they would manage. Julius said it was the most beautiful place he had ever seen. Anemone had already gone inside to bake bread. Belle followed and claimed the warmest spot. I distributed scythes and told everyone the territory needed weeding first. A woman who had been a viscountess that morning asked for a scythe and went to work without complaint. That evening, I sat by the lake and watched the sun go down. The man who had sold a dead knight's sword for ramen money was now a frontier earl with a province, 17 people, a former queen, a former princess, a cat who was probably ancient, and a library of 1,000 books. I had planned a small house, a garden, and a bath. The world kept needing things, and I kept saying yes, and each time the life got bigger instead of quieter. Maybe the life I had been preparing for was not the quiet one. Maybe it was this one, the loud one, the impossible one, the one where I could hear Lily asking Anemone how to bake bread, and Amara teaching the maids a sword form, and Aaron's voice crackling through the radio asking if I had soy sauce. I had soy sauce. I had everything I needed. Belle walked out and settled beside me and rested her head on my knee. I put my hand on her back and felt her purr through my palm. This was home, all of it. The first month was nothing but noise. The excavator crunched through stumps and boulders, while Anemone's golem pulled trees from the root in single movements. She had figured out the lever principle the carpenter showed her and applied it with the instinct of someone who had been solving physical problems her whole short life. One gesture and a trunk that would have taken 4 men a day came out of the ground like a rotten tooth. Aaron operated the crane truck. He was less precise than Anemone, but louder, which he seemed to think was a feature. Every time he set a log into position, he made an announcement as though he were landing a spacecraft. "Contact," he said, easing a beam onto the foundation posts. "It is a beam," I said. "It is a perfectly placed beam." He wiped his forehead with a rag that had been cleaned 3 weeks ago. "Precision matters. I hired a carpenter named Drake through the guild in Astrantia. He brought 6 apprentices and a reputation for building fast and building solid. Within 3 weeks, we had the frame of the manor up, the sawmill running, and the first 4 log houses closed in enough to sleep in. I paid him in advance for the next batch and gave his crew a case of sake from Shangri-La. They drank it around a fire that night, and the lead apprentice sang something that might have been a hymn or might have been a drinking song. Either way, it sounded right. The sugarcane field went in south of the manor. Shangri-La supplied the canes. Anemone used the staff of bounty we had pulled from the dungeon to push the soil fertility forward by months. Within 6 weeks, the first shoots were knee-high, and the air near the field smelled faintly sweet. I planted cacao trees along the southern border where the shade was deepest. Those would take longer. I did not mind. I had learned patience in my old life, and this one had given me reasons to use it. Amara solved a problem I had not expected. Some of the Beastman workers resented taking orders from a woman who had been a queen, which they interpreted as taking orders from someone who thought she was better than them. Their leader, a bull beastman whose arms were thicker than my legs, told her to her face that he did not answer to soft-handed nobility. She broke his guard in 2 moves and put him on his back in the dirt without drawing a weapon. The beastman submitted, not to her title, to her fists. It was the only currency they respected, and she had it in abundance. After that day, she ran the work crews and nobody questioned it again. Anemone built the road, not all of it, but the hard part, the part that would have taken 100 men 3 months, she did in 6 weeks. Her golem magic flattened the terrain, pushed the stumps aside, and laid a straight path from the village site to the main highway. Aaron followed with the crane truck packing gravel. I followed them both with the excavator grading the surface. It was the most efficient road crew in the history of this world, and it consisted of 2 men from another planet and a girl who weighed less than the smallest tool in our inventory. The road ran straight through the forest, trees on either side, canopy overhead, packed earth underneath. When it met the highway, it would connect Sakura to the rest of the kingdom in a single day's travel instead of 4. Sakura. I named it on a Tuesday. Aaron and I were standing at the crossroads where the new road met the village clearing. 8 log houses in 2 rows, the manor half finished behind them, the sawmill running, smoke from the charcoal kiln drifting east. It looked like something. "It needs a name," Aaron said. I had been thinking about it for weeks, not strategically, not because a territory needed a name for the maps. I had been thinking about what mattered to me and what I had left behind and what I would never see again. "Sakura," I said. Aaron looked at me. He did not say anything for a while. Then he nodded once. I had ordered the saplings from Shangri-La 2 weeks earlier. 50 cherry trees, bare root, dormant, packed in damp moss. Nobody in this world had ever seen one. When the workers planted them along the new road, they asked what kind of tree it was, and I told them it flowered in spring, and the flowers were pink, and they only lasted about 2 weeks. "Why plant a tree that only flowers for 2 weeks?" Drake asked. I did not answer. I could not answer. Not in any way that would make sense to someone who had never stood under a canopy of cherry blossoms on a warm April afternoon in a country that no longer existed. Anemone planted the last one herself. She was careful with the roots, pressing the soil around them with both hands. She looked up at me when she finished, and I think she understood that this was not about trees. The dwarves came in the 4th week, a caravan of 12 from Sabana, led by a foreman named Garrett whose beard was so long he tucked it into his belt. They had heard about the spider cave. In dwarven economics, a cleared monster den near Goodstone was the single most valuable piece of real estate in existence. They wanted to establish a forge. I met them at the cave entrance with Aaron. The foreman looked at the cave, looked at the deposits, ran his fingers along the rock face, and made a sound that I think was the dwarves dwarven equivalent of a man finding out his retirement fund had tripled. "I will give you this," I said, and held up a chunk of industrial coke I had ordered from Shangri-La the night before. "It burns hotter and longer than charcoal. I will supply it at cost in exchange for your metalwork at cost." Garrett picked up the coke, sniffed it, broke it in half, held it to the light. His eyes went wide. He said something to his people in a language I did not understand, and 12 dwarves gathered around that single piece of coke as if it were a religious artifact. We shook on it by noon. I helped them dig the well with the excavator, which took 4 hours instead of the 3 weeks it would have taken by hand. Aaron leveled the ground around the cave entrance for their housing. Within 3 weeks, the forge was operational. The sound of hammering joined the sound of sawing, and for the first time, Sakura had an industry that was not mine. That first night, the dwarves performed their settlement song, all 12 of them, standing in a half circle by the forge fire, singing something low and complex in voices that made the air feel heavier. It was not a melody. It was a structure, layer on layer, each voice interlocking with the ones around it, the rhythm shifting every few bars in a pattern I could not predict, but my chest recognized. Aaron tried to dance. He had no sense of rhythm, and his footwork suggested a man avoiding something on the ground. The dwarves loved it. Garrett laughed so hard he had to sit down, and his apprentice brought him water. The forge fire burned all night, and the hammering started before dawn. Sakura was becoming something real. The lake survey took 2 weeks. I assembled a team: Anemone, Lily, Myra, Nina, 4 of the Beastmen, and Belle. We loaded a container house onto a trailer, hitched it to the land cruiser, and drove along the shore until the road ended. Then Anemone flattened the terrain ahead of us, and we kept going. The territory was enormous, 30 kilometers across at its widest. Cliff faces, a river system, forests that had never been touched. We measured distances with a laser rangefinder from Shangri-La and mapped the perimeter with a drone. Every day revealed something new: a waterfall, a mineral deposit, a bird colony nesting on a cliff face that turned the rock white. On the 6th day, we found the elves, or rather, they found us. We were moving along the river when 3 arrows embedded themselves in the dirt 2 paces ahead of the land cruiser. I stopped. Anemone's hands came up. Belle jumped onto the roof. Figures in the trees. Tall, thin, skin the color of birch bark. They held bows the way people hold weapons they have used every day of very long lives. I stepped out of the vehicle with my hands visible. An arrow hit the ground at my feet, closer this time. Then Belle did something I did not expect. She jumped down from the roof and walked toward the tree line. The elves lowered their bows. One of them knelt. Belle sat in front of him and looked back at me as if to say, "These are mine." The negotiation started there. The elf scout spoke a language I could not understand until I put on the translation ring I had been carrying since the Capitol Library, but it only worked for common tongues, and theirs was not one. He examined the ring, made a proposal. His people could make one that worked for their language. The price was something called cacao. I went back to the container house, came out with a bar of chocolate from Shangri-La. The elf took 1 bite, and his entire body went still. He closed his eyes. When he opened them again, the arrows were forgotten. He asked if I had more. Within 20 minutes, we were sitting in their village negotiating trade terms. Their chief was an ancient woman with silver white hair past her knees and the patience of someone who had been making decisions for centuries. She looked at the chocolate, looked at me, looked at Belle, who had curled up beside the chief's chair as if she had been coming here for years. The deal was simple. I would supply cacao plants. They would craft a translation ring from materials I provided. We would establish a trade route between Sakura and their village. Then came the question of an ambassador. The chief called forward every elf in the village and explained the situation. Nobody volunteered. An argument broke out. The chief raised one hand, and the village went silent. "We will decide by the spirits," she said, through the temporary translation the chief herself provided. What followed was something between rock, paper, scissors, and a seance. Each candidate placed a hand on a carved stone, and the stone glowed a different color for each one. The elf whose stone glowed white lost, or won, depending on perspective. Her name was Sarah. She looked mid-20s, but her eyes said otherwise. Pointed ears, silver blonde hair, simple clothing with a leaf pattern woven into the hem. She stood before me with the expression of someone who had just lost a bet with the universe. "I am your ambassador," she said, and it sounded like a threat and an apology at the same time. I liked her immediately. The Kraken came on night 9. We had camped on the southern shore. The container house was anchored, the lights were low, and Lily had fallen asleep with a book on her chest. Anemone was reading beside the lantern. I was reviewing the survey maps on my phone when the wall moved. Not shook, moved. The entire east wall of the container house bent inward, as if something had leaned against it. Then it bent further. Then the rivets popped. A tentacle came through the wall. It was as thick as a tree trunk and covered in suckers the size of dinner plates. It swept across the interior and took out the table, 3 chairs, and the lantern. We were in darkness. Anemone's shield went up before I could speak. Blue light filled the container. The tentacle slammed against the barrier and the whole structure tilted. I grabbed the portable gas burner from the kitchen box, lit it, and held the flame against the tentacle. The flesh sizzled. The thing recoiled. Another tentacle hit the roof, and the container house flipped onto its side. We scrambled out through the door. Anemone pulled Lily through the gap. I grabbed the burner and the emergency bag and followed. Behind us, the container house was being dragged toward the water by something I could not see, only hear, a sound like wet canvas being pulled across stone. We ran. The Land Cruiser was 50 meters up the slope. I started the engine. Anemone threw a golem behind us as a barrier, and we drove until the lake was a dark line behind us. Nobody spoke for 20 minutes. Lily's hands were shaking. Anemone's shield was still up. I pulled over and turned on the headlights, and we sat in the vehicle and breathed. That, Lily said, was not a fish. No, I said, that was not a fish. We returned to the campsite at dawn. The container house was gone. Drag marks in the mud led to the water and vanished. The team gathered what supplies were scattered on the shore. Nobody wanted to stand close to the waterline. Belle was waiting for us. She had not come on the boat that night. She had stayed on shore with Myra and the Beastmen at the secondary camp. When we pulled up in the Land Cruiser, covered in mud and missing a container house, everyone ran to meet us. Myra checked Lily and Anemone for injuries. Nina asked who she needed to fight, but Belle just sat at the edge of the water and looked at the lake. I walked over to her. She did not look at me. She looked at the water with an expression I had never seen on her face. Not fear, not curiosity, not the watchful calm she usually wore. Recognition. She had seen whatever was in that lake before. I was certain of it. The way someone looks at an old photograph, not surprised by what they see, only by seeing it again. I crouched beside her and put my hand on her back. She did not purr. She did not move. She just watched the water, and somewhere behind those yellow-green eyes was a memory older than anything I could understand. We finished the survey over the next 5 days. We mapped the northern cliffs by boat, discovered a cave system, dealt with a nest of giant hornets that Anemone incinerated, and completed the full perimeter. The territory was everything I had been told and more. Rivers, cliffs, forests, mineral deposits, an elf village, and one thing in the lake I did not yet have the capacity to deal with. We drove back to Sakura on day 14. The cherry saplings had grown. The forge was smoking. Drake had finished 6 more houses, and the manor roof was on. Primula was waiting at the gate. She saw the Land Cruiser and walked toward it at the speed of someone trying very hard not to run. When I stepped out, she looked at me and looked at the missing container house trailer and looked at me again. "You lost a building," she said. "There is something in the lake." "How big?" "Big enough to drag a container house into the water." She processed this the way she processed everything. 3 seconds of silence, then the practical question. "Do we need weapons or walls?" "Both," I said. "And I am going to need a lot of explosives." Primula did not flinch. She pulled out a ledger and started writing. That evening, I showed the settlement the Kraken tentacle we had managed to sever during the escape. It was 6 meters long and as thick as a man. Aaron poked it with a stick and suggested we cook it. We did. It tasted like tough squid, and everyone agreed it was edible but not pleasant. Sarah arrived the next morning with a bundle of herbs and a translation ring that worked. She looked at the settlement, looked at the forge, looked at the cherry saplings, and said something in Elvish that the ring translated as, "You move fast for someone with a short life." I told her she was welcome to stay as long as she wanted. She said she did not want to stay. She was assigned. There was a difference. Then she asked for more chocolate. I had chocolate. I had a territory named after something only 2 people in this world understood. I had a forge and a road, and an elf who would rather be anywhere else. I had 50 cherry trees that would bloom next spring, and a lake with something 30 meters long in it that I was going to have to kill. I started ordering depth charges from Shangri-La that afternoon. The lab smelled like sulfuric acid and old camping fuel. Not a pleasant combination, but I had stopped noticing it 3 days ago, around the same time I stopped sleeping through the night. I set the beaker on the hot plate and watched the liquid inside turn from clear to white. The hexagon crystals had formed overnight exactly the way the ebook said they would. I lifted the beaker with a pair of rubber tongs I had bought from Shangri-La for 1,200 yen and held it up to the window light. Clean, uniform, no discoloration. "That is genuinely terrifying," Aaron said from the doorway. He had his arms folded and was leaning against the frame with the expression of a man who was enjoying himself and did not want to admit it. "You are making military-grade explosives in a shipping container on a cliff. From camping firelighters and concentrated acid," I said. "The firelighters cost 800 yen for a box of 36. He walked over and looked at the crystals. Then he looked at me. "How much of this do you need?" 12 charges. Each one needs about this much hexagon as a booster and twice the volume in ammonium nitrate fertilizer for the main charge. Anemone compresses the hexagon so it detonates reliably." Aaron stared at me for a long moment. "The fact that you said that sentence with the same energy as ordering ramen concerns me deeply." Anemone arrived an hour later, sleepy-eyed and carrying the golem cores in a cloth bag. She sat down across from me at the workbench and held out her hands without being asked. I placed the first batch of hexagon crystals on a ceramic plate and slid it toward her. "Same as last time," I said. "Uniform pressure. If you feel any resistance or heat, stop immediately." She nodded. Her eyes closed. The air around the plate tightened, and the loose white crystals began to compact. In 6 seconds, the pile the size of my fist became a dense pellet the size of my thumbnail. She opened her eyes and looked at it. "Good? Perfect." I picked it up with the tongs. No cracking, no deformation. This was the part that would have been impossible without her. Compressing explosive material uniformly requires precision that no machine I could buy from Shangri-La would match. Anemone's golem magic applied pressure from every direction simultaneously. The result was a detonator pellet that would fire cleanly every time. We built 12 depth charges that week. Steel drums packed with fertilizer explosive, each one fitted with a hexagon booster and a kitchen timer fuse. I wired the fuses myself, using platinum electrodes and black powder compressed by Anemone into blasting caps. The assembly line was me, Aaron, and a 13-year-old girl who could compress matter with her mind. Nobody in my old life would have believed this sentence. On the 7th day, we tested 2 charges on a quiet stretch of the lake. The first one sank for 13 seconds, and then the water rose in a column taller than the manor. The sound reached us a heartbeat later, deep and percussive, and I felt it in my teeth. The fishermen from Santanka sent a delegation that afternoon. Their village chief stood at the edge of my dock and asked what we were doing. I told him we were preparing to kill the thing in his lake. He went home still worried. I did not blame him. The briefing was held the night before departure. Everyone who was going sat around the main table. Maps of the lake covered half of it. The depth charge schematics covered the other half. Amara stood at the far end of the table with her arms crossed, studying the map with the focus of someone who had commanded actual armies. Myra and Nina sat together, alert and still. Aaron leaned back in his chair with his feet almost on the table and a cup of tea balanced on his knee. 2 boats. My boat would carry me, Anemone, Amara, Myra, and the Beastman volunteers. Aaron's boat would carry him, his wife, Melissa, and the others. Each boat had a fish finder, a radio, and 6 depth charges secured to the deck in wooden cradles. I had drawn the formation on the map with charcoal, 200 meters between the boats at all times. Close enough for crossbow support, far enough that one tentacle could not reach both. I went through the plan once, slowly. Signal procedures, depth charge timing, retreat routes if the creature surfaced too close to a boat, what to do if someone went overboard, life jackets for everyone who could not swim, which turned out to be more people than I expected. Anemone's role was specific. She would hold the golem cores that bound whatever limbs surfaced. She was the anchor of the entire operation. If she went down, the tentacles went free and we lost containment. I looked at her across the table. She met my eyes and nodded once, slowly, and I believed her. Questions, I said. Nobody spoke for a moment. Then Aaron raised his hand. If the depth charges do not work and the thing comes at us, what is the backup plan? There is no backup plan. The depth charges will work. He looked at me. I looked at him. He put his hand down. Amara spoke without moving. How many tentacles? 8. We confirmed it during the night encounter. 1 is shorter than the rest, the one we took from it last time. The other 7 are full length. She considered this. I can handle 2. I know. One more thing. I leaned forward. This is not a monster hunt. This is an engineering problem. We know where it is. We know how deep it sits. We know how fast the charges sink. We know how many tentacles it has. Everything about this fight is math. If everyone holds their position and does their job, we win. If someone panics and breaks formation, someone drowns. Those are the options. Aaron had been smiling when he walked in. He was not smiling now. Nobody was smiling. That was the correct response. We leave at dawn. The first day was nothing. We circled the buoy for 8 hours. The fish finder showed the lake floor, patches of silt, clusters of fish too small to matter, and nothing else. Whatever had been there before had moved. We expanded the search radius by half a kilometer every hour. By afternoon, Aaron's voice on the radio had gone from cheerful to bored to carefully neutral, which was the voice he used when he was trying not to say something discouraging. We went back to shore as the light faded, ate dinner without talking much, slept badly, went out again at dawn. The second morning, Belle was sitting on the dock when we arrived. She had not been on the water before. She had shown no interest in the boats. But when I stepped onto the deck, she jumped after me and walked to the bow and sat down facing the water. "Belle," I said, "this is not a place for you." She did not move. She did not look at me. She stared straight ahead at the flat gray surface of the lake as though she was reading it. Aaron pulled his boat alongside. "Your cat wants to come." "She is not a cat. She is a 30-kilogram forest predator who sleeps on my pillow." "Your forest predator wants to come." I looked at Belle. Belle looked at the lake. I started the engine. For 3 hours, she did not move. She sat at the bow with her body low and her ears flat and her eyes fixed on the water. The fish finder showed nothing. I moved the boat in slow, expanding circles from the buoy. Anemone read a tablet behind me. Aaron's voice crackled on the radio every 20 minutes with the same report. Nothing. At 1100, Belle stood up. Her tail went rigid. She walked to the port side of the bow and put her nose down toward a specific point on the water's surface. Then she froze. I turned the fish finder to maximum sensitivity and drove the boat directly over the spot where she was pointing. The screen lit up. A shape on the lake floor, 30 meters below us, motionless, enormous. The outline filled half the display. I could see the body. I could see the tentacles coiled around it. I could see the space where one tentacle was shorter than the others, the one we had taken from it weeks ago. It had been sitting directly below us, waiting. I picked up the radio. "Aaron, I have it. Directly below my position. Depth is 30 meters. Begin approach from the south. Do not increase speed." Belle sat back down and licked her paw. I pulled the first depth charge from its cradle and set the timer to 26 seconds. At 2 meters per second sink rate, that would put the detonation at the creature's depth. I dropped it over the side. 26 seconds is a long time when you are waiting for an explosion underneath your boat. I counted. Aaron's boat drifted into position 200 meters south. At 23, I told everyone to brace. The water rose. The boat lurched sideways. The sound was different from the test, deeper, muffled by 30 meters of lake. A ring of white foam expanded from the detonation point, and for a moment, the surface was flat and still. Then, it was not. 8 tentacles broke the surface simultaneously. Each one was thicker than a man's torso and longer than I could track. They rose out of the water in a fan pattern, reaching, searching. The body had not surfaced yet. It was rising. Anemone, now! She was already moving. She pulled 4 golem cores from the cloth bag and held 2 in each hand. Her eyes closed. The water around the nearest tentacles began to harden, to grip, to squeeze. Golem magic did not work well in open water, but golem cores could animate whatever surrounded them, including water, and Anemone could hold 4 of them at once. 4 tentacles locked. the creature thrashed. The other 4 came for us. Amara was on the first one before I could speak. She left the deck in a single motion, landed on the tentacle surface, and cut through it in one rotation of her blade. The severed piece slid into the water and turned white immediately. She landed back on the deck without looking at where her feet were going. Myra and Nina went over the side of Aaron's boat and hit the next tentacle from both angles. Myra's short blade cut deep. Nina's heavier swing finished the job. The beastmen on our boat fired crossbow bolts at a third, but the bolts bounced off the skin. Aaron shouted something I could not hear and threw a jar overboard. It shattered against the tentacle surface, and the thick white contents spread across the skin. Mayonnaise. Aaron's mayonnaise ability produced an industrial quantity of the stuff, and he had been telling me for months that it was corrosive to magic biological compounds. I had not believed him until I watched the kraken's skin dissolve where the mayonnaise touched it. The tissue broke down in seconds, exposing the pale muscle beneath. The beastman on Aaron's boat cut through the weakened section easily. Anemone was bleeding from her nose. I could see it running down her chin and onto her shirt. 3 hours of holding 4 golem cores against a creature that weighed more than a building. The feedback from the cores was physical. I had watched her hold 2 cores during construction and shake for an hour afterward. She was holding 4 and she was not shaking. She was not moving at all. Anemone, I said, you can release them. No, her voice was flat. Her eyes were still closed. Not yet. The kraken's body surfaced, transparent, massive, the shape of something between a squid and a nightmare. Its remaining tentacles pulled free of the frozen water and it turned toward the open lake. Then the ink came, black, thick, everywhere. It hit both boats like a wall of tar. The world disappeared. I could not see Aaron's boat. I could not see Anemone 3 meters away from me. The ink was in my eyes, in my mouth, and it burned. My blessing kept the toxin from reaching my blood, but everyone else went still, paralyzed. The beastmen collapsed where they stood. Amara caught the railing and held herself upright through what looked like force of will alone. Then her grip loosened and she slid to the deck. For 40 minutes, I could see nothing. I held the radio to my mouth and called Aaron's boat every 60 seconds. No response. I felt the boat rock in the creature's wake as it moved. I wiped the ink from the fish finder screen with my sleeve and watched the shape on the display. It was running, deeper, slower than before. The depth charges and the severed limbs had cost it something. I waited. The ink thinned. Shapes came back. I could see the mast. I could see Anemone, still sitting upright, still holding the cores, her face black with ink and blood. Anemone, it is over. Let go. She opened her eyes. They were red from the toxin. She released the cores one at a time, and her hands fell into her lap and stayed there. I had 4 depth charges left. The fish finder showed the kraken at 40 meters, drifting northeast, and its movement was uneven. I started the engine and followed. It took another hour to close the distance. I set all 4 timers to 20 seconds. I dropped them in a square pattern, each one 30 meters from the center point. The math was simple. At 40 meters depth, the 4 simultaneous detonations would create a pressure convergence at the center that nothing biological could survive. I counted to 20. The lake lifted. All 4 charges went off within a second of each other. The sound was not a sound. It was a vibration that went through the hull and into my spine. The water turned white in a circle 200 meters wide. Then the lake went still, truly still. No waves, no ripples, no movement from below. I watched the fish finder. The shape on the screen was rising, slowly, passively, the way dead things rise. I sat down on the deck next to Anemone and did not move for a long time. The kraken floated to the surface belly up, 30 meters of translucent flesh that had turned milky white in death. It looked like something from a museum exhibit. If museums exhibited nightmares, it took 2 days to process it. The sheer scale of the thing was absurd. 30 meters. The tentacles alone were longer than most buildings in Santanka. The excavator arm I had bought from Shangri-La months ago for construction work turned out to be the only tool capable of dragging the sections to shore. I rigged a makeshift crane from scaffolding pipe and rope, and even then, we needed Anemone to hold the heavier sections stable with golem magic while Amara cut them. Amara cut the tentacles into pieces small enough for the item box with the same precision she used for everything. 1 rotation, clean. The severed sections turned white and rigid within minutes. The beastmen hauled, stacked, and argued about who had cut the most during the fight. The workers from the village came down to watch and stayed to help. On the first day of cutting, one of the younger workers found a magic stone buried in the creature's core. He pulled it out and held it up, and it was the size of a wagon wheel, black, dense. When I pushed a thread of magic into it, it glowed blue so bright that the people standing nearby stepped back. The old mage from Astrantia would have wept. A stone that size could power every golem motor in the territory for a decade. Melissa identified the organs. The midgut gland was enormous. She said it had pharmaceutical value, that the compounds inside could be processed into medicines that would sell for more than the magic stone. I stored everything separately in the item box and made notes in a ledger that was beginning to look less like a household budget and more like a corporate inventory. On the second afternoon, Aaron appeared at my elbow with a knife and an expression I recognized. "I worked at a sushi restaurant for 4 months," he said, "before the owner threw me out for eating the offcuts. You have mentioned this. I am saying it again because I want you to understand that I am qualified." He held up a block of the Kraken's mantle muscle. The flesh was white, clean, no smell. The item box had killed every parasite on contact. "This is sashimi grade." I looked at the block. I looked at Aaron. I went to the item box and pulled out the rice I had been saving from Shangri-La. Sushi rice, proper short grain. I had bought it 3 months ago for exactly this occasion, though at the time I had imagined something smaller than a 30-meter sea monster as the source of the fish. We set up at the water's edge as the sun dropped, 2 cutting boards on an overturned crate, a bowl of vinegared rice steaming in the evening air, nori sheets, wasabi, a small jar of soy sauce, all of it from Shangri-La, all of it hoarded for exactly this kind of occasion, though I had imagined something more modest than a 30-meter sea monster as the occasion. I made the shari. Aaron cut the neta. He was precise and fast, and clearly had not been lying about the 4 months. His knife moved the way a trained hand moves, without hesitation, each cut the same thickness as the last. We made nigiri with the Kraken's mantle, with salmon from Shangri-La, with ikura that I had been saving since the capital. Aaron rolled thick maki with nori and seasoned rice, and whatever filling seemed right. The smell of sushi vinegar mixed with the lake air, and for a moment, I was not on another continent in another world. I was somewhere that smelled like home. The household came down to the shore one by one. Anemone sat next to me and ate 3 pieces before anyone else had arrived. Her hands had stopped shaking that morning. She held her chopsticks steadily and said nothing, and ate and watched the water. Amara tried the salmon nigiri first. She held it between 2 fingers, the way someone holds a playing card, and placed it in her mouth and chewed slowly and did not speak for several seconds. "This," she said, "is unlike anything I have eaten." "Raw fish," I said. "The concept does not exist in this world." "It should." Myra and Nina approached the platter with the wariness of soldiers approaching an unexploded device. Nina ate a piece whole and grinned. Myra sniffed hers for 30 seconds before committing. Neither of them complained. Aaron opened a bottle of sake he had been hiding in his own item box. He poured 2 cups and handed me one, and we sat at the edge of the water with our feet almost touching the surface and drank in silence while the sun went down behind the mountains on the far side of the lake. "Good lake," he said. "Good lake," I said. The Santanka village chief appeared at the edge of the shore as the light was fading. He had been watching from a distance all day. He walked up to me with his hands pressed together and asked if there was enough to share. I looked at the platter. There was enough. "Sit down," I said. He sat. Aaron made him a plate. The old man ate a piece of Kraken nigiri, and his eyes went wide, and he looked at me and looked at the lake where the creature had lived, and looked back at his plate, and did not seem to know what to say. Belle appeared from somewhere and curled up between me and Anemone, and closed her eyes. The silver bell on her collar caught the last of the light. The lake was still. For the first time since we had arrived in this territory, there was nothing in it that wanted to kill us. I ate the last piece of salmon and thought that it was a very good lake. The month after the Kraken felt different. Not quieter, exactly. Just pointed. Every conversation in the manor kept circling back to the same question. What do we do with that magic stone? The court mage had the answer. He had been sketching designs since the day we hauled the stone ashore, and when he finally showed me his prototype for a golem core motor, I understood why he had barely slept. The concept was simple enough on paper. A magic stone feeds ambient energy into a golem core. The core channels that energy into rotational force. Rotational force spins a drive shaft. A drive shaft can turn anything. Making it work was a different story. The interface between the stone and the core had no precedent in this world. Nobody had tried to convert raw magical energy into sustained mechanical rotation before. Every test blew the core, overheated the shaft, or produced a burst of force that lasted 3 seconds and then died. The dwarves contributed steel housings and precision bearings. Aaron contributed bad ideas and worse jokes. I contributed camping chairs and an endless supply of coffee. 3 weeks in, something clicked. The dwarves had machined a housing that distributed heat evenly across the contact surface. The court mage adjusted the magical frequency until the core stopped resisting the rotation. And on a Tuesday afternoon that smelled like iron shavings and burnt coffee, the shaft turned. It did not stop. The sawmill blade spun at full capacity without diesel, without Shangri-La fuel, without anything from my old world at all. I stood in the workshop and watched that blade cut through a log like it had always been doing this, and I felt something I had not expected, relief. Because if my connection to Shangri-La ever failed, the territory would not collapse. The sawmill would keep running. The forge would keep burning. Sakura could survive without me. Aaron leaned against the doorframe, arms crossed, grinning at the spinning blade. You know what this means. Marine propulsion. Marine propulsion. He slapped the work table. We can put one of these in a boat. I was already sketching the hull. The dwarves were already arguing about gear ratios. Anemone watched the spinning blade with that expression she gets when she is filing something away for later, quiet and precise. I had a feeling she was already figuring out how to make the motor work underwater. The Kraken's magic stone had centuries of stored energy in it. A stone that size could run the sawmill for years. It could power a boat across the continent. It could change everything. We had just built the first engine in this world's history, and somehow nobody was panicking about it except me. 6 weeks after the Kraken, I loaded up both cars and drove to Dahlia. There was business to handle. Marlowe was funding the Sea Route project, and we needed to collect the abandoned houses his people had secured for relocation to Sakura. But I am not going to pretend the business was the only reason I went. Dahlia was where the story started, the first city I ever saw in this world. The walls I walked through with nothing in my pocket and a vague plan that mostly involved not dying. Driving through those same gates in a car with a former queen in the back seat and a girl who could level buildings sitting next to me felt like a hallucination someone else was having. The market was louder than I remembered, more crowded. Spices were on sale everywhere now, thanks to trade routes that had not existed when I was pushing a handcart through these stalls. I found Amana exactly where I left her. Same spot, same patchwork clothes, same jewelry rattling from every surface of her body because she did not have an item box, and this was how she displayed her inventory. Hey, Amana. She looked up and her face went through about 4 stages of disbelief. You just disappear and now you walk back like nothing happened. She stood up, hands on her hips. You have some nerve? I know. I am sorry. I meant it. Her eyes moved past me to the entourage. Aaron, who smelled like mayonnaise. Primula, who was trying to look composed and mostly succeeding. Anemone, hiding behind me in a blue robe she had picked out herself that morning. Amara, whose beauty was drawing every eye on the street, and whose expression suggested she was calculating how many of those eyes she could remove if necessary. Amana processed all of this with remarkable calm. Amana, the kid grew up. I nudged Anemone forward. She is the territory's chief mage now. Really? Amana's eyes softened. She had tried to adopt Anemone once, back when Anemone was a mute orphan with nowhere to go. The girl had chosen me instead, and now here she was, embarrassed and powerful, and not making eye contact. Anemone pulled her hood down a little further. It is true. Myra's voice boomed across the market. She is the strongest mage in the whole kingdom. Every head in a 30-meter radius turned. Anemone disappeared inside her robe. Amana laughed, and the laugh had something in it that I had not been ready for. Pride. Not for me, for the girl. We spent the afternoon collecting houses. Marlowe's people had secured 25 abandoned buildings across the declining outskirts of the city, purchased at prices that would have been insulting if anyone still lived in them. One by one, I walked up to each empty structure and dropped it into my item box. The shop clerk from Marlowe's office stared at the first one. By the 5th, he had stopped reacting. By the 15th, he was checking items off a clipboard without looking up. Primula kept a running inventory. Aaron wandered off with the court mage and came back with a bag of something he refused to identify. The beastmen from the bandit mission found us in the market, broke and grinning, and I gave them enough silver to eat and drink for a week, because some debts do not have a line item. At the old tool shop, the owner was alive and well, and had acquired a young woman who looked familiar. She was one of the women we had rescued from the bandits. She was living with him now. I did not ask questions. He did not offer answers. I gave him a box of fruit and left. Standing on the street afterward, watching Dahlia move around me like it always had, I thought about the man who had stood in this market with 73 coins and a plan to sell clothespins. That man would not recognize me. I was not sure I would recognize him either, but the city was the same. The bread stall still smelled sweet. The awnings were still too bright. That was the thing about going back. The place had not changed. I had. The detour started with a girl, the Count's daughter, a tiny hurricane named Erica, who wore twin tails and had the survival instincts of a cat burglar. She grabbed my sleeve outside the manor and asked me to help her friend. Her friend turned out to be a beastman child living in a crack between two buildings in the worst district in Dahlia. I found him in a makeshift tent of scrap boards wedged between two crumbling walls, black fur, white paws, barely breathing. The smell of ammonia hit me before I saw him. He had been too sick to move for days. The cough was deep and wet, the kind that comes from the chest rather than the throat. When I picked him up, he weighed almost nothing. His ribs pressed against my forearm through the fur. His name, as near as I could render it, was something like Little Cat in the local beastman dialect. I brought him back to Marlowe's estate and laid him out in a quarantine container. Aaron took one look and his face changed. Ask him if he went into the forest. I did. The boy nodded. He had found flowers in the woods. Big red ones. Beautiful. Aaron sat down on the edge of the cot and spoke slowly. That is a toxic species from the Empire. The pollen attacks the respiratory system. Lethal to beastmen in sustained exposure. Mildly harmful to humans. He looked at me. If those flowers spread to Sakura, every beastman in the territory is at risk. Myra, Nina, the families in the settlement, the workers, the children. I felt the calculation happen before the emotion did. Distance from Dahlia to Sakura, wind patterns through the forest, growth rate of an invasive species. How long before pollen reached the lake? Where exactly in the forest? I asked. The boy told us. Aaron pulled out a mental map of the region he had built during his years in the Empire and estimated the spread area. 3 hectares, maybe 4, west of the city, deep enough that nobody had noticed yet. I gave the boy fever medication from Shangri-La and sat with him while his breathing eased. Within the hour, the cough had softened. The tension in his small shoulders released. He fell asleep, holding the edge of the blanket I had pulled from my item box, and he did not let go. Anemone cast recovery magic on everyone who had been near him. Myra, when she heard the whole story, went rigid with fury, her tail straight up and her ears flat. A beastman child abandoned by the district elder, sick from a flower nobody had checked for. She was out the door before I could stop her, headed to the district to have words with the elder that I suspected would involve very few actual words. The boy would recover. The flowers would not go away on their own. I informed the Count. I organized a team, and the next morning, before dawn, we drove into the forest. We found the flowers 3 hours into the forest, a clearing that should not have existed, painted entirely in red. They were beautiful. That was the worst part. Tall stems, wide petals the color of arterial blood, nodding gently in the morning air. The kind of flowers you would paint on a canvas and hang in a hallway. The kind that made you want to lean in and breathe. If you did, and you were beastman, you would be coughing blood within a week. Everyone wore protective suits I had bought from Shangri-La. The beastmen hated them. The suits trapped heat against their fur, and the chemical smell of the fabric made their noses burn. But nobody argued. They had seen the boy. 3 hectares, give or take, Aaron said, surveying the field from behind his visor. In the Empire, clearing this would take 50 men and 2 weeks of burning. We have Anemone. I called her forward and explained the idea. She could use a golem core to gather plant matter the same way she gathered soil for golems. Pull the flowers into compressed balls, roots, and all. I would handle the rest. She considered this for exactly 1 second. I can do that. She walked to the edge of the field, set a core on the ground, and used her magic. The flowers began to move, not gently. They ripped from the earth, roots trailing dirt, stems snapping, petals folding inward, all of it swirling toward the core like water finding a drain. Within minutes, the first ball of compressed plant matter sat in the clearing, chest high and dense as packed hay. I cut each ball open with the excavator's blade, extracted the core, and stuffed the compressed mass into my item box. Then, Anemone set the core again and repeated the process. 6 balls, 6 passes, each one the size of a hay bale, dense and dark green, where the crushed stems had released their sap. The field went from crimson to bare earth in under 2 hours. Aaron watched with his arms crossed and a look on his face I had seen before, the look of a man recalibrating what he thought was possible. "You know," he said, "in the Empire, this would be a military operation. Here it is a Tuesday," he laughed, short and sharp. "Fair enough." After the flowers were gone, I walked the cleared ground and applied a long-lasting herbicide to the root zones. Granular, slow-acting. It would keep killing anything that tried to regrow for at least a year. The Count's men could monitor the site after that. Anemone scrubbed everyone clean with purification magic. We stripped out of the protective suits and threw them into the item box trash. The beastmen poured cold water over themselves and ran alongside the cars for 10 kilometers to dry their fur, which was objectively ridiculous and somehow also the happiest I had seen them in weeks. 4 hours, from arrival to cleanup. 4 hours to eliminate a threat that had depopulated cities in the Empire. The Count stood at the edge of the cleared field and said nothing for a long time. His knight, who had barely gotten to swing his sword all day, looked slightly dejected. Aaron clapped him on the shoulder and told him his real job was keeping the Count alive, and he had done that perfectly. The knight stood a little straighter. On the drive back, I thought about the canal. The Annis River ran from our lake to the southern sea. If we cleared the waterway, equipped a boat with a golem motor, and opened a shipping route, Sakura would have access to maritime trade. Marlowe was already funding it. The dwarves were already designing the engine housing. The court mage was already sketching propulsion systems in a notebook he guarded like a state secret. 25 houses in the item box, a working engine in the workshop, a toxic flower field reduced to bare dirt in an afternoon, and somewhere in Dahlia, a beastman boy was breathing without coughing for the first time in days because a count's daughter had the nerve to ask a stranger for help. The world was growing. Sakura was growing. And somehow, against every instinct I had brought from my old life, I was growing with it. I turned south and thought about the sea. The sea hit me before the town did. We crested the last hill and the road opened up, and there it was. Blue-green, enormous, flashing in the morning sun like something from a travel brochure for a planet I had never visited. I pulled the car over. The salt wind slapped me in the face, and I stood there breathing it like a man who had forgotten oceans existed. Aaron was already leaning over the bluff. Same water as the Empire side. Warmer though. Anemone stood beside me, quiet, watching the water with the expression she gets when she is measuring something for later. Amara sat on the hood of the car with her legs crossed, hair loose in the wind, looking at the sea the way someone looks at something they used to own. We drove into Coralport an hour later, smaller than Dahlia, but louder. Fishing boats jammed every meter of the harbor. The smell was fish and tar, and the particular sweetness of salt air hitting warm wood. A merchant named Gideon met us at the harbor gate, a contact of Marlowe's, short and bald, and delighted to see us in the specific way that meant he was already calculating margins. The master shipwright's workshop sat at the end of the harbor road, surrounded by half-finished hulls and the sound of sawing. He was a large man with hands like boat anchors. Aaron and the dwarves showed him the golem core motor design, the steel housing, the gear ratios. The shipwright listened with his arms crossed and his mouth shut, which I had learned was either a very good sign or the prelude to being thrown out. He uncrossed his arms, picked up the gear housing, and turned it in the light. 3 months, he said. Maybe 4. Depends on the keelwood. We shook hands. The ship was underway. The meeting with the local baron went differently. Baron Ashworth received us in his study with the kind of courtesy that costs nothing and means less. He was cordial right up until Amara walked through the door. His expression changed. not surprise. Recognition. He knew exactly who she was. The former queen of the kingdom, now traveling with a margrave from the frontier who had no business being in his jurisdiction. He wrapped up the meeting in 4 minutes flat. No commitments, no offers of assistance, no interest in trade discussions. He wanted us out of his study, and preferably out of his town. I was annoyed. Amara looked unbothered, which told me she had expected it. The red coral changed my mood. Gideon took me to a warehouse near the harbor, where blocks of red stone were stacked to the ceiling. Roofing material, locally. Builders used it for tiles because it was light and weather-resistant, and they had mountains of it. I opened the Shangri-La interface and ran a price check. The number that came back made me close the interface and reopen it, because I was sure I had misread it. I had not. 300 times the local purchase price. 300. As decorative stone in my old world's market, this material was worth more per kilogram than most of the metals I had traded. I bought every block in the warehouse. Then I asked Gideon if there were more warehouses. The crisis started with a runner, a young garrison soldier sprinting through the market, shouting something about the limestone mine. Within minutes, the streets had cleared. Shopkeepers pulled their shutters. Mothers grabbed children. Coralport went from busy to silent in the time it took me to finish a fish cake. The limestone mine at the edge of town had breached into a dungeon. Skeleton warriors were climbing out of the shaft and walking into daylight. The garrison had been fighting them for hours. They could cut the things down, but the skeletons reassembled. Every skeleton they destroyed rebuilt itself in less than a minute. They were losing ground. I found the Baron's aide at the garrison gate. I offered help, combat capability, heavy equipment, the excavator if they needed it. The aide returned with the Baron's answer. No. Baron Ashworth did not want the Margrave's assistance. This was a local matter. The garrison would handle it. People are dying in that mine, I said. The aide looked uncomfortable. He delivered the refusal again, word for word, like he had memorized it. I looked at Aaron. Aaron looked at me. You have the Margrave title, he said. I know. It has emergency intervention rights during monster incursions. Kingdom-wide. I know that too. I had never used the title for anything except paperwork. It was a rank the king had given me because the situation demanded it, and I had treated it like a label on a filing cabinet. Something that technically existed but had no weight in the real world. The weight arrived now. I told the aide to inform Baron Ashworth that I was invoking Margrave authority under emergency incursion protocol, and that I would be entering the mine with my party, regardless of his objection. The aide blinked. Sir, the Baron will not accept that. He does not need to accept it. He needs to not be standing in front of the excavator when I drive it to the mine. Amara was already moving toward the dock barge. Anemone was pulling her sleeves up. Aaron had that look he gets when something is about to go very badly for someone, and he is delighted about it. We loaded the excavator onto the barge and headed for the mine. The mine entrance was chaos. Garrison soldiers had built barricades out of whatever they could find. Carts, timber, stacked coral blocks. Behind those barricades, men were swinging swords at skeletons that kept getting back up. I watched a soldier hack a skeleton apart at the spine. Both halves hit the ground. 20 seconds later, the bones crawled toward each other and reassembled. The soldier looked like he wanted to cry. The problem was obvious. Killing did not work. These were not living things. They were animated bone, and the animation was tied to the dungeon core, not to the individual skeleton. You could shatter them into powder, and the dungeon would pull them back together. I thought about it for exactly 1 minute. Then I walked up to the nearest skeleton warrior, waited for a soldier to knock it apart, and opened my item box. The skeleton vanished. Every soldier in the immediate vicinity stopped fighting. It is in the item box, I said. You cannot kill them, but you can store them. I demonstrated again on the next one, and the next. Aaron caught on immediately. He did not have an item box, but he started herding the skeletons into clusters so I could store them in batches. Anemone raised stone walls to funnel the things into choke points. Amara moved through the line like a blade through paper, dismantling skeletons with her sword so the pieces could be gathered into piles I could scoop up before they reassembled. In 40 minutes, we cleared the mine entrance. 43 skeletons stored. I could feel them rattling around in the item box, which was deeply unsettling and something I chose not to think about. The garrison soldiers stared at us. I stared at the mine. The source is down there. We went in. The dungeon descended in spirals. Somewhere in the last season, the miners had broken through into something older. The walls changed from tool-cut stone to rough natural rock, and then to something carved by hands that had not been human. I stored skeletons as we went, dozens. The deeper we got, the larger they became. Skeleton knights with shields. Skeleton archers that fired bone-tipped arrows from bows made of their own ribs. Skeleton mages that threw bolts of cold that frosted the walls wherever they hit. Anemone handled the mages. Her golems absorbed the bolts, and she collapsed the tunnel behind each cleared section. Amara took point and dismantled anything that got close. Aaron kept the lights running. Shadow, the small cat beast woman who had joined us at the harbor, moved through the dark like she had been born in it. I had not expected her to matter in a fight. She was young and small, but she had a shadow ability I did not fully understand. When the shadows were right, she could move through them, not fast, through, like the dark was a door only she could open. The boss chamber opened up at the bottom of the 7th spiral. The ceiling vanished into darkness above us. The floor was polished stone, the color of old teeth, and in the center of the room, lying across the floor like something that had died angry and refused to finish the job, was a dragon skeleton. 30 meters of yellowed bone held together by the same necromantic animation that powered every skeleton in the mine, amplified to a scale that made my stomach drop. The skull alone was the size of my car. The eye sockets burned with cold blue fire. It stood up. The sound of 30 meters of bone articulating at once was the worst thing I had ever heard. "That is a dragon zombie," Aaron said, in the same tone he might use to identify a bird. "I can see that." The animation runs through the skull. Remove the skull and the body collapses. "Aaron, the skull is 5 meters off the ground and it is attached to a dragon." He was already running to the excavator. The LED headlights mounted on the cab were industrial grade, bright enough to light a construction site at midnight. He pointed them at the dragon and flipped every switch. White light flooded the chamber. The dragon recoiled, not because the light hurt it, because the light created shadows. Deep, hard-edged shadows that cut across the floor like canyons where the dragon's bones blocked the beams. And in those shadows, shadow disappeared. Amara engaged the front. She moved between the dragon's legs, her sword ringing off bone the size of tree trunks, keeping the skull turned toward her. Anemone raised stone pillars to block the tail sweeps that could have killed any of us in a single pass. Aaron adjusted the headlights to keep the shadow pattern shifting, creating new dark lanes every time the dragon moved. I watched the shadow on the floor beneath the dragon's skull. It was enormous, deep enough to hide a house, and somewhere inside it, shadow was climbing. The dragon lurched, its skull tilted. For a moment, the blue fire in its eyes flickered, and I saw something small and dark clinging to the back of its jaw. Her ability flipped it. I do not know how else to describe it. The skull rotated on the spine like someone had pulled a lever. The jaw hit the floor. The eye sockets pointed at the ceiling. I was already running. The item box interface opened. I reached the skull, and the dragon's mouth was close enough that I could see individual teeth the length of my forearm. I stored the skull. 5 meters of dragon cranium vanished into my pocket dimension. The body stood motionless for 1 heartbeat. 2. Then, every joint failed simultaneously, and 30 meters of dragon skeleton collapsed onto the dungeon floor, like a building being demolished. The crash shook dust from the ceiling and knocked me flat on my back. I lay on the cold stone floor, staring up at the dust settling in the headlight beams, and listened to the silence. "That worked," Aaron said. From somewhere behind the excavator, I sat up. Anemone was brushing dust off her robe. Amara was cleaning her sword. Shadow materialized from under a shadow I had not noticed, shook herself once like a cat after a bath, and sat down with her tail curled around her feet. Inside my item box, a dragon skull rattled against 43 skeletons. I decided, firmly and permanently, not to think about that. Beyond the boss chamber, we found the circle. It was carved into the floor of a small round room at the very bottom of the dungeon. A teleportation magic circle, its lines glowing faintly blue-white, its symbols older than anything I had seen in this world. Aaron knelt beside it and studied the inscriptions, while Anemone ran her fingers along the wall carvings with the quiet intensity of someone reading a book only she could see. "It is a fixed point gate," Aaron said. 2 endpoints, this room and wherever the other end is. Can we test it? We can. But if it sends us somewhere unpleasant, we might not be able to get back immediately. I stepped onto the circle. Anemone grabbed my sleeve. Together, she said. It was not a request. The 3 of us stood on the circle. Aaron activated it. The room blurred. When my vision cleared, we were standing on a stone platform on a windswept plateau. Below us, stretching out to the north, I could see forest and farmland and the distant glint of a lake. I knew that lake. I had built my first house beside it. That is Sakura, I said. We are on the plateau above Sakura. Aaron laughed. The sound carried across the empty plateau and came back as an echo. You have a back door. The dungeon in Coralport connects directly to the cliff above your territory. The strategic implications hit me in layers. A supply route that bypassed every road. An emergency exit from the south coast. A connection between Coralport and Sakura that no army could block because no army knew it existed. I tested the return. The circle worked both ways. We reappeared in the dungeon chamber, exactly where we had left. Amara was sitting on a pile of dragon ribs, cleaning her nails with a knife. Well, it goes home. The plateau above the lake. Her eyebrow rose. She understood immediately. Before we left, I had the iron door commissioned, thick, lockable, installed at the dungeon entrance in Coralport with a key that only I would hold. The teleportation circle was now Sakura's secret. It would stay that way. We left Coralport with a commissioned ship, a warehouse of red coral, a secured dungeon, and a cat beast woman who refused to stop following us. On the road north, we passed through the village. I recognized it. We had stopped here once before, months ago, on the way south. The same tired houses, the same sparse fields, the same look on the faces of the people standing at the roadside, watching our cars pass. Except this time, one of them stepped into the road. She was a woman I recognized, one of the women we had rescued from the bandit camp a lifetime ago. She had chosen to stay in this village instead of coming to Sakura. Now she stood in the road with her hands clasped and her eyes steady and asked me a question I had not expected. Is it true that your territory takes people? Behind her, the village had gathered, 30 people, men, women, children, every one of them carrying whatever they owned in bundles and baskets, lined up along the road like they had been waiting for us. The village was dying. The road between the Empire and the Republic grew more dangerous every season. Trade had dried up. The young men had left. The fields produced less every year. They had heard about Sakura through the trade networks, a territory with running water and farmland, and a leader who built houses instead of burning them. They wanted to come. I looked at those 30 faces. The life you build is only as good as the people who share it. How many houses? I asked. 11. I walked through the village and stored every house in my item box. The foundations left rectangular imprints in the dirt like missing teeth. I stored the village well. I stored a fence that someone had built with obvious care. I stored a hen house with the hens still inside, which caused a commotion in the item box that I chose to address later. We packed 30 people into the microbus and a second vehicle I had picked up in Coralport. Children on laps, bundles on the roof. One elderly man who refused to sit down because he said he had been sitting for 40 years and was done with it. Anemone sat in the back with 3 children who had decided she was the most interesting person in the vehicle. She looked mortified. She also did not move away. Amara sat in the front passenger seat and watched the road with the expression of a woman who had once ruled a kingdom and was now sharing a car with a chicken that had escaped the item box through means I could not explain. Aaron drove the second vehicle. I could hear him singing through the open window. He did not know the words. This did not stop him. We drove through the night. The road was dark and the stars were out, and 30 people who had been watching their village die that morning were asleep in my vehicles, heading toward a life they had chosen with nothing but the clothes on their backs and whatever I could carry for them. I had gone south for a ship. I was coming back with 30 families. The lights of Sakura appeared through the trees just before midnight. I pulled through the gate and parked and sat in the driver's seat for a moment, listening to the engine tick and the sound of sleeping children in the back. Primula was waiting at the house. She had heard the cars. She stood in the doorway with a lantern, and her expression when she saw the microbus full of people was something between exasperation and the kind of pride that does not fit into words. How many? She asked. 30. She closed her eyes, opened them, looked at the bus, looked at me. "I will get the blankets." That was my wife. She did not ask why. She asked how many, and then she got the blankets. The maid woke me before dawn. She was pale and whispering, and her hands were shaking, which I had learned meant either a fire or a noble. In this case, it was a noble. I pulled on trousers and a shirt and walked to the window. 20 horsemen in black riding leathers sat in a crescent across my front yard. Their leader was a young man on a gray stallion, back straight, jaw set, radiating the kind of outrage that only comes from someone who has never been hit in the face. Amara appeared at the hallway door with her sword already on her hip. She looked at me, looked out the window, and sighed the way you sigh when the weather is bad and you forgot an umbrella. "The one in front," she said. "Baron Prescott, minor family from Thornfield. He was attached to Kara before her divorce." "Attached how?" "The way a dog is attached to a bone it has never actually held." I went downstairs. Lily had arrived from the side wing. Anemone was standing at the base of the stairs rubbing her eyes. The beastmen were already outside, flanking the horsemen at a distance, watching with the patient stillness of people who are very good at violence and have not yet been asked for any. I walked out onto the porch. Baron Prescott straightened in his saddle and launched into a speech. Something about honor, something about the sacred bond between a man and the woman he intended to court, something about how I had stolen Kara from him by the sheer weight of my title, and he would not stand for it. He demanded satisfaction, a duel, right here, right now. I let him finish. Lily appeared behind me, arms folded. She looked at the horseman the way she looked at tax receipts that did not add up. She told me, quietly, that there was no obligation to accept a duel challenge from someone who arrived uninvited before sunrise. She suggested we could treat them as bandits and be done with it. I considered this. Amara alone could probably handle 20 cavalry. Anemone could handle it. The beastmen could handle it. The Baron's men were armored for show, not for the kind of fight they would actually get. But I was not in the mood for a fight. I was in the mood for breakfast. I reached into the item box and pulled out the bulldozer. It materialized on the lawn between me and the horseman. 6 tons of yellow steel, treads sinking into the wet grass, engine silent but present. I climbed up, sat on the operator's seat, folded my arms, and looked at Baron Prescott. I did not say anything. I did not need to. The horses did not like the bulldozer. Several of them began backing away before their riders told them to. The Baron's stallion sidestepped twice and would not hold position. The men in the rear rank exchanged glances. They had come for a duel with swords and gotten a piece of construction equipment the size of a small house. Baron Prescott stared at the bulldozer. He stared at me sitting on top of it. He stared at Amara standing on the porch with her hand on her sword. He stared at Anemone, who had wandered out in her nightclothes and was watching the whole thing with the expression of someone who did not understand why people were being loud this early. He turned his horse. His men turned theirs. They rode back down the road in a tight column, moving faster than dignity probably allowed. I climbed down from the bulldozer, stored it back in the item box, and went inside for breakfast. The eggs were cold. Anemone warmed them with a touch of magic, and neither of us mentioned the cavalry. The former Baron arrived the next day, not the son, the father. An old man in a black coat with gold embroidery, white-haired, thin, riding in a proper carriage with a driver who looked like he had been apologizing to people on his employer's behalf for 30 years. He came to the door and prostrated himself before I could offer him a chair. His hands were trembling. He spoke with his forehead against the floor, which made it hard to hear him, but the message was clear enough. His son was a fool. The family was mortified. He was here to beg my forgiveness and accept whatever punishment I deemed appropriate. I let him stay on the floor for exactly long enough that the point landed. Then I told him to sit down and poured him tea. The title was already stripped. I had sent a letter to the court before the old man even arrived. Baron Prescott was no longer Baron Prescott. Beyond that, I had no interest in pursuing the matter. No executions, no imprisonment, no blood feud. The old man drank his tea. His hands had stopped trembling. He thanked me in that formal, careful way that old men thank you when they expected to lose everything and lost less than they feared. He left within the hour. I watched his carriage disappear down the road and thought about how many problems could be solved by simply refusing to participate in someone else's narrative. I also cut supplies to Thornfield through Marlowe's network. Economic retaliation was quieter than a duel and lasted considerably longer. Primula had been angry for days. She had not said so directly. She had said she was busy, said she had accounting to finish, said she was not hungry at dinner. The maids noticed. Lily noticed. Even the beastmen noticed. And the beastmen generally noticed nothing that did not involve food or danger. The issue was not complicated. My household had grown. Women had joined it in ways that Primula had accepted in theory and was struggling with in practice. She was too proud to say it hurt and too honest to pretend it did not. I could not fix the politics. I could not undo what had already been done. What I could do was build something. I spent 2 days on it. A barrel from the Shangri-La catalog, wooden agitator fins carved with a chainsaw and shaped on a pottery wheel, a core motor from Anemone's Golem Magic, a hand pump for the water line, purification stones for the drain. The washing machine looked like something a farmer would build if you described the concept to him over drinks, and he went home and tried from memory. The barrel was too wide. The agitator fins were uneven. The water inlet dripped, but the drum turned smoothly. The water circulated, and dirty linen came out clean in 12 minutes. I installed it in the laundry room and waited. The maids found it first. Within an hour, there was a line of women holding baskets of dirty clothes. They watched the drum turn like it was performing a magic trick, which from their perspective, it was. Hand washing a household's laundry took an entire morning. This thing did a load in 12 minutes. Primula appeared at the doorway. She had heard the commotion and come to investigate. She stood at the threshold watching the drum turn, arms folded, face unreadable. I walked over to her. 12-minute cycle, I said. The drain connects to the purification stones. The agitator needs adjusting every few loads. She did not look at me. She looked at the machine. It would sell, she said quietly. I know. She was quiet for a long moment. The maids were loading a second batch. The drum turned. Water sloshed against the barrel walls. Then she stepped forward, reached past me, and put her hand on the barrel. She felt it vibrate under her fingers. She pressed her lips together in that way she does when she is trying very hard not to show that something has reached her. I kissed her. She did not pull away. She did not forgive me, not with words, but she took the prototype to Marlowe's trading company the next morning for evaluation. And when she came home that evening, she got in the bath with me, and neither of us discussed the politics of the household until she was ready to. That was enough. That was how we worked. The washing machine had a side effect I did not expect. Aaron and I were sitting in the workshop 2 days later, surrounded by motor components, when the idea hit me. The core motor turned a drum. The drum moved water, but the rotation was the interesting part. If I spun a core motor mechanically from the outside, would it push energy back into the magic stone? Like a generator, Aaron said, leaning forward. Exactly like a generator. We spent 2 weeks on it. An electric motor from the Shangri-La catalog, 12 volts, spinning a golem core at high speed. The first test produced nothing. The core motor was designed for output, not input. Energy flowed one way and bled off as heat. Anemone solved the breakthrough. She modified the core motor's magic circle to prevent backflow. One small adjustment to the rotation field. She did it in about 10 minutes and then asked if she could have a snack. The second test lit up the magic stone like a lamp. Aaron and I sat in the workshop staring at a glowing magic stone that had been dead an hour ago and was now fully charged from a 12-volt motor spinning a golem core. Water wheels, he said. Windmills, anything that turns. Magic stone recharging. Infinite fuel, as long as something spun. The implications were enormous, and neither of us said so because saying it out loud felt like it might jinx it. We confirmed the results over 12 more tests. Everyone worked. The magic stone charged. The charged stone ran a separate motor without issues. The cycle was complete. I wrote the results in my notebook and closed it and sat there for a while looking at the workshop ceiling. Most days in this world felt like incremental progress. Small things getting slightly better. This was not that. This was a gear shift. The plateau above the cliff had been mine since the king handed me the Margrave title. I had never set foot on it. Nobody had. The cliff face was a natural wall, and no one had reason to climb it until the scaffolding went up during the early construction. The survey team was Anemone, Amara, Aaron, Myra, Nina, and me. 2 cars, a drone, a laser rangefinder, and enough food for 2 weeks. The plateau was enormous, flat bedrock under a thin layer of leaf mold. No large trees, only scrub and grass going on until it blurred into the sky. A river cut through the center, flowing toward the cliff and becoming the waterfall that fed our lake below. Days blurred into a rhythm. Drive, measure, mark, with colored cones. Drive again. Belle and her kitten scouted the perimeter and came back with reports of nothing. No monsters, no settlements, no signs that anyone had ever stood here. On the third day, the car fell into a pitfall. The front wheels dropped and we tilted at 45 degrees with dirt cascading past the windows. Everyone scrambled out through the rear. I stored the car, pulled it out on solid ground, and we learned to drive slower. On the fifth day, we found another teleportation gate, a stone building half buried in scrub, same design as the Coral Port Dungeon Circle. This one connected to Clearwater, another link in the network. After a week, we had covered 150 kilometers and still had not found the river's source. The plateau was bigger than some countries I could name from my old world. On the seventh day, the drone spotted the lake. The lake was about 300 meters across, clear water, deep, no current that I could see. In the center, an island. On the island, stone. I pulled the telescope from the item box and set it on the hood of the car. The stone structures resolved into walls, low walls, high walls, what looked like the remains of a tower. Not ruins in the crumbling sense, ruins in the preserved sense. The stone was intact, the angles were clean. Whatever this place was, it had been built to last, and it had lasted. That is not natural, Amara said, looking through the telescope. No, Aaron was already inflating the rubber boat. Myra and Nina were scanning the shoreline with the kind of focused attention that meant they smelled something they did not like. We crossed the lake in the inflatable with a motor attached. The water was cold and completely clear. I could see the bottom at what looked like 50 meters down. No fish, no plants, just rock. The island was quiet. Stone walls rose out of the trees. Moss covered the lower sections, but the upper walls were clean, as if the moss could not climb past a certain height. We tied the boat to a root and stepped onto solid ground. The ruins were more intact than I expected. Corridors, rooms, walls thick enough to stop a siege engine, built from the same gray stone, precisely fitted, no mortar visible. At the center, we found the shaft, a circular opening in the ground, 30 meters across, dropping straight down into darkness. The walls of the shaft were smooth stone, carved in a spiral that suggested stairs had once existed. At the bottom, 50 meters below, something caught the light of the drone's camera. I sent the drone down. The feed showed the bottom of the shaft, a glass dome, or something that looked like glass, sealed over whatever was below. Through the dome, I could see architecture, rooms, corridors. The structure continued underground, and then, at the edge of the drone's frame, something moved. I pulled the drone back up immediately. Aaron was standing beside me, watching the feed on my phone. He did not say anything for a few seconds. "Something is down there," he said. "Yes, something alive." I looked at the shaft. The darkness went down, and the glass at the bottom reflected the drone's light back like an eye. The ruins above us were quiet. The lake was still. The plateau wind had stopped, as if the air itself was waiting. I heard a sound behind me and turned. Belle was sitting at the edge of the shaft. She had not been on the boat. She had not been invited. She had found her own way here before we departed, the way she always found her way to the places she decided she needed to be. She was looking down into the dark. Her expression was not curiosity. I had seen curiosity on Belle. This was different. This was the expression of someone recognizing a room they had been in before. Distant, focused, old. She sat there at the edge of that descending dark with her ears forward and her tail still, and she did not look away from whatever was at the bottom of that shaft. I watched her for a long time. Then I bought more headlamps from Shangri-La and told the team we were coming back with better equipment. We went back the next morning with better equipment. Headlamps, batteries, ropes, the drone, medical supplies. Enough food for 3 days. The difference between an expedition and a disaster is your packing list. The shaft dropped 50 meters. The drone went first. Stone corridors, carved architecture, and at the edges of the footage, bone-white shapes shuffling in the dark. Skeletons, Anemone said. Aaron leaned in. So, it is a dungeon. We rappelled down one at a time. Myra and Nina, first because they could hear trouble before it arrived. Belle refused the harness. She jumped from ledge to ledge down the shaft wall like the 50-meter drop was a staircase, landing silently each time. The skeletons on the first level were slow and stupid. I stored them in the item box one by one. Dead things were objects, and objects went into storage. We had done this before, almost routine. The drone found pit traps on the second level, 5-meter drops onto stone spikes. I bridged the first one with a construction vehicle, dropping logs from the bucket while Aaron worked the controls. Myra wanted to wall run across. I told her to wait. When the first log hit the far side, a section of floor collapsed into a second pit. She looked at the hole. She looked at me. Her tail went flat. On the third level, we found a room full of ancient books, about 20 volumes in a language nobody could read. I collected them all. Amara said a normal expedition to this depth would require months of preparation and a national budget. She was not exaggerating. The fourth level had a gate, adamantite bars floor to ceiling, spanning the full width of the corridor. Behind them, something was breathing. I aimed the headlamp through the gap. 3 heads, each one the size of a horse's torso, 6 eyes reflecting red in the light, a body that filled the corridor like a freight train parked in a tunnel. The thing was lying down, and it still nearly reached the ceiling. "That is a Cerberus," Amara said. Her voice had gone very quiet. Nobody moved. One head yawned. The teeth were the length of my forearm. "Can we go around?" Aaron asked. Myra's ears were flat. "This is the only passage down." I stepped back from the bars and sat on the stone floor. "What are you doing?" Aaron crouched beside me, thinking. A Cerberus was a mythological creature. It was also fundamentally a dog, a very large, 3-headed, fire-breathing dog, but a dog. And there was something I knew about dogs that this ancient dungeon builder probably had not accounted for. I found what I needed in the item box: xylitol, a sugar substitute I had bought months ago for baking experiments that never happened. Perfectly safe for humans, lethal to canines. It triggered a massive insulin release in dogs, crashing blood sugar to fatal levels. Every veterinary website in the old world had warnings about it. Keep it away from your pets. Do not leave gum where dogs can reach it. I kneaded the powder into horse meat until every fiber was saturated. Amara watched me shape the chunks. Poison? For a dog. I pushed the meat through the bars. 3 heads snapped at it, gone in seconds. Then we waited. Aaron sat against the wall with a can of coffee. Anemone read one of the ancient books by headlamp light, turning pages she could not understand with careful fingers. 4 hours. The Cerberus slowed after the first, heads drooping. By the second hour, it was flat on the floor. By the third, the breathing was shallow. By the fourth, it stopped. Aaron looked at the body through the grating. He looked at me. "That was the most underhanded thing I have ever seen you do. If I fought it head on and someone got hurt, I would never forgive myself." He nodded. He did not argue. The grating unlocked with a sound like a church bell ringing underground. We stepped over the body. Bell walked past without looking down. The bottom of the dungeon was a circular hall, 30 meters across. A transparent dome far above let in a column of daylight that lit half the room and left the rest in shadow. In the center, on a raised platform surrounded by a deep trench, something sat on a stone throne. Green robe with intricate embroidery, bone hands, a skull for a face, rings on desiccated fingers, a staff leaning against the chair. The robe should have been dust after centuries, but it looked like it had been laundered yesterday. "That is a lich," Anemone said clearly. "The way you identify a species." I tried talking to it. I had learned that intelligent creatures sometimes preferred conversation. I apologized for the disturbance, explained we had not known anyone was here. The skull lifted its head. Red light bloomed in the empty eye sockets. It was not interested in conversation. One bony finger pointed past me, past Aaron, directly at Amara. It knew her lineage, called her a holy knight. Amara protested that she was not the holy knight, that I was. The lich did not care about the distinction. 1,000 years of grudge, and any connection to that bloodline was enough. The entrance sealed behind us. The first attack was a barrage of fire, dozens of flame projectiles like artillery rounds. Anemone threw up a barrier and caught them all. The heat bled through. The beastman's fur smoked, but the barrier held. Amara charged. She crossed the trench in a single leap and brought her sword down on the skull. A transparent shield deflected her blade. Sparks scattered like broken glass. I had Nina throw me across the trench. She picked me up, sprinted, and launched me. I hit the far side rolling, bruised my shoulder, and tried to store the lich in the item box. Nothing happened. Its defensive magic blocked storage the same way it blocked steel. I pulled out the excavator. The adamantite blade hit the lich's highest barrier and stopped dead. The room was shaking now, a low grinding vibration that had started with the fight and was getting louder. Aaron got across and hit the lich with mayonnaise. He separated it into oil, an undead covered in cooking oil. Fire would do the rest, but we needed the shield down first. The lich summoned skeletons from holes in the floor. I stored them as fast as they appeared. Then Belle moved. She had been in the chamber already, somewhere in the shadow, and when the lich launched magic lances at me, she intercepted them. A black blur that knocked the projectiles off course. They hit the wall instead. Stone crumbled. The lich stopped. It stared at Belle. The red light in its eye sockets pulsed. Then it laughed. A rattling, jaw-clicking laugh. It recognized her, called her a fallen queen, living out her days in the body of an animal. Belle's fur stood on end, and she hissed with a fury I had never heard from her. I did not have time to process that. I had something else. The vibration. It had been there since the fight started. Low, grinding, mechanical, not magic. Something physical, turning beneath the floor. I swung the excavator's blade into the platform. The black panels were joined in sections. I wedged the blade into a seam and pried. The panel cracked open. Underneath, spinning in a cavity, was a golem core. Not a small one. A massive generator driven by waterfall power from somewhere deeper in the mountain, turning continuously, feeding magic to the lich like a power line feeding a building. I recognized it immediately. The recharging system Aaron and I had confirmed just days ago. The one Anemone had solved the backflow problem on. The same principle, the same design language. Someone had taken the concept and scaled it into a perpetual magical generator. The lich had been drawing from it for centuries. My technology. Not exactly mine, but close enough that looking at it felt like reading my own handwriting in someone else's notebook. Anemone, I said her name once. The core, under the floor. Can you take it? She looked at the exposed mechanism. Golem core control was her discipline. This one was bigger than anything she had handled, but the principle was identical. I can reach it, she moved. Not the way a soldier moves. The way a child moves through a playground she knows by heart. Low, fast, direct. Amara covered her. Aaron kept spraying. I swung the blade to force the lich's attention upward. She placed her hands on the spinning core. Blue light gathered around her fingers. The lich's head snapped toward her. It tried to cast. The magic fizzled at its fingertips. The core was already responding to Anemone. She was rewriting the ownership the way she would rewrite any golem from scratch. The lances forming above the lich's head shattered. The barrier flickered and died. Power cut. I threw Aaron a concave mirror from the Shangri-La. He caught the sunlight from the dome, focused it through the dented surface, and aimed the beam at the oil-soaked skeleton. The lich caught fire. Anemone hit it with flame magic for good measure. The ancient undead became a pillar of fire. It screamed. Not pain exactly. The sound of something very old realizing it was ending. Belle ran forward, seized the burning skull in her jaws, and smashed it against the floor 3 times. 5,000 years of history, and she was settling it with her teeth. I asked her to let go. She dropped the skull. It bounced across the black floor. I stored it before it could speak again. The body stopped. I stored that too. The great core wound down and went silent. Anemone threw her arms around my neck. Aaron was laughing the way you laugh when you realize you are not dead. Belle was still bristling, eyes fixed on the spot where the skull had been. I drank a canned coffee in one go. My hands were shaking. I had not noticed until the can was empty. There was a chest against the far wall, black, like everything else. Aaron picked the lock. Inside, on a gold cushion, sat a red octahedral crystal the size of 2 fists. That, Aaron said, and his voice had changed, is an age reversal artifact. He had seen one before. The Emperor used one to stay young. This was either the same type or a copy, sealed in a dungeon nobody had explored in 1,000 years. I picked it up. It was warm from inside, like it had its own pulse. The item box labeled it simply as a divine artifact. Aaron and Amara moved aside to discuss how the Emperor's version worked. She was asking questions in the focused way she asked when the subject was power. I turned back. Belle was sitting 3 meters away, looking at the spot where the crystal had rested. Not relief, not satisfaction, recognition. The look of someone who had known what was there before anyone opened the lid. She had known. She had been at the shaft entrance looking into the dark with that same expression. She had followed us uninvited. She had been in the lich's chamber before we entered, sitting in shadow. 5,000 years. The lich recognized her. She recognized it. The artifact was part of whatever connected them. I scratched behind her ears. She let me. She did not purr. She sat there watching the empty space where the crystal had been, and I let her be. The blue light came without warning. One moment, I was standing near the chest, Bell at my feet, the beastman collecting magic stones from the skeleton debris on the dome above. The next moment, the floor was glowing. A circle I had not seen, carved into the stone beneath centuries of dust, pulsing with cold blue light that washed the color out of everything in the room. Nobody had cast anything. Nobody had touched anything. The only thing that had changed was the artifact. I had picked it up and stored it, and whatever mechanism was tied to its resting place had interpreted that as a trigger. What is that? Myra dropped from the dome and landed beside me. I recognized it. I had been through a teleportation gate before. The light, the circle, the hum building in the stone. Everyone out. I turned toward Aaron. He was across the room with Amara, 20 meters away, on the wrong side of the expanding circle. Aaron, move, now! He started running. Amara was already moving, but the light was faster. It expanded from the floor outward like water filling a basin, and when it reached me, it was warm, and then it was blinding, and then it was gone. Everything was gone. Darkness. Complete. The kind of dark where your hand in front of your face does not exist. Cold air hit my skin. Not dungeon cold, forest cold. The wet, living cold of open air at night, carrying the smell of soil and leaves and rain that had fallen recently on trees I did not recognize. I reached out. My hand found fur. Myra, pressed against my side, breathing fast. Another body, Nina, small fingers gripping my sleeve. Anemone, something warm and heavy settled against my ankle. Bell, 5 of us. The 5 who had been standing inside the circle when it fired. Aaron was not here. Amara was not here. They had been on the wrong side. I pulled a lantern from the item box and set it on the ground. The light pushed back the dark enough to show trees, tall ones, dense canopy, not the plateau, not the cliff forest above Sakura, not anything I had seen before. The air tasted wrong. The trees were wrong. The silence between the branches was the wrong kind of silence. Where are we? Nina's voice was steady, but her tail was rigid. I did not know. I did not have the faintest idea. Somewhere in the undergrowth, something moved. A voice spoke. Words I could not understand. The translation ring on my finger, calibrated for the kingdom and the empire, processed the sound and returned nothing. Whatever language that was, it was not in the ring's library. The cold pressed in. The trees pressed in. The voice spoke again, closer, and I could not make out a single word. We were not in the kingdom. The trees were wrong. That was what I kept coming back to. Not dangerous wrong, just different in the way that tells you the ground rules have changed. The bark was smoother than anything in the kingdom, the leaves broader, and the canopy so thick that the first hint of morning came through as a gray wash rather than actual light. We had been walking since the teleportation circle dumped us here. Anemone was asleep on her feet, leaning into my side every few steps. Myra had her ears flat and rotating, cataloging sounds she did not recognize. Nina kept one hand on the hilt of her belt knife, which would have been reassuring if the knife were longer than my forearm. Belle padded ahead without hesitation, as if she had been here before. I heard them before I saw them. A faint creak of bowstrings. 3 arrows thudded into the tree trunk to my left, evenly spaced, at head height. I stopped walking. Anemone woke up. From behind the broad trunks, figures stepped out. Elves. Their skin was darker than the elves I knew from the kingdom, their hair more silver than gold, but the ears were unmistakable. 8 of them, all armed, all pointing at us. I did not reach for a weapon. I reached into the item box and pulled out a bar of chocolate. Gift, I said, holding it out with both hands and hoping my translation ring would catch at least some of whatever they spoke. It did not. The ring returned nothing. The lead elf lowered her bow half an inch. I broke the chocolate bar in half, bit into one piece, chewed, swallowed, and held the other piece toward her. She stared at me, then she took it. By the time the sun was fully up, I had butchered a cockatrice carcass from the item box, handed out chocolate to every elf who came close enough to reach, and demonstrated the drone, the car, and the portable stove. Language was still broken, but food translates. By nightfall, we were in their village. Grass-roofed huts, a communal fire pit, children staring at us from behind their mothers. We had shelter, water, and a cautious truce built entirely on sugar and roasted meat. The next morning, I heard an engine. Not the wind, not an animal, an engine. a specific engine, one I had heard idling outside my house in Sakura for months. I was on my feet before I understood why. Aaron came through the tree line in his white off-roader with the snorkel and the bumper guard, grinning like he had just won a bet with God. Amara was in the passenger seat, composed as always, and in the back, sitting with her arms folded and her pointed ears sticking past the headrest, was Sarah. "You are alive," Aaron said, climbing out. Primula cried. I did not ask how he found us. He told me anyway. He had located the teleportation gate in the dungeon, fed it his own energy until the connection held, and come through on the second attempt. He had followed the marks I had left on trees with spray paint. He had brought radios. "You brought radios?" "I brought everything." He tossed me a walkie-talkie. "Next time you fall through a magic hole in the floor, call me." Sarah unfolded herself from the back seat and looked around the elf village with the expression of someone returning to a house they had not visited in a very long time. The village elders approached her, speaking in a dialect so old that even my translation ring processed it in fragments. She answered slowly, carefully, and something in the air changed. The suspicion the villagers had carried since our arrival dissolved. Sarah was one of them, or rather, they were hers. That night, in the elders' hut, Sarah told us the oldest story I had ever heard. She sat cross-legged by the fire. Aaron was beside me. The elders formed a half circle behind her, their faces unreadable. Belle lay in the center of the circle, eyes open, tail still. 5,000 years ago, Sarah said, 50 of us came to this planet on a ship that traveled between stars. I waited for the punchline. There was no punchline. Her people had been dying. Their world had been at war for so long that the biosphere was collapsing. 50 volunteers boarded a vessel designed for a one-way trip and aimed it at a planet their instruments said could sustain life. They arrived. They seeded the forests. They established settlements along the rivers. They went into long sleep cycles, each one spanning centuries, to stretch their numbers across millennia. Over time, they forgot the technology they had abandoned deliberately, because remembering it meant remembering what it had been used for. Sarah was one of the original 50. She was 5,000 years old. She was the same woman who had been living in my manor, losing at rock, paper, scissors to anemone, stealing the last piece of chocolate from the kitchen counter. I processed this in about 4 seconds. Then I asked if there was anything that needed fixing. Aaron stared at me. "That is your response? What do you want me to do? Be surprised? I got transported to a fantasy world by a shopping app. She got here on a spaceship. Same situation, different vehicle." Sarah laughed. It was the first time I had heard her laugh without sarcasm in it. Then she looked at Belle, and Belle looked back. "Tell them," Sarah said quietly. Belle did not speak, of course, but Sarah spoke for her, translating something that passed between them in a way I did not understand. Belle had been a queen. 5,000 years ago, before the kingdom existed, before the republic existed, before any of the nations on this continent had names, Belle had ruled a people who lived in the shadow of the ruins we had just explored. When the first undead emerged from those ruins, she had fought them. When the Lich rose, she had fought it directly. She had lost, not the battle, herself. Her body had been destroyed. The spirit that survived had chosen this form, a forest cat, small, quiet, warm, and close to the ground. She had chosen the same thing I had chosen, a slow life, a small life, a life measured in sunlight and meals, and the feeling of being near people who did not need saving, except she had paid for it with everything she had ever been, and I had been given mine for free. I looked at the cat in the center of the circle. She looked back at me with those yellow-green eyes that I had mistaken for animal contentment 100 times. I understood now that it was not contentment. It was a choice made so long ago that the grief had worn smooth. I reached out and scratched behind her ear. She leaned into my hand. The fire popped. The elders watched. Sarah watched. Aaron sat very still beside me, and I could feel him understanding it the same way I did. Not as lore, not as history, as the weight of a life that had lasted longer than civilizations, compressed into 30 kilograms of black fur and a silver bell. Nobody said anything for a while. Later that night, around the fire, Sarah said the other thing. She said it the way someone removes a bandage they have been pressing against a wound for months. quickly, and without looking at anyone in particular. There is something I have been uncertain about telling you. She paused. People who come from other worlds. Your kind. What the old language calls rarabito. Another pause. I believe you cannot have children with the people of this one. Aaron went still. Biologically, Sarah continued, you are a different category. I do not know if it can be addressed. I do not know of a documented exception. I have been sitting on this for months because I owed you the truth and could not find a gentler version of it. The fire cracked. A log shifted. Sparks rose into the dark. Aaron looked at Myra. Myra looked at me. Nina was staring at the ground. Anemone had pulled her knees to her chest. Is there any documented exception? I asked. Not that I know of. I nodded. I got up. I walked to the portable stove and started making dinner. Rice, miso broth from a packet, grilled cockatrice with soy sauce. I set out bowls. I portioned everything evenly. I brought food to everyone who was sitting and not moving. Myra took her bowl without a word. Nina ate in silence. Aaron ate because I put the food in his hands. Anemone ate because I told her to. I did not return to the subject that night. Not because I had processed it, because processing it would not change anything, and everyone still needed to eat. Somewhere between the second bowl of rice and the third, Myra leaned her shoulder against mine. Just barely. Just enough that I knew she was there. I did not look at her. I kept portioning. She kept leaning. That was the conversation. The river route did not work. We tried it. 2 days downstream in a motorboat, we hit a stretch infested with creatures that looked like plesiosaurs, 20 meters long, territorial, and immune to arrows. Sarah threw a spell that exhausted her entire reserve. We turned back. We took the land route instead, through forest, across a wetland built on rotting logs, past a slime the size of a house that Aaron defeated with a truly absurd amount of mayonnaise. I did not ask. I had learned not to ask about Aaron's methods. The wetland took days. The bugs were worse than the monsters. We walked, we climbed, we pulled each other out of mud, and eventually we came down off a ridge and saw farmland, or what had been farmland. The fields were half wild, the crops sparse, and the road was barely a path. The village was worse. I had seen poverty. I had seen Daria, where Anemone came from, and thought that was the bottom. This was below the bottom. The houses were sticks and thatch held together by will. The people wore rags or nothing at all. The children had the hollow-eyed stillness that comes from hunger so constant it stops feeling like hunger and becomes the default state of being alive. And the village chief was well fed. I saw him immediately. The one man in the village whose belt was not holding his clothes on, but holding his belly in. He had a house with an actual door. He had a storehouse behind it. The villagers had nothing, and he had everything. And nobody could do a thing about it because the Republic's collectivist system routed all complaints through the regional administration, which was staffed by men exactly like him. Aaron identified the structure in under a minute. Redistribution system, he said quietly, so only I could hear. Chief controls the allocation, skims the majority. Been doing it for years. No lateral appeal. Complaints route through the regional administration, which is staffed by men exactly like him. It is a closed loop. I had seen this before. Not here, not in a fantasy world. In the news, in documentaries, in the kind of stories people share and then forget because forgetting is easier than feeling responsible. Except I was standing in it now, and forgetting was not available. I treated the sick. I handed out salt and meat from the item box. I healed what I could with recovery magic. An old man with an infected wound, a beast woman with a skin disease on her tail, children who had not eaten protein in weeks. The village leader, a man called Marshall, knelt in front of me when he learned I was a lord from the kingdom. 71 people in this village. Every one of them was dying by degrees. "Can we come with you?" he asked. "All of us. To the kingdom." I looked at the village. I looked at the chief's storehouse. I looked at Marshall's face, which had the expression of a man who has given up on everything except this one chance. "I will think about it," I said. He nodded. He did not push. He did not beg. He just stood there with the posture of a man who had learned that hope was more dangerous than hunger, and who had decided to risk it anyway. I was already thinking about it. I was thinking about buses and mountain passes and 71 people who weighed less than they should, and a chief with a storehouse full of food behind an actual door. I found Belle at the edge of the village, watching the tree line the way she always watched things, patiently, as if she had all the time in the world. She did, I supposed. You lived through this before, I said. All of it. People starving under bad rulers. People asking for help. She looked at me. And you chose to be small, to stay close to the ground, to not get involved. She blinked once, slowly. I am not going to do that. She held my gaze for a long moment. Then she pressed her forehead against my knee, which was the closest thing to agreement she had ever given me. I went back to the camp and started making plans. The sedative was colorless and tasteless and dissolved in 30 seconds. I had bought it from Shangri-La 3 days earlier, filed under sleep aids. The description said industrial strength melatonin compound. I did not care what it was called. I cared that it worked within 20 minutes and lasted 8 hours. The chief's wine supply was in a clay jug next to his bed. He drank from it every night before sleep, and again when he woke. I emptied the capsule into the jug, swirled it twice, and set it back. The man was a thief. He took the rations the Republic distributed to this village and kept them. He ate while his people thinned. He slept in the only insulated hut while children shivered through the mountain nights under canvas. Killing him would have been simple, and it would have been stupid. A dead chief is an international incident. A sleeping chief is a village that decided to relocate. I went back to the camp and woke Aaron at 2 in the morning. It is time. He sat up and looked at me for 1 second. Then he put on his boots. By 2:15, we had both microbuses running. The first one, mine, a white van with the snorkel and the bumper guard. The second, a blue microbus I had purchased from Shangri-La the night before, still smelling of factory plastic. Aaron took the blue one. We moved through the village in the dark. No lanterns. Myra and Nina went hut to hut, waking families in whispers. They had been told the night before that this was coming. Nobody argued. Nobody asked for more time. They had been waiting for years. I loaded the elderly and the children first. Their belongings went into the item box because there was no room in the vehicles and no time to sort what mattered. Houses, too. I had spent the past 3 days walking through the village with Anemone, marking the structures that were worth saving. She tagged each one with a small golem marker. Now I pointed at each marker, activated the item box, and the building vanished. 16 houses in 9 minutes. 73 people in 2 vehicles. The elderly sat inside. The beastmen climbed onto the roofs and held on. Amara rode shotgun with me. Anemone sat in the back of my van with her knees drawn up, not sleeping, just waiting. By dawn, we were 40 kilometers into the Republic forest, and the village behind us was empty except for a man who would not wake up until mid-morning. The route avoided every checkpoint the Republic maintained. I had mapped it with the drone over 3 days, marking the fortress locations, the patrol routes, the river crossings. The path went through forests that nobody used because nobody was stupid enough to drive a bus through unmapped terrain with 73 civilians on board. Nobody except me. The first obstacle was a river. I heard it before I saw it. A low roar through the trees that grew until the canopy opened, and there it was, 30 meters wide, fast moving, waist deep at the shallowest point. The problem was not the water. The problem was the 4 shapes sitting in the shallows near the crossing point, giant snapping turtles, each one roughly 3 meters across the shell, armored like medieval siege equipment, with heads the size of beer kegs and jaws that could take a wheel off the van. They were not moving. They were waiting. Aaron, he walked up beside me and looked at the river. Mayonnaise? He said. Mayonnaise. Here is what you need to know about fighting a giant turtle. The shell is impervious. The jaws are lethal. The neck is fast. But the animal cannot right itself once it is on its back. That is the design flaw in every turtle that has ever lived, scaled up to 3 meters or not. Anemone raised 4 earth golems from the riverbank, each one the size of a refrigerator. Aaron opened 4 jars of his concentrated mayonnaise and slathered it across the golem's arms. The golems waded in. The turtles lunged. The golems grabbed the shell edges, leveraged, and flipped. 4 turtles, 4 flips, 4 massive armored animals spinning onto their backs with a sound like boulders rolling downhill. Their legs kicked at the air. Aaron ran in behind the golems and jammed logs into the open jaws before they could snap closed. Anemone sealed the logs with stone caps. The river was clear. We crossed. We were 200 meters past the river when they found us. 30 soldiers, Republic uniforms. They came through the trees in a wide line, crossbows leveled, moving with the coordination of men who had trained together. Some someone had reported us, or the chief had woken early, or they had standing patrols on this route that I had missed. It did not matter how. It mattered that 73 people were sitting in 2 buses behind me, and the soldiers were between us and the pass. I did not think about it. I pulled the wheel loader from the item box, and it materialized in the clearing with a crash that scattered birds for a quarter mile. Anemone was already moving, hands flat on the ground, pulling walls of stone from the forest floor. Amara drew her sword. The fight was short and loud. The wheel loader is not a weapon, it is a construction vehicle. But when you drive 4 tons of steel at a line of infantry, the line breaks. Anemone's walls funneled them into a corridor. Amara took the ones who tried to flank. Then something happened that I did not expect. 5 of the 30 soldiers stopped fighting. They turned on the man giving orders, their commander. He went down hard and he did not get back up, and the 5 of them dropped their weapons and raised their hands. I was standing in the cab of the wheel loader, looking down at them. My hands were still on the controls. Anemone had a stone wall 2 meters high between them and the buses. Nina had her axe out. One of them stepped forward. He was young, maybe 20. He looked up at me and said something that my translation ring processed in fragments, but the meaning was clear enough. They wanted to come with us. I stared at him. 1 second, 2, 3, 5 soldiers who had just killed their own commander and were asking a stranger from another country to take them in. Get in the bus. Aaron opened the side door. They climbed in. We drove. We stopped at a ruined town halfway up the pass to rest and salvage. The buildings were stone, half collapsed, abandoned for decades. I walked through them with the item box open, collecting anything structurally sound: walls, lintels, roofing beams. These people would need houses when we reach Sakura, and good lumber does not grow on command. Anemone collected rubble with her golems, stacking it for road repair on the switchbacks above. The mountain pass was the only route that bypassed the Republic's active checkpoints. It was abandoned because the road was crumbling, the switchbacks were barely wide enough for the buses, and something lived at the summit. We started the climb in the afternoon. The road was worse than the drone footage had suggested. Hairpin turns cut into exposed rock with no guardrails, and a drop that I stopped measuring after the first 100 meters. Falling rocks peppered the roof of my van twice. Aaron's bus scraped the cliff face on a turn so tight that Myra had to guide him inch by inch from outside, standing on the edge with her tail straight out for balance. We roped the passengers together for the worst section, a stretch where the road had collapsed entirely, and the only crossing was a natural stone ledge 2 meters wide. 73 people, roped in groups of 5, inching across with the valley floor invisible below the cloud layer. By sunset, we were near the summit. The wind had picked up. The air smelled wrong. I sent Myra and 2 of the beastmen ahead to scout. Myra came back in 4 minutes. Her ears were flat. "Wyvern," she said, nesting in the ruins. I could see it from 300 meters. A wyvern. Wingspan wider than the bus was long. Leathery gray-brown hide. Talons the length of my forearm, perched on the ruins of what had once been a watchtower. It was preening. It had not seen us yet. The villagers stayed below the last switchback with the buses. Bell guarded them. Aaron and I went up with Anemone, Amara, Myra, and Nina. The plan was simple because there was no time for complicated. I placed 6 timer bombs in the flat clearing where the wyvern would land if it came off the tower. I set them for a 15-second delay. Anemone prepared a stone barricade. Aaron had his mayonnaise and a torch. I threw a rock at the tower. The wyvern screamed. It launched off the watchtower with a single beat of its wings that nearly knocked Myra off her feet. It circled once, twice, then dove at us. It landed in the clearing. The bombs detonated. 6 simultaneous blasts that sent stone fragments and fire across the summit. The wyvern staggered. One wing was torn. It screamed again, a sound I felt in my chest more than I heard in my ears. But it did not fall. It stumbled to the edge of the cliff and tried to launch. Anemone hit it with a stone wall that knocked it sideways. Aaron's mayonnaise torch caught the other wing. The wyvern went over the edge of the ravine, trailing smoke and fury, and crashed into the rocks 60 meters below. It was still alive down there. I could hear it thrashing. I looked at the ravine. I looked at the excavator arm in my item box. I extended it over the edge, hooked the cable to a solid outcropping, and descended hand over hand down the arm into the dark. Finishing it took 3 minutes. I will not describe how. The creature was in pain, and I ended it, and that is sufficient. When I climbed back up, The villagers were standing at the edge of the road, watching. A beastman father had his son on his shoulders. The boy pointed at me. "Is that man a knight?" the boy asked. The father looked at me, covered in dust and wyvern ash, standing next to a construction excavator arm jutting over a cliff. "Probably," he said. "We camped at the summit that night. There was nowhere else to go in the dark, and the people needed to stop moving. I built 3 fires. Aaron distributed food from the item box. The beastmen among the villagers butchered what we could salvage from the wyvern carcass and roasted it over the largest fire. It smelled like charred leather and tasted like nothing I had eaten before, but protein is protein when you have 78 mouths to feed." Anemone sat next to me and ate without speaking. She had used more magic today than any day since the dungeon. Her hands were steady, but her eyes were distant, the way they got when she was measuring something internal that only she could see. Belle came back from wherever she had been watching and settled against my leg. Myra was on the other side of the fire, drinking something Aaron had given her, and for the first time in days, she looked almost relaxed. Some of the beastmen were drinking too. An old woman among them started singing in a language I did not recognize. Others joined. The song was slow and it was not happy. I asked Amara what they were singing. "Names," she said, "of people who did not make it this far." I listened and did not interrupt. Some songs you just let happen. Hand warmers from Shangri-La went to every family before the fires burned low. I checked on the children, checked on the elderly, checked on the 5 defected soldiers who were sitting together in a tight circle and had not spoken to anyone since the battle. They looked up when I approached. I handed them blankets. They took them. Tomorrow was the descent. The hard part was supposed to be over. I did not believe that for a second. The descent was worse than the climb. The road on the Kingdom side had not been maintained in longer than the Republic side. Sections had crumbled entirely. One stretch required us to shuttle passengers across a waterfall crossing point in groups while the buses crept forward on what remained of the road. My bus was on the second switchback when the mountain moved. I felt it first. A vibration in the steering wheel that was not the engine. Then a sound like a train arriving underground. Then dust rising from below, which was wrong because dust rises, and below was the valley. Anemone, she was already moving. She pressed both hands against the floor of the bus, and I felt the barrier go up, that particular humming pressure I had learned to recognize over the past year. A dome of compressed earth and magic energy surrounded the vehicle. The landslide hit. 60 meters of mountainside came down on us. I heard it more than I saw it. Rock against rock against rock. A cascade of impacts that shook the bus so hard the windows cracked. Darkness. Total darkness. The bus rocked, tilted, and settled at an angle. The engine died. "Is everyone alive?" I said into the dark. Voices. Scared, but voices. Alive. "Anemone, I have it," she said. Her voice was calm and flat, and absolutely certain. "Do not move." She held the barrier for 45 minutes. I know the exact time because Amara had a watch and she counted. 45 minutes in the dark, with the air getting thin, with the weight of a mountainside pressing on the dome, with 22 people inside the bus breathing the same recycled air. Anemone did not speak. She did not move. She kept her hands flat on the floor and her eyes closed, and she held. I found out later that she had calculated her maximum hold time weeks before. She had tested it in private sessions behind the village, pushing her barrier until it cracked, noting the duration building up. 47 minutes was her limit. She had given us 45 and kept 2 in reserve, and she had not told me because telling me would have made me plan around a number she was not certain of. She decided before the landslide ever happened. She decided the moment we started the mountain crossing. She would hold as long as it took, and if it took longer than she could hold, then it would not matter because there would be nothing left to protect. She was 14 years old. Aaron's bus had made it past the slide zone. He had been ahead of us on the lower switchback. The moment the mountain stopped moving, he organized the beastmen, the defected soldiers, and every able body in the convoy into a digging team. They came through from above. I heard the scraping first, then voices, then light. A crack appeared in the rubble and widened into a hole, and Aaron's face appeared in it, covered in dust, grinning. "Took you long enough," I said. "Took me 43 minutes," he said. "You are welcome." They pulled us out one by one through the hole. Anemone came last. Her hands were shaking and she could not close her fingers. I carried her. Then the spider appeared. The landslide had opened a cave in the cliff face that had been sealed for God knows how long. From the dark came a shape that was white and many-legged and roughly the size of a small car. A giant cave spider, albino, blind, and very angry about the sudden introduction of sunlight into its home. Aaron was standing closest. He reached into his pack, pulled out a jar of concentrated mayonnaise, and threw it into the spider's face. The creature thrashed. The mayonnaise sealed its breathing pores. It convulsed for 30 seconds and then stopped. Aaron screwed the lid back on the jar. He sat down on a rock. He looked at the dead spider, and then he looked at me. "Does anyone need the jar for anything else?" he asked. Nobody did. We camped that night in the first flat area below the slide zone. The children were asleep within minutes. The adults took longer. Anemone's hands did not stop shaking until well past midnight, and even then, I think she was hiding it. Dinner was spider, Aaron insisted. It was not good, but we ate it anyway, and someone among the beastmen laughed for the first time since the summit, and the laughter spread, and for a few minutes the mountain was behind us in more than just geography. The next day, I purchased a new microbus from Shangri-La to replace the one damaged in the slide. We crossed the landslide area with the beastmen digging a path and Anemone's golems shoring up the edges. It took half a day. After that, the road improved. The forest thinned. The air warmed. We were back in the kingdom. The border fortress was not expecting us. It was not expecting anyone. When 2 buses and a convoy of 80 people appeared on a road that had been abandoned for a decade, the garrison scrambled. When the 5 defected Republic soldiers stepped out and explained the situation in broken common tongue, the garrison commander sent a runner to the capital. We did not wait. We drove south. We found the hidden farmland on the second day, kilometers of cultivated fields in a territory belonging to a count who had been telling the crown that his land produced almost nothing. The fields were full. The barns were full. The count was funding anti-royalist operations with the surplus. When the fortress at the count's border shot arrows at our convoy, I did not negotiate. Anemone broke the drawbridge. Aaron drove through the gate. The fortress commander surrendered in 11 minutes. I took his documents. We arrived at the capital with over 80 people. The palace guards did not know what to do with us. The regent did. I had met the regent before. She was efficient, direct, and had the kind of authority that comes from being the person everyone in the room knows will still be working after they have gone home. I gave her everything: the hidden farm, the count's documents, the fortress commander's confession, the location of the teleportation gate connecting the Republic to the kingdom through the old Elven territory, the anti-royalist funding trail, the 5 defected soldiers and their testimony. She listened without interrupting. She took notes. When I finished, she looked up. "How long were you in the Republic?" she asked. "Long enough," I said. She issued orders before I left the room. Military units to the Count's territory, investigators to the hidden farm, diplomatic envoys to the Elven border. The intelligence I had brought would reshape the kingdom's western defense within the month. I did not stay for the politics. I collected supplies from the capital markets, loaded the buses, and turned north. 2 buses and a convoy pulled into Sakura after dark. Lily was at the gate. She must have heard the engines from a kilometer away because she was standing in the middle of the road with her arms crossed and a lantern in one hand, as if she had been waiting for exactly this moment and was mildly annoyed we had taken so long. "You were late," she said. "We were detained," I said. The buses rolled through and parked in the yard. Aaron's pulled in next to the manor, and within 30 seconds, he was already in the kitchen. That was Aaron. Home meant cooking. I stepped out of the van and looked at the manor. Primula was in the doorway. She had a lantern. She was not moving. Her hair was down. Her feet were bare, and she was holding the lantern at her side, the way you hold something when your hands need to be doing something, but the thing you actually want to do with them requires you to be closer. I walked across the yard. She set the lantern on the step. She crossed the remaining distance, and when she reached me, she did not say anything. She pressed her forehead against my chest, and her hands gripped the front of my shirt, and she stood there, breathing, and I put my arms around her, and neither of us spoke for a long time. Belle got out of the bus behind me. She padded past us without a glance, went through the front door, crossed the hall, and lay down in front of the fireplace in her spot. Her tail curled around her paws. She was done traveling. Myra carried a sleeping child from the bus to the guest building. Nina carried 2. The Beastman families filed out of the vehicles and stood in the yard. looking at the buildings, the fields beyond the fence, the lights in the windows. They did not speak. They did not need to. I had seen that look before, on the faces of every person who had arrived in Sakura with nothing and understood they had arrived somewhere that would not make them leave. Anemone walked past me toward the house. Her hands had finally stopped shaking. She touched Primula's shoulder as she passed, and Primula reached back and caught her fingers for a moment without letting go of me. And then Anemone went inside. I looked at the yard, 80-some people, 2 buses, a convoy of everything they owned in my item box. Houses in there too, ready to be placed. "We need more houses," I said. Primula lifted her head. She looked at me with an expression that was half exhaustion and half something I could only describe as completely unsurprised. "I know," she said. "I already ordered the lumber." She had been tracking us by radio for a week. She knew how many people were coming. She knew the houses in the item box would need foundations. She had ordered the lumber, hired the labor from the neighboring settlement, and drawn the lot placements on a map that was sitting on the kitchen table. I looked at her. "You are terrifying," I said. She smiled. It was the first real smile I had seen in weeks, and it was mine. And the convoy was home, and Belle was asleep by the fire, and Aaron was already arguing with someone about seasoning in the kitchen, and the lumber was ordered, and everything that mattered in the world was inside this fence. I went inside. Primula followed. The door closed behind us. Count Shira surrendered the moment his walls came down. The whole campaign lasted one afternoon. The intelligence I had brought back from the Republic border had done most of the work before we arrived. The regent traced the Count's hidden farm surplus to a network of noble families who had been funneling coin and grain to a faction planning to challenge the throne during the next succession. When the royal forces moved on Shira's estate, he folded in minutes. His co-conspirators in the larger city of Iberia did not. Duke Everhart, Lord of Iberia, gathered his vassal lords and barricaded behind the city walls. Siege. The crown called its banners, and I answered, because that is what a Margrave does when the summons comes. I loaded 100 Beastman volunteers onto a bus purchased from Shangri-La, drove across the kingdom in 2 days, and parked outside the walls alongside the royal army. Amara commanded the ground forces. She wore white armor made from cave spider shell, and the other nobles followed her lead without hesitation because she was a former queen and a swordmaster, and the look on her face did not invite questions. The royal army held the gates. My job was the walls. I pulled the excavator from the item box. Anemone reinforced its frame with a golem shell and layered a barrier across the cab. Then I drove it into the base of the curtain wall, while the Duke's archers fired arrows that bounced off stone magic like hail off a tin roof. The wall came down in sections. The royal army poured through the gaps. The Duke retreated to his inner castle and dropped the bridge over the moat. Standard tactic. In a world without siege artillery, a moat and a stone keep could hold for months. I set the excavator at an angle, welded a cable to the bucket, loaded rubble into a sling, and built a makeshift catapult that spun on the machine's own rotation. Myra and Nina rode the bucket and released the lock on each throw, laughing the entire time. After a few dozen stones punched through the castle roof, a white flag went up. The Duke had not survived the bombardment. The war was over by dinner. I drove the bus home. I spent the months after the war doing what I had always done, building. The new village for the Republic refugees was taking shape on the far side of the ridge. 80 families learning to farm land that was not controlled by a corrupt chief. An orphanage staffed by a woman from Daria who wept when she heard what those children had survived. Dungeon containers set up across the territory so adventurers could farm magic stones and spend their earnings at shops that did not exist a year earlier. A magic stone motor factory with workers who lined up on the first morning like they had been waiting their whole lives for someone to ask them to build something. The ship that Marlowe's company had been constructing at the coast was finished and launched for imperial trade routes because the river plan had failed on account of the plesiosaurs. The territory was solvent. The forge was running. The cherry trees along the lake had bloomed in their first spring after planting, and they were preparing to do it again. I sat at the table outside my house with a can of coffee and watched the light move across the water and thought about the one thing Shangri-La could not fix. Lily and Primula and Amara were healthy and present and willing, and none of them were pregnant because I was not the same species as anyone born in this world, and there was nothing in the item box or the shopping catalog, or the magic books that could change that. I had stopped saying it out loud because the look on Lily's face every time the subject came up was worse than any answer I could give her. She wanted an heir. She wanted it for the territory, and she wanted it for herself, and she could not have it because the man she had chosen came from a planet that no longer existed, and neither of us had known that until it was too late. I was thinking about whether to start the conversation about adopting when something appeared in the sky. The object looked like a white dumbbell, two spheres connected by a narrow shaft, hovering above the lake without sound or motion. It did not drift. It did not reflect the wind. It sat in the sky like it had always been there, and we simply had not noticed. I pulled a vehicle from the item box and drove to the shore. Aaron appeared at the road and climbed in without being asked. Anemone and Sarah arrived together, still arguing about whatever magical theory they had been testing that morning. Amara was not far behind. The white object descended to the water's surface. The lower sphere opened, and a figure stepped out onto the sand. He was a man, black clothes, black hair, Japanese face, mid-20s in appearance, though his eyes said otherwise. Behind him, half hidden by his leg, a small girl with green-tinged skin and dark green hair in a white dress was trying very hard not to be seen. Aaron said it before I did. The man looked Japanese. "You are?" I called out. He looked at my vehicle, then at me, and spoke in Japanese. He said he was a former Japanese man and currently served as the representative of this world's administrator, the entity that managed the planet's systems. He pointed at the white vehicle behind him. I set up a table and chairs on the sand. I poured coffee. The small girl ate a slice of cake with her hands and got cream on her chin. Then the man told us why he had come. The spirits, he said, gesturing at the girl, were artificial beings created by the elves thousands of years ago. Biological supercomputers. They had found a loophole in the world's management system and used it to pull people from other worlds as entertainment. Aaron and I were two of their experiments. The mayonnaise ability, the shopping interface, games. The administrator considered this an unauthorized action and had come to offer compensation. Aaron was furious. His voice went loud and flat, the way it did when he was covering for something deeper. He demanded to know why. The man repeated that it had been a game. Aaron wanted to hit something. I did not blame him. "Before we discuss compensation," the man said, "there is something you should know about your homeworld. Earth was gone." He said it plainly. A small asteroid had struck the planet. 90% of humanity did not survive the impact. The planet was in an ice age now. -70 in the north, -45 in the cities that used to matter. Thick cloud cover, pole to pole. He showed us a tablet with footage taken from orbit. The blue and green planet I remembered was white and gray and wrapped in clouds so thick you could not see the oceans. 10 million Japanese people had survived. A gate between Earth and another world, the one this man called home, had been opened years before the impact. The connection had caused a global crisis, wars over who controlled the gate. A world that could not agree to redirect the asteroid spent its final years trying to steal the escape route from each other. In the end, Japan evacuated 1 million people per month for 10 months. Young, healthy, ages 15 to 30. Technicians, engineers, scientists. Everyone else stayed behind. The man's voice was matter of fact. He had been the one defending that gate with the white vehicle behind us and the technology it carried. He had destroyed warships. He had leveled a city that launched nuclear weapons at the country connected to his world. He said this without pride or apology, the way a man describes work he has done and would do again. Aaron was on his back in the sand. He had dropped there when the footage appeared and had not gotten up. His eyes were open. He was looking at the sky. "So we were already saved," he said quietly, "before we even knew we needed saving. That is one way to see it," the man said. "My family was in Osaka," Aaron said. Nobody answered that. There was nothing to answer it with. I asked if there was a way to check for survivors among the 10 million. The man searched a registry on his tablet and found a name. My brother's son. His nephew's family had made it through the gate. They were alive in a settlement on the other continent, in a city that smelled like new concrete and cooking oil, in a long house with a small sign that read Hamada. Aaron sat up. He wiped his face with both hands and did not look at me while he did it. I did not cry. I want to be clear about that, not because I am proud of it, but because it was true. I sat with the information for a minute. The lake was in front of me. The cherry trees were bare because it was late in the year, but the branches were already thickening with next spring's buds. Smoke came from the dwarf forge on the far side of the settlement, and it smelled like iron and charcoal. Nina came out of the kitchen door of the house with flour on her hands and called something to one of the beastmen that made them both laugh. Earth was gone. This was not the second best version of my life. This was the only version. What does the compensation involve? I asked. The man looked at me. Aaron looked at me. I think Aaron expected something different. A pause. A moment. Something that looked like grief on the outside. The primary compensation we are offering, the man said, is a biological modification. It would allow both of you to have children with the people of this world. The procedure takes approximately 1 week. It is not reversible. Yes, I said. Aaron stared at me for 3 seconds. Then he laughed. It was a short, broken sound that turned into something quieter. Yeah, he said. Me too. We packed for the trip in an hour. Aaron went to tell his household. I went inside and explained to Lily what was happening. She looked at me like I had told her I was leaving to fight a dragon. You are certain this man is not a demon? She asked. Reasonably certain. And if you are wrong, then I will have been wrong in a very interesting way. She did not laugh. She held my shirt with both fists for a moment, the way she did when she wanted to say something larger than the words she had. Then she let go. Come back, she said. I will. Anemone ran to the vehicle and asked to come. The craft was too small. She understood, but her mouth went flat, the way it always did when understanding and accepting were two different things. The man, Aaron, and I climbed into the white vehicle. It lifted without sound. The ground dropped away. Through the transparent wall of the lower chamber, I watched the territory shrink to a green square on a brown continent, on a blue sphere that was not Earth and had never been Earth, and was, as of today, the only world that mattered. Aaron and I sat in the lower compartment and drank cola and ate chips with chopsticks and looked at a planet from space and did not talk about the one we had lost. We talked about what the shopping ability would look like when Aaron got his own version. We talked about the dungeon containers and the magic stone motors and whether the ship Marlowe had launched would make it to the Empire without being eaten by something. We talked about everything except the thing we had just been told, because there was nothing to say about it that the silence had not already said. The procedure was in a facility built into a cliff face on another continent. White corridors, a hospital that looked like a film set, a nurse who turned out to be an android. Aaron discovered this the hard way and did not want to discuss it afterward. They put us in transparent chambers and we went to sleep, and when we woke up, it was done. On the way home, the man took us to the Japanese settlement. 70,000 people in a city of long houses and block apartments with corrugated roofs and open drains and children running barefoot between buildings. I found my nephew's house. His wife answered the door. He was at work. She was thin and her cheeks were hollow, and she looked at me with the careful eyes of someone who had learned not to trust strangers who arrived in vehicles. I told her who I was. I gave her rice and sugar and medicine from Shangri-La. She held the rice bag against her chest and bowed so deeply I could see the bones of her spine through her shirt. We flew home. 1 year later, the cherry trees bloomed again. I was sitting outside with a can of coffee, the third can. The manor house behind me was still under construction, framing done, walls half finished, the sound of hammers somewhere behind the tarps. The new house would be ready by autumn. The next child would be born there. Aaron's household had 2 babies already. His partner and one of his companions had delivered within weeks of each other. He had not visited in months. I understood. I had not visited him either. We were both busy becoming the kind of men who worried about things like croup and feeding schedules and whether the room was warm enough at night. Lily had been in labor since before dawn. Amara and Sarah were inside with her. Sarah was providing magical support for the delivery because that was a thing you could do in this world, and I had stopped questioning it around the time I started catapulting rubble with construction equipment. The orphanage director had come from the new village to serve as midwife because she had delivered more babies than anyone in the territory, and her hands were steady, and her voice was the kind of voice that made frightened women breathe. I sat outside because I had been told to sit outside. 7 hours, 3 cans of coffee. The lake was flat and silver in the morning light. The cherry trees had shed petals onto the water, and they drifted in slow circles near the shore. The forge was cold because the dwarves had taken the day off without being asked. The cry came just after the 3rd can went empty, small, thin, furious at the world for being bright and cold and loud after 9 months of the alternative. The sound cut through the morning air and reached me at the table, and I set the can down and waited because they had told me not to come in until they called. The door opened. Amara stood in the frame. Adrian. I went inside. Lily was on the bed with her golden hair loose and dark with sweat, her face drawn and gray with exhaustion, and in the crook of her arm, a bundle of white cloth that moved. I crossed the room and looked down. The baby had faint golden hair, a red face, hands so small they did not look like they could belong to a person. His eyes were shut tight against the light. A boy. I reached down and Lily lifted him to me. He weighed almost nothing. He fit in the space between my elbow and my palm, and he smelled like warmth and clean cloth, and something I had never smelled before that I understood immediately was the smell of a newborn child. Lily's hand found my wrist. Her grip was weak and her fingers were trembling, and she held on anyway. "What will his name be?" she asked. I looked at the baby. I looked at the cherry trees through the window. I looked at the lake beyond them, and the smoke that was not rising from the forge, and the sky that was the same blue it had been the day I arrived in this world, with nothing but a dead knight's sword and a phone that connected to a shopping site that should not have existed. "Kenji," I said. Nobody in the room knew who Kenji was. Lily did not ask. Amara did not ask. Anemone, standing in the corner with tears running down her face, did not ask. They heard the way I said it, and that was enough. Kenji was my brother. He died before any of this began. Before the forest, before the shopping cart, before Primula and Anemone and the lake house and the territory and the wars and the slow life that turned out to be the biggest life I could have imagined. I had carried his name the whole way here without saying it once. I held my son in a room in a house I built on a lake, in a world I never chose. And the cherry trees outside were doing what cherry trees do, and that was enough. That was everything.